Good morning, race fans. Welcome here to Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for round number 4 of the World Racing League season. My name's Robert Hill Jr. Joining me up here in the booth today and all weekend long is, of course, Ryan West and Brendan Kasmerick, as well as Jordan Worth, calling all the shots as our producer this weekend. Ryan, Brendan, how you guys doing this weekend?
Fantastic. It'd be better if I were at Road America, but happy to be here.
Oh, that's revisionist. All right.
It looks like a beautiful morning there, Ryan, all things considered.
Indeed, this will be the nicest day of the weekend. Yesterday it was pretty miserable. Today it'll be nice, and I think we're going to be probing the upper reaches of 75, 80 degrees here, and sunny with a little bit of wind. We should clear this damp line already coming off of the track. But tomorrow we're set for some rain and wind and just bitter cold temperatures. So let's keep the cars clean and enjoy the nice weather we have for today.
I think you're definitely right on that. Looking at the weather basically all week leading into this weekend, it looks like tomorrow is going to be absolutely miserable weather-wise, but to me, that just sounds like it's going to create some chaos on the racetrack, which should have some great entertainment value as well, and some great action all weekend long. Of course, looking at the car count, we're hovering around 60 this weekend, so should be a very, very solid group of cars. Looking at GP1, looks like we have about 18 entries there. GP2 looks like an 8-car field. GP3 on the slimmer side with just 3 entries this weekend. GTO field, though, up at 26. And we have 5 GTUs this weekend. So going to create a little bit of a battle for those Stratus cars.
Yeah, this, of course, played host to one of the finest GTU race battles you will ever see, with the 9-4 car being the last car running in that class and coming back from something like a 50-minute deficit to take the class win in the dying moments of Saturday's race. One of my all-time favorite World Racing League moments. Mr. West, you're on site for us this weekend. I am noticing from our trackside shots here this morning a substantial increase in the number of BMW G82s up in GTO.
Indeed, we have. I don't know if there's an increase so much as we've finally caught an event where all of them have showed up.
That's fair.
Like, we've seen the Lupe Tortilla car, I believe. We've seen the Bruce Innovations machine. You know, Team ACP, I think, has theirs here. I think they now have 2 of the new style cars, so that might be a new one. And then Random Vandals, I actually didn't see yesterday whether they were running the new or old car. I think they're still in the old car. But, I think the first time that we've had this deep of a field of the current spec of BMW M4, as well as, you know, a gaggle of Toyota Supras available this weekend, with Stoic Racing here, supported by Hitman Racing. So, still able to see the friendly Australian here at the track. He was actually riding his bicycle around yesterday, and I don't think he knows who Cadell Evans is, but that's who he reminded me of.
It's the finest Cadell Evans reference you will see this
Absolutely.
side of the Tour de France.
His Cervelo bicycle, too. It was a really nice bike. I was like, wow, look at you. But very pleased with the running that Stoic was able to get in. All the Supras kind of near the top and, you know, within a couple tenths of each other. So a great weekend expected ahead for them. It seems like the non-story continues to be the just as the cars come across the start-finish line here. The non-story continues to be the performance adjustments that are made when cars will win or lose in GTO. Still a pretty tight pack at the top of the qualifying range here. So very pleased with how the GTO field has developed over the course of the season.
Yeah, that's Janetta G56 from Moorhead Speedworks, kind of the outlier in qualifying. 2:19.745 is the pole time. But once you step off the back of what we assume is Johann Schwartz's pole time in that number 290, round 3 racing's number 70, that was a double winner at Mid-Ohio.
That's correct,
yep. 221.198 there on the outside of the front row. 89X Motorsports, fine qualifying time in the Aston Martin to put that car in third, 221.373. It's 200ths behind them is that number 87 Stoic Racing Toyota Supra. Start fourth, Triple Eight from TLM Mona in 5th place there, and then the number 225 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra to start alongside. Have we gotten any kind of indication on why we've moved away from the 111 numbering and jumped into the number 225 there for that primary Thunder Bunny car?
That car met a really unfortunate demise on the Friday at Barber.
Permanent demise.
Yeah, though that is my understanding.
So this
may not be
same
permanent
team,
insofar
different
as yeah, correct. That chassis may be drivable, but I think now that they've committed to this one, they'll probably stick with it.
And of course, if you do remember from Mid-Ohio, you mentioned the Moorhead Speedworks 290. That was the quickest car that we had on the racetrack all weekend long in the GTO field. Just unfortunately, they weren't able to start in time. So they were many, many laps down, didn't really get a chance to compete. But watch for that car to be very, very quick here today. The Round 3 racing machine, like you said, also very fast, double winner at Mid-Ohio. So look for them once again to be up there running for that win.
We've got 8 entries in GP2 this weekend. The number 221 of Alpine Autosport leads that class, followed by the number 577 of HC Autosport, both of which I believe are BMW 3 Series. Now, one of them is a Porsche. I think it's the HC. Or is that in GP1? I'll wait for them to come back around. In any case, the number 369 Chattanooga Touring car starting third. The 67
There's a
open
waving
throttle
yellow
racing.
There. Sorry, Ryan. A waving yellow there on the exit of turn 5.
Yeah, it was the number 92 FPRS Motorsports Mustang went for a little spin in 5 during these pacing laps. So that would be the reason for the waving yellow.
Thank you, Robert.
The 67 open throttle racing in GP2, followed by the 164 of Harrison Motorsports, no longer the main car for Harrison Motorsports. Now, I think much more of a rental situation than the one with all the team owners named against it. The number 41 of Rockwell Autosport Development, the number 21 of North Loop Motorsports starting down in 7th, and then the number 66 of Open Throttle Racing in 8th place. So GP2, 8 entries this weekend. Always nice to see. GP3, we've got the 85 and 75 of AOA Racing and the 65 of Open Throttle. So hoping to get some good track time here at Road America. Not really a track, I think, that lends itself to GP3 action in general, gentlemen.
No, a lot of time full throttle.
Yeah.
Relatively short braking zones. You're not coming at them with quite the same pace that you do even in the GP1 and GP2 cars. Very much a race of attrition. It has to be said when it comes to GP3, GTU even to some degree. Be very interesting to see how those classes in particular play out. In GP1 and GTO, you expect much more of kind of the old knife fight in a phone booth line we got many years ago when we were out at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. A lot of action up in GTO in particular. The GP1 class is absolutely stacked, as Mr. Hill pointed out just a few moments ago. We are headed towards a green flag as the field rounds turns 13 and 14 for the final time under the safety car. Robert Hill.
As the pace car makes its way up the hill towards pit road, we're going to get set to go green here at Road America to kickstart a great weekend of racing activity. 8 hours on the docket here today as we're getting set to go green with the GTO field, and the green flag is displayed, and we are racing here.
So they're
going to
go 3 wide on the front stretch here, Robert. So the Supra, the Stoic Racing Supra, is going to try to be down the inside. You can't quite see it yet, but they're going to go 3 wide at the front, the 70, the 290, and the Stoic Supra. I think they're even wider than that, just as that camera trips out on us.
Of course.
They are going to keep it nice and clean here through turn 1.
Yeah, lots of tight battles here. Very compressed pack as we get set for the GP field to come up and take their green flag as well. Ryan, are we going to see some 3 wide here on this start as well?
I think we almost certainly will. The front of GP1, of course, very, very fast. The 26 gets an excellent jump. The number 44, though, on the outside, that's going to be the Chill Out Systems PC Racing BMW. They are going to make it 3 wide coming up the front stretch here. I think we're going to file back in, and I believe we're going to see PC Racing. Yep, shows the nose, gets back in, and they are going to file through nice and orderly. Got the GP2, GP3 field, also keeping it nice and steady. Everybody electing to go back for 2 wide by the time they get to turn 1, which is the correct call, I believe.
Yeah, very tentative on these opening laps. Cold tires. Obviously, it's unseasonably warm in terms of air temperature up in that part of Wisconsin today, Ryan. But the track is still a little bit damp, and tires will not be fully up to temperature for probably 2 or 3 laps. Never mind the dampness both on and off the racing line.
So Stoic Racing here, checking out at the front. They're able to jump past the 2 purpose-built racing cars, the Ginetta and the Porsche Cup car, in their GT4 Supra, and are going to start to create a little bit of a gap to the GTO field.
GTU cars around the outside of the carousel. Those cars were very nearly flat in qualifying yesterday, but starting behind the GTO cars, it's going to be tough sledding for those 5 Sebico NP01s to try and work their way up to the front of the overall field. And in fact, you see the GTUs kind of having to dab the brakes there on the exit of the kink, substantially quicker through that corner. I was watching some of the Stratus Racing onboards during practice and qualifying yesterday. Apex speeds upwards of 120 miles an hour through that right-hander that leads you on to what would be considered the back straightaway in the run to Canada corner here. So it's going to be a few laps before we start to see those NP01s up towards the pointy end of the overall field, where at the moment, as you point out, Ryan, it's Stoic Racing leading the Moorhead Speedworks number 290 to complete lap number 1.
And I don't think the 290 is going to have the legs to get there on the run into turn 1 here. Try as they might to get a tow. I think that Supra just got a little bit better jump up the straightaway. Also a bunch of Aston Martins here, Brendan. We've got a couple from TLM, as well as the new Moorhead Speedworks Aston Martin.
So that Moorhead Speedworks Aston Martin was run under Speed Syndicate.
Yes.
Previously, I think last time we saw it was Eagles Canyon.
I believe so.
But you were there and would remember better than I. It is still Speed Syndicate. Similar driver lineup, but a different effort. It does carry those classic Airbnb colors that you see about 6th or 7th in line headed down the run from turn 3 to turn 5 into the braking zone. Moorhead Speedworks is going to challenge to the outside and eventually backs out of it, yields to that number 87 Stoic Racing Supra. And noting with this battle in particular, that Moorhead Speedworks car is a little bit on the lighter side in GTO. It still sports an LS engine in the front of it, so it makes decent power, but relative to its weight, or I'm sorry, relative to the cars around it, which are heavier and therefore carry more power, it may just suffer in the straight lines a touch. Obviously, that's not quite so important in these opening laps, especially with a slightly damp track, but as we get into the warmer and drier hours later this morning and early this afternoon, you would anticipate maybe just to be down a couple of miles an hour at the end of these long straights of America.
Just a quick note from the GP3 field, the AOA Racing number 75, that's the yellow Mazda MX-5, was showing smoke and then came to a stop as this is a little bit worrisome as well.
The Z4. That's the BMW Z4 number 2, is it 277? 577.
Yeah, 577.
Yeah, HC Autosport. That car looks like it's taken a little bit of damage to the rear of the car, just where the boot rejoins the rear bumper there.
Likely had some help.
You would assume so, yes. Yeah, producer Jordan puts out a safety vehicle headed from the carousel down towards the kink.
And if we can get the turn 1 camera real quick, Jordan, we're going to see the 123 here try to go around the 290 into turn 1. They had a great run up out of the turn, and they are going to get it done around the 290 and then slot in right behind the number 87.
This camera's going to struggle for a minute until the sun gets a little bit higher up in the air.
Yeah. So there it is, the
There
NFC
it is,
Motorsports
Mercedes.
123 with Aaron Povolato back behind the wheel this weekend, having to be elsewhere last time out.
I did not know that.
Yeah, the guest driver, of course, was none other than Randy Pobst.
I did not know that either.
Yep.
I feel like I missed out.
It's always entertaining and like more knowledge about
we're
driving.
late on the brakes into
late,
5.
and they went wide.
Yeah,
Wow.
they did.
So I think they're going to give
at
back
least
2
one spot.
positions there. Yeah, I think the 70 will get by as well. Always good to get more recommendations, but it's decent and nice to see that WRL still requires all new entrants for the season. Oh, he's going to keep it.
Wow.
That's going to hold those two cars up there. So the Stoic Racing car absolutely benefits there, being able to check out even further. Ooh, the ACP car kind of
into 7.
It's great racing in GTO right now. What an excellent field. And I think this track, the cars can really stretch their legs to. I think we're going to see a lot of great racing throughout the day. But to finish that point, Randy Pope had to sit in on the new driver / probation driver drivers meeting, which I always think is funny when I see people who I know have, driven in this series or another series for a long time. It's just really a nice thing that WRL does to emphasize how important it is to make sure the driving standards are super, super high.
So
those rules apply to everybody.
That 75 car that was that Robert mentioned a couple of minutes ago, that car actually came to a stop on the exit of the King there. That is where the safety vehicle has parked up drivers right just after the exit of the fastest corner on track, which is certainly a brave decision, but it looks like they're going to get that car hooked up to a flat toe and try and carry it the rest of the way around back to the pit lane or the paddock.
If this was iRacing, I would have very much wrecked in that area of the racetrack. So that's a good move.
Maybe Robert and I can both do iRacing at the same time. We can see who can out-horrible the other one. It'll be great.
I think I got you beat there.
I don't know, man. I could crack off maybe 1 or 2 decent laps, and then I'm going to start throwing it at the walls because I want more time. I know I'm 3 seconds down and trying to find time everywhere.
Another area that I always seem to find trouble in is Canada Corner, which is kind of ironic being a Canadian.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why they call it Canada Corner, because Canadians just absolutely suck there. I don't know.
One thing I do want to call attention to, the number 21 of North Loop Motorsport, their first race back in a year and a bit, knocking some rust off. They started 7th and are now 2nd position. I think they were like that after lap 2. So they have moved right through the GP2 field. It is going to be a classic battle at the front between the 369 and the 21 here in GP2. My understanding, gentlemen, the 369 lacks power steering again this weekend. So that's going to be quite the handful, literally, getting that car around here for 8 hours.
2 hands full, likely.
Yeah, indeed. On a pretty wide front tire as well. So not an easy situation for them, but we'll see how long they can hold on to the lead here. Again, a little bit bigger tire, a little bit more aero here. That's something that's going to be interesting to watch in the general production field as well. Less so GP1, but I think GP2, the differences between how teams have elected to set their cars up. So, for example, the 369 of Chattanooga Torrenwagen, they've got a bunch of aerodynamic stuff on their car, and thus it's a little bit down on power. The number 21 of North Loop Motorsport, they run in a very clean configuration, very reminiscent of a Spec E46 car, I believe, well within spec at this point. May have a different brake situation, but otherwise, a car, that just kind of looks like the road car. Open throttle, of course. The 66 has got a big old wing and splitter and such. The 67 does not. So in GP2, they've got that kind of cat and mouse game. And also up in GP1, you're going to have, the difference between the Palomar racing car at the front, the number 38. They're currently in 2nd position. To the number 44 PC Racing. That PC Racing is a pretty powerful car, but it does not have the same advantage in being much lighter. The Palomar car is a lighter car, which typically will help you, especially on fuel burn. But here, where your top speeds are a little bit higher, I think you're going to wish for some of that power back. So
exactly the same dynamic we were discussing up in GTO, Ryan.
Yeah.
With the Moorhead car being just a touchdown on power as a result of being lighter. One other point about the Chattanooga car, if you were to run at a place like Barber without power steering, your arms would be jelly after about half a stint, right? It's a lot of turning, it's a lot of high-speed corners, high-load corners with all the camber and the elevation changes. Fortunately here, you've got 10, 15, 20 seconds at a time to let the car stretch its legs down the inside.
Ooh, the 123 is going to try it again, and they make it stick that time. So I think that's going to be a move for the lead. They're still going to be compromised on the exit there a little bit, but we'll wait for them to come back around to our next camera here. And no, they weren't able to make it stick.
So
going to keep trying that move, I think, as many times as they can. I think as the track gets more and more dry, they should be less compromised by running the wrong line on the exit.
Yeah, in some ways, I kind of question what the hurry is here. You're clearly in a lead pack of 4. I believe that maybe they're being held up just a touch, but in reality, it's not that they're obviously quicker than the car ahead. And I think with the damp patches both on and offline, everybody's kind of cruising around at maybe 90 to 95% at this point. So I would let this race play out if I were behind the wheel of that number 123 and just kind of and let the race settle in a little while.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be pushing it too hard at this point. Obviously, you want to stay with the rest of the pack, keep yourself in a spot where when it does dry out, you can pounce and make those moves. The 123 was about 1.2 seconds quicker than the Stoic 87 last time by, but that could have just been a difference of clean air compared to having a lap car or 2 ahead.
I think there's another situation here wherein you don't want to let the 70 by. Because if the 70 does get by, and again, they're starting to draw back a little bit, but if the 70 gets by, they're going to get a launch off the corners a lot better as the 123 is going to try on the outside here, I think, into turn 1. They're at least going to show the move.
Yeah, we're into traffic now.
They're going to try to make it stick around the outside. I really didn't think that move was on, but they outbraked him again.
This is attempt number 3, way out over the curb, and now going to have that open throttle BMW as a pick.
Yep.
Which means they'll settle in behind the race leading number 87. Just good action early on here.
Absolutely.
And then you've got the train here, the peloton, if you will, of the GTO field.
You had to get the cycling term in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's what it is it not?
It is. Well, it looks like we're going for another attempt at it.
That time, I don't think the move is on. They're going to have
not quite close enough.
Wait again. The rest of the GTO field files down through here. This pack has kept it incredibly clean. I think these folks have the right idea of let's just stay in our line. We can stay in our little draft train here and keep the forward progress moving.
Yeah, it's all BMW line there, except for that Aston Martin. G82s, Supras. Oh, there's another Aston in the back. Triple Eight's back there, I believe.
Triple I. If you're in the YouTube comments and you understand that joke, please go ahead and drop us a comment that you understand the Triple I joke.
Yeah, Mr. West and I were having the debate last night as to whether or not anybody in the paddock is going to understand that and whether we should just bail on it or keep with it.
I think now it's such a bit that you have to keep going.
Absolutely. It would be a shame to... you would be hiding yourself in shame if you backed out of it now.
Exactly.
We are far too deep.
I
today,
will say
of course, the Jamie Wind Cup race.
Jamie Wind Cup.
You know, because it's windy. Real windy.
Right. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Great Clowns.
This is one place I wished we had experimented with V8 supercars.
V8s.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We attempted it down there at COTA in 2013 and never again. This would have been, I think, the obvious answer.
I think substantially taller mountain to climb logistics-wise than COTA. And frankly, I was surprised they did COTA too, because you still have to truck the cars from the port quite some distance. Do you think they shipped them into Houston? Like, there's no way they paid to do air freight for all those. That's a lot of cars.
I don't remember how the schedule... We don't need to play the 2013 Supercars schedule game on DriversEye Live this morning.
Right, that's fine, yeah.
But it was in May, so... Which I guess would be winter down there. I don't know. The following race, I think, would have been Darwin. So... Oh! Big wiggle out of the 701. Headed down into turn 5.
So that 701 was having some mechanical troubles yesterday. That's why they started at the back of the pack, I think, trying to make sure to get that car fixed as well as it can. But the round 3 racing guys, the 997 having an engine issue in the shop, so that car not able to arrive this weekend. Some problems with the GP1 car, so they're down to I think 1.5 solid cars here, but it's the one that counts. The 70 is the one clicking off great times here at the front.
Not to get too terribly deep into track and curb design at this early stage, bearing in mind how much racing we have to go, but the outside of turn 5 there, it used to have a raised curb that had a similar profile to the rest of the curbs around Road America. A couple of years ago, they launched an Indy Lights car off the end of the curb and had to countersink it the way you would have a motorcycle curb.
Yep.
And I think in doing so, what it's done is caused that curb to retain water.
Yeah.
Because it's countersunk into the grade of the pavement. And I just wonder if a couple of cars are being caught out there under braking. It's already a high load braking zone. If you're anywhere near the limit of adhesion in terms of braking forces, longitudinal G's there, very easy for the back end of the car to step out on the wet, even the unpainted curb, but the wet curb there to driver's right, and just give the car a little wiggle. Big gaggle here out of Canada corner up into 13. Another weather point here. You can see by the shadows just how quickly the clouds are moving and just how windy it is. Oop, quick off there for the Rockwell Auto Sports car.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier as well with the clouds. It just seems like they're in fast forward compared to the rest of the world. Like, it's a really weird sensation, I guess.
I genuinely can't oversell how windy it is here. It's so windy.
The cameras are remarkably stable, all things considered.
You know, what?
You did a fine job this morning.
Well, you know,
fine job.
We'll see if all the cameras last throughout the day. That is a primary concern. I do like not having to walk a mile round trip to go place that other camera through the run on the back stretch.
Yeah, nice. So this one in particular here over the Sargento Bridge, headed down into turn 5. I like that we've gone, 99 darts left. Is that
they made it work?
Economy car?
I believe so.
Now, somebody else further behind. It's not 52 maybe. It's ACP Tangerine Associates. These are cars I haven't seen. There's the Economy, the number 17. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is this the first time we've seen Economy Motorsports since they grenaded the Elantra back in New Jersey?
I thought we had seen them one more time, but I would buy that either way.
Yeah, I don't remember. For some reason, that is the memory that sticks out in my mind, having lost the engine in the TCR from the lead. Big shame to lose that PCR spec GTO car from the GTO ranks. Never upset to have more depth in GTO, but would have been nice to have a little bit more of that variety outside of what are quickly becoming a field full of current gen or just one generation prior GT4 cars there up in the front of GTO.
You know, Brendan, I think of all the circuits on the WRL calendar, and then Daytona, of course, but this is probably the one where the TCR is least likely to be competitive.
I think we're going to have a change for the lead down into turn 1, gentlemen. 123 led across the line by just 0.06 of a second. And as we pick them up into the braking zone at the top of the hill,
indeed.
Move done. I agree with you, Ryan, generally, except for the fact that we're going to get something like an inch of range tomorrow. Tomorrow might be a little bit of a challenge there. I am really excited to see tomorrow if the 70 sets a bunch of fast laps, because that will firmly put the nail in the my GT4 car doesn't have the right traction control coffin. Like that's going to be incredible. I hope it happens. I can't wait to see it. It'll be fantastic.
It should definitely be interesting with a very, very wet racetrack tomorrow. It's supposed to start raining later this afternoon and just continue all the way through, I think, until Monday. So no real break in the skies whatsoever, except for the skies just opening right up.
Yep. It is interesting to note on the tire front that I've heard from several GTO teams that while they like the Yokohama in the dry, indeed, if you talk to Justin Marks, he was happy to point out that they were only 4 seconds off the IMSA pole at Mid-Ohio last time out.
Yeah.
And they would not have been last on the grid. So they're very happy with the Yokohama, but they will all, I believe, most if not all the teams will opt for the Continental in the rain. An exceptional rain tire being provided by Continental Tire at this point. So while the tire formula is still open, ooh, the PC racing car, man, they're going to use the cutout there, which is a very courteous, very sociable thing to do. So that's not gone well for them.
Carrying damage, or is it just ground to a halt?
You know, that car in particular, I would imagine it's ground to a halt. They were down to 13th. They were up front, so that I would imagine this is a problem that has been developing.
It is indeed a problem.
So the 38 of Palomar Racing, it's been developing is the point. 38 of Palomar Racing is at the front of GP1
Hey,
right
problem's
now.
over.
We're going to get a full course yellow.
Full course yellow. Oh!
I think we got bigger problems.
Indeed we do. So perhaps something gone quite wrong there. We will let you know as soon as we have any information about that.
Yeah, so the 444 was also listed as being slow a couple of minutes ago. Wondered if maybe we got 44 or 444 instead of 44, but
that's
it's
what I
also
thought
very
too.
possible that we've
Red flag going to be displayed here.
Off. Yep, no identification on that car, but very clearly a car has caught light up there at the entry to the kink.
Of course, when we have any information and are able to pass it along, we will do so.
Yeah, very interesting here. This red flag has come out just on the back end of what had already been declared a full course yellow. So we had a handful of cars duck into the pit lane there, top of the hill. You actually see one just underneath the NTT data bridge, and there are many, many more up cresting the hill by their pit stalls. So that being said, got to be very, very careful in the pit lane to stop all work on the car. Do not touch it. Stop fueling. Whatever it is you had in progress has to be stopped the moment the red flag comes out. Obviously, a little bit of leeway to be given there by the need for notification to the teams. But it's going to kind of throw that rhythm off for the cars that have chosen to duck into the pit lane at this early stage. 9 laps complete by your race leader, the number 123 of NFC Motorsports. And with just 25 minutes gone, not quite halfway into our first fuel run of the day.
Now, while we are under the red flag conditions, want to touch base on another driver lineup change this weekend. The 119 shift up now by AE Victory car has added Pippa Mann, the multi-time Indy 500 driver, behind the wheel of that machine this weekend. And Sarah Montgomery, one of their other drivers, unfortunately broke her left foot this week. Not in any sort of a sports related thing. It was getting off of the couch. So just unfortunate there, but Sarah is going to be behind the wheel of that car at one point this weekend as well. Aaron Vogel, the other driver behind the wheel of that car. So I don't know if we'll get our typical Sarah Montgomery interview because it might be tough to get up to where Ryan West is situated.
I want to give confirmation here. There's no impact for our situation down at the kink there. This is just a car that unfortunately caught fire at the entry to turn number 11. Everybody's safe down there. And obviously the Road America safety team was straight on the case to go handle the situation down there at the entry to the kink. So obviously you get a little bit concerned at the highest speed corner on the track, and arguably one of the highest sort of risk reward corners in North American motorsports. Very little runoff there on the outside, very narrow track on the way in, narrow on the way out as well. But this looks like just a mechanical issue that befell that car on the way into turn number 11, being listed now officially as the number 118 of Blaze Racing.
Definitely glad to hear that everybody is a-okay. Unfortunate that there was the mechanical issues leading to the fire, of course, but main priority always is the safety of the drivers, and getting confirmation that everyone is okay is always a positive. Is the flatbed gonna work its way over, help clean up the scene? So, of course, under these red flag conditions, teams are not allowed to work on the cars whatsoever. As Brendan had pointed out, a handful of cars did come down pit road when that full course yellow was displayed and are now sort of stuck in their pit box or even on pit road, as once again you see a couple cars trying to work their way towards pit lane there when the red flag was displayed. So as soon as it changes back from red to yellow, that work can continue. Teams will likely put a little bit of fuel in it, maybe make an adjustment or two based off of what they've felt so far, but it's definitely good to note here that the track does seem to be drying rather quickly. Of course, not seeing as many spots. There's still going to be a little bit of water buildup, of course, in the grassy areas and just off of the curbing there, but otherwise everything should dry up rather nicely over the next little while and allow us to have some really nice fast-paced racing and a good time here. Just getting another update. Looks like we've had another car exit the racetrack under these conditions. It's the Bruce Innovations 333 machine has taken the exit at turn number 5. That's the BMW M4 for Bruce Innovations. So we'll see what's going on there, see if they're able to continue on. But under red flag here at Road America, everybody is okay. A little bit of a car fire down there in the kink. They're going to get that car onto the flatbed, towed back to pit road, and we'll be continuing on here very, very shortly on DriversEye Live.
That number 333 from Bruce Innovations, Robert, that's the BMW M4 GT4. That chassis in particular may be a little bit tired. It was a championship-winning chassis back in 2022 at the hands of JTR Motorsports Engineering. And that car, by using the exit at turn 5, kind of the back door to the paddock, instead of making the left-hander at the end of the braking zone there at turn 5, you can head straight off into the runoff, use the tire barrier chicane, and it'll put you out basically where the access road joins the main paddock road that goes through the tunnel underneath turn 13, just off to the right-hand side of this shot near the WeatherTech logo. Headed up the hill through the paddock. So it's a quick way if you realize you have an issue early on, or maybe you've got your fuel number wrong, you're not going to make it back around, you can kind of abandon the lap partway through and have a quick run back to the paddock. Now, obviously, the lap won't count, so you've got to take that into account. I'm not sure if it's a manual delete or what the situation is there, but it's an opportunity to solve a problem without getting yourself stranded out on course. Almost in the way you would see at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, right? Where you can bail off the GP circuit before you head out into the forest if you realize you've got an issue. This is kind of a similar way to solve that problem.
It's definitely nice to have that option. Of course, if you do have any major issues, don't want to potentially lay down any fluids or run out of gas or anything like that as you're working your way around the circuit. I'm still, I want to say, impressed by how quickly these clouds are moving, but it definitely does indicate how windy it is out here. The driver's definitely feeling that behind the wheel as, of course, Friday was the test day, was very busy with a lot of a lot of chaos throughout the test session, and a lot of that can be attributed to the wind pushing these drivers all around the circuit. So going to be interesting to see how that continues to come into play all day long. Not really expecting the winds to die down too much here today. Current temperature there in Elkhart Lake is 54 degrees. Wind gusts about 20 miles per hour. So rather windy.
Yeah, these cars being on DOT tires do move around quite a bit.
Absolutely.
In the wind, especially at speed. Yes, they have some aero. It's certainly not like a GT3 car.
Just looking ahead as well, looks like there's a slight risk of any sort of precipitation later on this afternoon around 2-3 o'clock. Pretty low, about 40%, but after that is when it really kicks off for the rest of the weekend. So tomorrow you can definitely expect to see a wet racetrack, which could really shake things up a little bit. Sometimes the higher speed cars don't necessarily do as well in the overly wet conditions. So it'll be very interesting to see which cars continue to have the pace and which ones kind of step up out of nowhere and put themselves in a good position to get up there and battle it out. But a quick run through the field. The NFC Motorsports 123 machine currently leads in GTO. Of course, we saw that pass made earlier on the 87 of Stoic Racing. The Moorhead Speedworks 290 is third in the GTO field with the round 3 racing number 70, fresh off a double victory at Mid-Ohio a couple weeks ago, currently sitting in fourth with the 188 of Fast Track Racing, rounding out the GTO top 5. GP1, it's the Palomar Racing 38 back out front, where we've seen them consistently so far this year. The Edge Autosports 26 currently sits there in second, ahead of the Harrison Motorsports number 392, the Zealous Motorsport 88, and the BSR Racing 981 round out the top 5 in GP1. GP2 is the Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft 369 out front of the Open Throttle Racing 66, the Harrison Motorsports 164, the North Loop Motorsport 21, and the Rockwell Autosport Development number 41 round out the top 5 there in GP2. And GP3, of course, only 3 entries this weekend. The Open Throttle Racing 65 currently leads the way ahead of the AOA Racing 85 and the AOA 75, but the 75 machine has had some issues already here today. And over in GTU, the podium currently all Stratus, with the Stratus 59, the 60, and the 58 being the top 3 there. The 94 Motorsports number 84 resides in 4th, and the Hera Flight Racing 247 rounding out the top 5 in that class. Still under red flag here. Red flag was displayed at 9:23 a.m., so about 12 minutes into that period. Just waiting to finish the cleanup there over in turn number 11 before we can get back underway. But today, folks, is, of course, the 8-hour portion of the weekend. So this one will lead us to about 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. And then tomorrow, we're going to kick off a little bit earlier, and we should be wrapping up the day at about 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. local time. So that should be a good day as well. Coming up still on the calendar, though, as you do see on the screen, coverage beginning 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. So we're going to start about half an hour earlier. Coming up on the schedule, folks, of course, Daytona was to be next, but that one has been pushed to the side due to some track maintenance, unfortunately. Then we're going to head to the Charlotte Motor Speedway coming up the weekend of June 28th and 30th. That should be a fun one. Going to be one of those longer endurance races, 12 hours taking place on this Saturday. We're going to go from Charlotte to Road Atlanta about a month later. That, again, going to be an 8 and 7 hour format, 8 hours Saturday, 7 hours on Sunday. That'll lead us into the September visit to the High Plains Raceway. That one going to be another a long endurance race of 13 hours in length. Then we'll go in October up to Watkins Glen International. I'm hoping to get out to that one. That one not overly far from me, just a couple hours. That's going to be another 8 and 7 format. Sebring in November for the penultimate round of this season. And then, of course, we'll wrap it up at Circuit of the Americas down in Texas on the December 6th, 7th, and 8th weekend. We'll have coverage of all the rounds here on the World Racing League YouTube page. So be sure to stay with us, subscribe, and check out all the great racing action that the WRL has to offer.
I am beyond excited for the late June event at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
It's going to be cool.
Typically, Daytona kind of holds the top spot as my favorite race of the year. We've seen some really phenomenal, not just finishes, but day-long battles down at the famed Roval there, and unfortunately, with unplanned track maintenance fully out of WRL's control, unfortunately scrapping the date beginning of June, it kind of turns everybody's attention to Charlotte instead. And I think it's a great opportunity to, build up a new venue for the World Racing League. We've never been to the Roval at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And as far as I am aware, I think the World Racing League will be the highest profile series to run on that Roval outside of course, the NASCAR Cup and Xfinity Series. So it'd be kind of fun to see a proper endurance race around both the banking and, of course, the fairly tight and technical infield section. Some elevation changes there as well, actually. So it's not just like you're getting a flat infield circuit like you might at Daytona or a place like Homestead. There's actually some real flow and challenge to the infield portion before you set out around the relatively tight banking. Those races on iRacing, when the IMSA series heads off to the Charlotte Roval, are typically absolute chaos. So I don't anticipate that, but I do anticipate it to be absolutely frantic for what, again, is scheduled to be a 12-hour single-day enduro under the lights down there at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
It definitely should be a really cool event. I'm looking forward to seeing how these cars handle around that Roval there at Charlotte. Of course, like you said, working the banking, which is a big portion of the lap there at Charlotte, but also the technical infield road course. That's going to be really exciting to see. A lot of these drivers probably do have some experience there, so it'll be interesting to see how that comes into play and see if we have any additional guest drivers that might come out and take part in that event. Maybe prepare for some other Charlotte Roval races still to come later this year, but definitely looking forward to that one coming up there, of course, in the month of June. Daytona would have been cool too, though.
Always is. Always is. Do have to contend with some summer thunder showers down in that part of the world. So I guess at least we don't have to contend with all of that. Climbing the old TV gantries in the rain to go recover cameras at night was never exactly a fun time, but I'd rather have the 14 hours of racing, even if that's if that's the cost. Looking at a safety vehicle headed through Speedville, out of turn 8 and into the carousel there. It looks like a sweeper truck, which suggests to me that I think the number 118 will have dropped some fluid between the exit of the carousel and the entry to the kink, which is why this red flag has become an extended stoppage rather than just
having
recover the car.
Seen the shot of that corner, Brendan, it's because there was a substantial effort to fight the fire, and there's foam as well as water completely covering the track.
Gotcha.
That is also why we haven't recovered the field back to the pit lane, because it's not passable right now.
Sub Invocare on YouTube asking for updates down there. That is the best we have at the moment. Our camera doesn't cover that area of the circuit. We show the exit of the kink instead, where we do tend to see a little bit more action. And obviously, want to make sure everybody down there at the kink is safe first and foremost. And now that we have that confirmation. Still quite some work to be done to get us back to racing conditions up there at the entry to Turn 11. Sounds like the wind has cost us a camera.
I mean, Ryan did call that earlier today, said that the winds would come into play and maybe blow some of the cameras around. Well, I guess it blew it down.
Thanks for being with us this morning, everybody. Already upwards of right around 300 viewers in the YouTube chat this morning. Would love to have some action to talk about, and hopefully we'll be back to green flag racing here momentarily. But do send the link along to your friends. If you're rooting on a specific driver or team, let us know in the chat there. Say hello. Be happy to engage with you and share our fine Saturday of WRL sports car racing action from America's National Park of Speed.
I've now seen 2 of these that have been firmly blown off of how I set them.
It's just really windy, Ryan. Really
It
windy.
is, and my desire to climb all the TV stands is low in the wind.
Yeah.
The 6 and 7 one is not on a suspended stand, so I could do that one.
Is it on the kind of pallet platform there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I tried to wrap it around that eye loop that's in the middle so that that wouldn't happen, but apparently that didn't really matter.
So this is very interesting.
This is much further than the incident.
I wonder if one of our slow cars was on its way back to the pit lane and was kind of unknowingly dropping some fluid there, and it looks like it just stops when it gets up to the.
Just ran out of fluid.
Yeah, or the truck ran out of sand. Look at how much the sand is blowing around on the surface. It looks like blowing snow, like you would get after a light snow shower or something. It is really
I hope those
blowing around
marshals
down
have
there.
some sunglasses or something on. Otherwise, it's going right in their eyes here today. Which, as a part-time marshal myself, I must say I'm quite jealous of Road America, where they have tables and everything at their marshal stand. Some tracks that I've had the opportunity to flag at, we're lucky to have a board going across just to sit on. So this is quite luxurious.
Road America takes care of their marshals quite well. I've never marshaled up in this part of the country, but I do have a number of friends from my flagging days that are Chicago Region SCCA members. Obviously, they host the June Sprints up here, which you can catch on DriversEye Live later on in the season as well. Yeah, well, you gotta do your job.
Absolutely.
And, amateur racing action all over the United States. It's a big event up here. And one of the coolest things, this is more a Road America plug than it is anything. One of the coolest things is just how much the region buys into Road America as a destination, right? It's not just there for you if you happen to be a racing fan. It is truly a hub of culture and a hub of activity in this part of the country. We were up here for the June Sprints last year for the first time with DriversEye Live. We were also invited back very kindly by the team at Road America to support the video streaming from the WeatherTech International Challenge, which is the Road America hosted historics event in mid-July. And both race weekends, the campgrounds were absolutely slammed. I mean, it might as well have been the IMSA weekend. And what it becomes is just a fine opportunity for people to get out, go enjoy the weather, enjoy the weekend, maybe barbecue a little bit, grill a little bit, and have a few adult beverages out in the sunshine and the warmth. But easily, I mean, 10, 20, 25,000 spectators across the weekend. Many of them camped out from the area down from turn 3 around to turn 5, up on the hill at 6, 7, and 8. Just this place always seems to be busy when there's something going on during the spectator season. For our part here in the World Racing League, I think we're still outside of the spectator season here, are we not, Ryan?
We are. This is the first big
Yeah.
event of the year here. People in the city, in the village, were surprised that they're like, oh, is that already? Like, nobody really knew. The Paddock Club, for example, one of the restaurants that we frequent, is shut down today for a wedding. So
Very interesting.
we're still not fully into the thick of racing season. And indeed, they shampooed the carpet in here right before I arrived. So I think this is the return to Road America. So not quite spectator season. I'm going to be honest, Brendan. If there was an IMSA race this weekend, I would not have come. The weather is awful.
Well, it's very interesting because we're unseasonably warm today, where you could easily say it's a late spring day, if not a little breezy, and then tomorrow it's going to be colder than I think we've ever seen it at Road America. We've had days in the 50s, low 50s, mid 50s. I don't know that we've had a day where it's been trapped in the 40s.
It is so windy right now, and with no direct sunlight, it's very cold. Everybody is bundled up. Like, this is not... I know what the temperature says it's supposed to be, but with the wind and the lack of direct sunlight, I don't think it's going to get there to that high temperature today, unless the clouds all burn off in an hour.
I will say this. The trade-off is that we're not racing on Mother's Day weekend.
Yep.
And that was kind of one of the chief concerns.
Sure.
Out of last season was, hey, if we can find a way to move this particular event, which is always a very popular event on the WRL calendar, off of Mother's Day, I think a lot of people would appreciate it. And I think I'm right in saying that Road America actually moved the start of their season up by a week to accommodate it. As you say, it is the first competitive event at the circuit in 2024. The downside to that is obviously you're playing a game of chicken with Mother Nature, hoping that you happen to get lucky, and well, at least it's warm. At least today, it's better than it otherwise could be. But again, our full field is taking kindly to it. They're out on track, and you take your track time where you can get it, and of course, time with your family where you can get it as well. So. Man, Ryan West doing some work on the TV gantries this weekend. Up there at the top of the turn 14 TV tower to driver's left there. If you were to pan the camera to the right, you would see exactly what you see on an IndyCar broadcast. And obviously you track the cars through 14 and around up the hill. Is that a patch? Oh, this camera is struggling. Is that an asphalt patch down there at the bottom of the shot underneath our graphic, or is that more fluid?
I think it's a patch.
Interesting. Surface is only a year old.
No, I agree. I don't know what the deal with that is, man. That's it is what it is, I suppose. I seem to apparently if you get your road course resurfaced in the United States, apparently it's natural that they're all bad. All of them have problems. Apparently, we can't
Sonoma
do it
was
in this
what,
country.
like 2 days old?
Well, Sonoma, Laguna Seca had problems with it. I think they were having problems with Coda when they tried to fix it the first time. Where were we that there was a huge hole? I think it was NOLA that they were filling holes for WRL after they had resurfaced.
Yeah, that was an older surface.
Oh, okay.
In fairness.
Gotcha. But it just seems like we can't do that in this country. It's not possible. Can't get it done. But what do I know?
Man, he's going to lose that red flag with how windy it is right there. Wow.
The Mid-Ohio surface worked out okay, did it not?
I think it's a good thing IndyCar's not going to run later. Let's put it that way.
Not going to run later.
Not going to run until later.
Oh, right. There was no surface breakup, though, right?
There was no breakup.
Pavement.
There was, I believe I saw there was substantial washboarding in some of the braking zones. Like, there was a couple spots that you could see on the broadcast, and I was like, I don't know, man. I think if you had any faster cars, that would be starting to come up there, but they've got a little time. Back
here at Road America, the talking point last season was how grippy it was online, but how slick, I guess is the word, it was offline. I mean, if you were half a car width off of the racing line there, the car would wash away from you. And it was very interesting to be on site there last year, setting up cameras, walking out on circuit, just how smooth and how compacted the asphalt granularity was last year. I mean, it really kind of felt like a billiard board table. I mean, it was just so smooth. And then obviously through the winter, you expect some bumps to develop and the asphalt to get a little bit more granular. But even during the course of last season, that offline slickness did gradually go away over the course of the season. And as far as I'm aware, Ryan, nobody this weekend has been talking about the surface in any terms like we had last year.
Right. No, it's been nobody has mentioned it at all.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it seems like we're hitting all these tracks that need new surfaces, so we can not talk about it again for another 25 years or so.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, running races in the Midwest and the Upper Midwest, the winters are harsh. The summers are between warm and harsh.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Nah, but the swing
I don't
is
think
what
the
does
surface
it.
cares about heat index. If we want to get into that conversation again, which I don't.
That's true. But the temperature changes from being 10 degrees, 0 degrees in the winter, out to 90 plus in the summer.
Right.
That is what is going to do the damage to the surface, and you've got to find ways to protect against that. Now, frankly, Sonoma has no excuse, but for what we get here in Wisconsin, what we get out at Mid-Ohio in Mid-Ohio, imagine that, Brendan. The weather there is significantly harsher on these surfaces, and as has been the case here, we've got, I think, actually both Road America and Mid-Ohio got something like 16 to 18 years out of their surfaces before they had to be replaced. So, no Sebring, that's for sure.
The character. I've just realized the talkback isn't working on the headphones, and that's why I can't judge the volume.
That's just unacceptable.
I think it's this cable still. But everything's working, so I daren't mess with it.
Now, Ryan, being up there in Wisconsin, have you had a chance to partake in some of their fancy craft sodas or cheese curds as of yet?
I have not. I'm going to level with you. When I lived in Minnesota, I didn't like cheese curds that much.
What?
Ooh.
The problem with a cheese curd is the amount of surface area is pretty high, and they cool off very quickly. So unless you consume them right after they are out of the fryer, they get nasty, I think.
The fryer?
Oh, that's if you were referring to cheese curds, they're almost always fried here.
Really?
Yes. Oh, yes. In a big way. The standard cheese curds, I don't like the squeaky, which is like how you can tell if it's good or whatever. I don't like that. So I'm always like, I like because I grew up in California and, big fan of, Northwestern Oregon, I like a cheese that's been aged a little bit more of a tang to it. The cheese curd, of course, is the inverse because the curd is what happens before it's formed into a block, which is by definition aged. So I don't like the mild cheese like that, and that's really what Wisconsin specializes in. They're all right fried if they're fresh, and very rarely are. That's what you go to Culver's for.
The worst cheese takes I've ever heard.
No, it's absolutely not. Just the limp-wristed sort of lame mealy, milky, just like plain cheese reflects the taste buds of this region.
Oof!
Jeez.
Shots fired.
Listen, I have my cheese allegiances, and they land firmly in Vermont.
The Vermont
But-
cheese is better than the cheese here.
Cabot is one of the finest creameries you will find.
Cabot's fine.
I'm a big fan of Cabot.
It's no
Tillamook
Tillamook.
also fine.
I was gonna say it's no
no,
Tillamook.
no,
It's
no.
no Bandon, but like whatever.
No, Cabot just blows Tillamook out of the water, but Tillamook is fine in its own right.
At least you
Cabot
didn't say
also make
craft singles.
world-beating. Does Cabot also make world-beating ice cream?
Imagine the Canadian rolling in with a take on craft singles.
Yeah, no kidding.
Other
to your
other
bagged
American
milk.
cheese singles brands are available, to be clear.
I've actually
Great
been
value.
getting, American cheese, but they slice it at the Boar's Head deli counter, and it's really good.
Deli sliced cheese is superior, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. We are just about to crest the first hour of action and terrible cheese takes from Road America on DriversEye Live. Thanks for being with us, everybody. It's been a tricky start to the day this morning. We were all clean and green until a little incident down at the entry to the kink. Everybody is safe. It was just just a car catching fire. There's no impact or anything. Driver was out. Car was taken care of, but there is some fluid to be cleaned up to get our circuit and surface back to racing conditions. Plenty of speedy dry being put down around the Canada Corner area as well. Fortunately, the wind should help blow a lot of that loose sand away. By the time we're able to get cars moving again, I think we'll be in good to great shape to send cars racing around the 4 miles of America's National Park of Speed. In the meantime, enjoy the chatter, enjoy the takes. From what is going to be our last WRL broadcast here for a little while. Next time we'll be with you will be from Charlotte Motor Speedway at the end of June, some 2 months from now. So spend your day with us while you can. Yeah, but then it gets busy.
Yeah.
So spread out first half of the season, and then we get into the good stuff towards the end of the season. Hello to Kelton Jago in the chat. It's a little DriversEye Live audience crossover there. It's the first SCCA race after the repave. The service was evil. More down by the time they got to the June sprints, it was better, but then it rained. Pavement tech had not kept up with the tire tech, which is interesting because I think that the common line after the repave was that it was some of the most advanced pavement tech in the country. It was designed to be smooth. It was designed to absorb water to some degree rather than just to pool it on the surface. And obviously built to stand up to the harsh upper Midwest winters as well. But I do remember, I think you guys had some rain here at the WRL event in early May last season as well. But anytime the surface got wet, it was pretty brutal.
So I'm looking in the
all part of the
YouTube
fun.
chat, and some people don't like your take on cheese there, Ryan West.
That's fine. I'm all right with that. They can enjoy sitting in their houses in January while I go to the beach.
Olaf Wolfen's take on craft beers being the best in Wisconsin is not a good one either. I think culturally we have just taken Wisconsin down to the studs here. Whatever facade they put up, cheese bad, brats bad, beer bad.
The brats are fine. They just,
They're just fine.
It depends on who's cooking them, man. Got to get the beer in there. I should have gone to a fish fry last night, and I didn't.
You absolutely should have.
Or a nice supper club.
You find yourself in Sheboygan yesterday?
No, of course not. No chance. A competitor has granted me accommodations in their Montana-style lodge.
What does that mean
Ooh.
exactly?
It's like a log cabin with like really impressive timber in it for this region. Like they had to have shipped the timber from quite a distance. It literally
Minnesota.
looks like houses
The
that I
UP.
have partied in Bozeman. Like it's fantastic. Sorry, Jordan just said that the turn 6 camera is back. Does that mean, Jordan, that it has been blown back the other direction? Wow. I wonder if that's Scotty Elkins or similar fixing that for me. Yes! All right. I am in. Hell yeah. They are wondering right now why they can't see the screen. And why they can't pull the menu down to change the brightness so they can see the screen. Well, I appreciate whoever the photographer is that's fixing my camera. That's quite nice of them.
Yeah, shout out to you.
Mysterious cameraman or woman.
We salute you,
All right.
Mr. Turn 6-7.
Or miss.
Or miss, it's very true.
6'7" person.
I have to say, Jordan is getting real creative with the transitions here this weekend. I
Hey,
understood
Jordan, did you get the spiral? Okay.
But
well,
the one that's throwing me is the cute that one because every time
That's
he
my
does it,
favorite.
I think the camera's falling over, like sideways. Yes, exactly.
One of these times it might.
So that one's been blown. Like it. Oh, I'm looking at their YouTube. I'm sorry. Yeah, the transition. Yeah.
Good shot of the Matt Connolly
Look at them
Motorsports
brats.
Pontiac GTO parked up there at the exit of 8, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania. Where I can confirm they do have some of the finest craft beverages in all the land.
Okay. All right.
We'll just have to get some craft beers from everywhere that the WRL goes and just test them all out.
Put together a variety pack.
Yeah.
We already do that.
Do we?
WRL
I
brews.
do
Brendan does that.
I do.
I don't.
The best craft beers at Road America are in Chicago. Changed my mind.
I wouldn't know what to tell you there. I do know that of the 2 hours and 45 minutes it took me to get from Chicago to Road America, 45 of that
Did you
was
walk?
No, 45 of that was getting from Wrigley to the freeway.
Oh, so that's not fair. Yeah, it's 2 hours from O'Hare, Hobbs.
Yeah.
Even in
Well, no,
traffic.
even then there was construction. So somebody in WRL, who was it that's out of Chicago? I saw them complaining about the traffic because they have the express lanes closed, like through the O'Hare like area because they're doing construction on it.
Yeah.
So that was pretty awful too. It might have been Mo. Mo, I think, was complaining about it from the seat of his Cayenne.
Yeah, right. Classic Mo. We've removed 2 support vehicles from the racing surface down there at the exit of turn 14, so hopefully...
We're going to go to yellow here, Brendan.
That is fantastic news.
We are going to get 3 laps of yellow so that everybody has the opportunity to make the cheap pit stop.
Yeah, important to get your strategy right here. So, red at 9:23 local time, yellow at 10:06, which by my very rudimentary math puts us at that 43 minutes of red time.
Yeah.
Yep. Track is clean, though. We're gonna
Well,
get back going here.
it's not slick from fluids. Clean might be a bit of a stretch, given
That's
how
fine.
much speedy dry has been applied to the surface. You see it here in the center of the track, down at turns 12 and 13. Be important to get a feel for the track surface here under these first few laps. Obviously, the track has developed substantially despite only having had about half an hour of green flag racing time thus far. We were pretty damp to start things off, lots of damp patches on and off the racing line. We've pretty thoroughly dried out now. The track has on and off been basking in some sunshine, which will bring the temperature up a little bit. But obviously very windy as well, so not sure just how much heat the surface is retaining. You're going to want some time here to kind of feel that out. And ensure that you've got some temperature in the tires, some pressure up into the tires before we send our cars out racing again. Worth noting for the number 123 here of NFC Motorsports, they are going to have a, provided they don't pit here anyway, a clear track in front of them when we go back to green. Which, they had only built up about 3 seconds. They took the lead away from the Stoic Racing number 87, but they were definitely quicker. So if you're going to try and build up a little bit of a buffer for yourselves here, there's a good opportunity for that NFC Motorsports Mercedes to do exactly that. The number 85 has stopped at the exit of turn 10. That'll be out at the carousel.
It's the AOA GP3.
Wonder if that was car got going and then stopped again, or just could not restart. Stops here for the 333 from Bruce Innovations. That was the car that was out, that had taken the shortcut down at turn number 5 to come back to the paddock. Important pit stops here. Stoic Racing is into the pit lane. That's the number 87. The number 290 from Moorhead Speedworks is into the pit lane as well. The 123, crucially, I do not believe ducked off into the pit lane, but Ryan, you're there up at the top of the hill at start-finish. Looks like just about everybody else behind them has ducked into the pit lane here.
Yeah, a substantial amount of the leaders, the 70, the 87, the
70 as well. Okay.
The 221, the 766, like the whole of the GTO field, at least that was from those lead 2 packs, is going to come through to take a pit stop here.
This is going to leave the 123 out there very much alone. It looks like the 172 is going to be the next GTO car to have stayed out. That'll promote that car up into second. That's the Aston Martin from TLM USA. North Loop, the number 21 has stayed out. You see it headed down there into turn number 1 to catch the back of the queue. And the ACP car's there as well. It's the number 2. So shake-up here at the top of the running order. Made some of that down in GP1 as well. Looks like a lot of the production cars have stayed out. Really hoping we have the opportunity to settle in here once we go back green. It was a fairly smooth start. I was actually expecting it to be a lot more chaotic given how damp the surface was and how tricky the conditions looked even just from our trackside cameras. But all things considered, up until we had the little conflagration down there at the entrance to the kink, we were in pretty good shape.
Yeah, everything was fairly clean and green until the time of that unfortunate fire there that was just caused by a mechanical issue on the 118 from what we understand so far. Otherwise, really, everything's been pretty clean and pretty calm so far. Obviously, some great battles up at the front between the NFC 123 and the 87 of Stoic. Those will come back after everything cycles through here. Of course, the 87 came down pit road. The 123 did not. So the Stoic car going to have a bit of work to do to get back up to the front. A couple other cars coming down pit lane there, as you just saw in that shot. But still a long way to go.
It's unfortunately maybe the last time we mentioned the number 118 of Blaze Racing this weekend, but spare a thought for the folks down there in the 118 camp. That car was involved in an incident in Friday practice at Mid-Ohio, and it was a big job to get that car repaired and race ready after all of that in what was only a 3-week turnaround time. And Scott Mann was fairly public about his journeys to make sure that that car was going to be race ready again. Everything looked like aft of the C pillars on that car had to be rebuilt to some degree, and obviously they were able to do that. Ran in practice yesterday and got a few laps in this morning, but you wonder if maybe some part of that rebuild was not quite so thoroughly shaken down, or maybe something was a little bit loose there. Just a handful of laps in this morning, it kind of feels like maybe they're back to square one with the rebuild of that number 118.
And obviously, it's really unfortunate for the team. Like you said, Scott and the guys put a lot of work into getting that car rebuilt. I followed that along for the past couple of weeks as he was posting some update pictures, and it looked really good. I was excited to see it back out on the racetrack, and then unfortunately, it's issues this morning. But the one good thing is they do have about 2 months after this one to prepare something for the next round of the season coming up at Charlotte. So hopefully we'll see the Blaze Racing team back with us for that next round.
The 123 has ducked into the pits on the second time around here, and
interesting.
You try and not be overly harsh on some of the strategy decisions, but man, this one is a baffler.
Definitely going to lose a lot of positions.
Yeah, to
going down
the
now.
point that if you think it was the right call to pit, you know, not have yourself so far. Well, if you think it was the right call to pit because you've run half a stint, basically, right? You had the pace laps as well, and you want to take advantage of the ability to pit under yellow while you have it. The cost here, the opportunity cost for that 123 is the best track position possible as a result of being directly behind the pace car or at the back of 55 cars. It almost would have been better staying out, I think, in this case, right? You kind of made that bet. You've got the track position, and you're likely the quickest car on track. I think I would have considered just staying out, accepting it for what it is, and working to rebuild the race from this point forward using what we've got. This one is a bit of a head scratcher. You also knew we were going to be coming back to a couple of laps of full course yellow. So once the red flag was over, by all accounts, your crew should have been ready to receive you. This is, I think, going to be a tough one for that number 123. Now, if you're the 172 or the 2, by all means, you absolutely stay out on track now. Take advantage of the track position you've got.
It's definitely an interesting call. We'll see how it works out for them. Obviously, if you are going to take a risk when it comes to pit strategy, doing it early on is probably the safe bet. But still a lot of work to do to get back up there. Now you're going to have a handful of slower cars in between yourself and the guys you were competing with. So it's going to take even more effort to get up there and get back to where you feel that you rightfully belong on the racetrack. So it'll be very, very interesting to follow that 123 and see how quickly they can work their way through the traffic, and if they can work their way back up to the top 10, top 5 before the next pit stop.
For whatever it's worth, it was a fairly quick stop for that number 123. It looks like a quick fill and then send it on its way. Already starting to catch up to the back of the queue down around the Speedville area here at turns 8 and 9. There it is. There are a handful of cars behind it there as well. You see the Matt Connolly Motorsports Pontiac GTOR in there. The 333 from Bruce Innovations is a bright yellow BMW Palomar. I think the number 38 is there as well. So it's not stone last in the running order, but in this commentator's humble opinion, I think this is going to set that car back a little bit leave it with all kinds of work to do as we get ready to go back to green with an hour and 17 minutes gone in our first Euro of the weekend at America.
Brendan, do you know if there's any statutory or regulatory requirements in Speedville specifically?
There's no laws when you're eating brats. I have no idea.
That was mostly correct. It is that there are no laws in Speedville. No laws. Not at all.
The only law is speed.
We're going to go back to green here.
Hey.
Thank
at Road
heavens.
America. The number 63 is going to lead the field to green. The 172 is going to pull out and pass the lower class traffic here. They will have the they will be the first car in line into turn 1, not necessarily in the lead here. That F-body Camaro has made its way back out on track as well. We're going to stay nice and clean. The two Stratus cars, of course, running through together.
So this is exactly what I was referring to with that number 123 Mercedes. Look at how strung out this field is already just off of the green flag. You put 55 cars end to end, and this is exactly what it's going to look like. Progress will be quick, but there is a lot of progress to make, and you can see the benefits of clear air from that 172. There we go. This is Road America.
Oh, man.
This is the Road America experience. 3 wide under the Sargento Bridge down into the braking zone for turn 5. Remember, we had a split start. The GTO and GTU cars split from the general production cars. So this will be the first time we've had all 55 plus of our 5 cars in our 5 classes together. And that is exactly how stuff like this goes down. Top gear headed down to the braking zone here at 5. All 55 of them trying to do it simultaneously.
All right,
and there was a ton of them in just a very close quarter. Wow, using every inch of the paved area. Wow.
Wow. Indeed, there are no laws in Speedville. Look at that.
Absolutely not.
So here's a take for you. On the restarts, we should do double file restarts, but the general production cars should start on the outside, and the GT cars should start on the inside.
That is the best terrible idea I've ever heard.
I mean, then that GT field's going to just thunder right along, and they'll be out of the way pretty quickly.
Yeah. Listen, I am pretty averse to making safety car procedures more complicated than they need to be, but that is one that almost makes sense.
Look at all that dust there from the oil dry coming up.
This is exactly what was anticipated.
That'll be... I think it'll be a couple laps before that's firmly taken care of there, so hopefully everybody stays nice and reasonable through this section of the track, and indeed, it seems like it's been all right.
First time across the line after...
The 70 is right under the rear bumper of the 290. I think they're going to try to have a move here. They're on the left side. The 70 is going to try to show the move and not quite going to get there. Are they going to have the over-under? I don't think so. I think the Random Vandals car impeding a little bit of the progress there.
Perhaps, but this is a battle for 5th. That number 28 is just as much right to those positions as the cars behind do. So everybody's here on the same lap. Battle for P5. 28 leads 290 leads 70. I think that 70 is just able to get the power down a little bit better as you exit some of these medium speed corners, and indeed had a run headed down the hill into turn number 3 that last time. Just no room to actually execute the move on the brakes. Now we'll look to the outside with a straight line speed advantage. The 123 tried this a couple of times with limited success, but it looks like maybe the 70 is going to have a shot here, headed up the hill towards the Corvette Bridge at turn number 6. And when we see them crest the hill and make the run into corner number 7, that is the job done by the driver of the number 70 from Round 3 Racing. That's Porsche into 6th, Ginetta back to 7th.
And now that 70 is going to start working on the Random Vandals BMW, the next car in line. And yep, they're going to have the inside here going through the carousel. We'll see what the result of that is as they come through the kink momentarily. Unfortunately, most of this backstretch right here is a giant dead zone, so it's very difficult to get camera further down, and they do.
Yeah.
They make it stick there. They're going to go down into Canada Corner, which you cannot quite see from this location, and then rocket back up the hill.
Yeah, we'll see him here at the exit of Canada Corner, headed up the hill into turn number 13, where the cell network kind of regains its composure there. 70 is tucked in behind the number 333 from Bruce Innovations, which is at least a lap down.
And we do have the onboard from that. I don't know if they have the rear view camera, however. I think they opted for the driver camera instead.
I think you are correct. This
Yep.
is a great feed out of the front of the BMW M4 GT4.
So Steve Weber aboard here.
Red gloves.
Yep. We'll see Glenn McGee get in the car later, I presume. Glenn McGee, of course, the hot shoe for that track. It seems they have fallen into the same trap that Random Vandals fell into last year, wherein they have selected as the 70 goes by, they have selected the kart track instead of the full track for their map display on the V-Box system.
I was trying to figure out what that
Yep.
was earlier this morning. I thought it was Autobahn, but I think you're right. I think it's the kart track.
Well, because that happened with Random Vandals, where the car would just like leave the track.
Yeah.
Or it was in the right configuration, but it wasn't anywhere close.
Oh, and the scale is.
Yeah. See, that's the location. Yeah. So it's still GPS accurate, which is an interesting way to render that. I think.
It's.
But like, that's.
Ooh, up the inside goes the 290. So this has allowed that number 70 to escape up the road a little bit. Got the move done before they went down into turn number 1. The 290 was stuck behind to some degree until they got to that braking zone at turn 5. The 333 is going to slide wide a little bit here. That is, the 766 comes up next.
Yep.
So where has did the 28 already go through?
Yep, that's the car track right there. Yep. Okay.
Where is the 28? Oh, we're wide. Car is sideways on the way in. There goes the Stoic Racing, number 87, followed by the 74 from AOA.
Yeah.
That's the car I couldn't identify earlier. So where is the number 28?
Is the 28 still stuck in behind, perhaps?
We've had at least 5 more cars go through than I would have anticipated. Let's see if we can pick it up on the track sides here. There goes the 225 from Thunder Bunny Racing, 70 from
the 290,
then Thunder Bunny 766.
There's
There's the Random Vandals number 28. That car has lost 6-7 spots just in the last lap.
The battle for the lead GP2, the number 21 of North Loop Motorsports has closed up to within 7/10 of the leader, number 369. Fortunate for those guys, they got a little bit of a reprieve from having to wheel that car with no power steering. Somebody's going to push all the way to the wall here. It's the Stoic Racing Supra, not quite able to make them make it down the inside there of the AOA BMW. Just trying to see if I can find the orange and white 3 Series. Let's see. They've lost a little bit of time now. I think they were in some traffic as well. Now back out to 4.5 seconds from the number 369, just going down into turn 1. Shift up now. Audi R8 just going through our screen there. Driven this morning by Sarah Montgomery, who is... has a bit of an injury to her left foot, I believe.
That's correct, yeah.
So I spoke with her yesterday, and I determined that we're going to use the same story that Juan Pablo Montoya used, which was that she broke her foot while playing tennis, which is what you tell Ron Dennis if you were actually riding a dirt bike.
Similar to the old hydraulics failure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Toyota had a lot of those. Or Toyota had electrical failures. That's what
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. The electrical failure was the wiring loom was destroyed by the piston exiting the block.
Listen, it's racing. You can tell people whatever you want. There is no accountability here.
Have you ever looked at like the injury report for a like a professional hockey team?
Of course not.
It just says like lower body injury. Like they put as minimal detail on there as they're allowed to.
Oh, 290's gone back through the number 70, headed up into 13 here.
And that's the 221 right on the bumper of one of the Team ACP with Tangerine Associates cars.
That's the battle for third, and it's the 2 leading the 225. So got a mess of 2s and 5s here. 52 leads 225. So the ACP teammates changed positions on the last lap, and then it's allowed the number 225 from Thunder Bunny Racing up to the back of that number 2 BMW M4. 52 seems to be the quickest car out of the lead bunch at the moment. 224.3 last time. Picked up a second on the leading Aston Martin and has the lead down to almost exactly a second in the meantime.
The 52 also has the quickest time on the day overall, 223.086. That's about 0.6 of a second quicker than the next fastest car, the 225 of Thunder Bunny, and that was set about 2 laps ago.
The 333 is going to take to the pit lane here, so I imagine that will be Glenn McGee getting into the vehicle.
Well, the one positive about their onboard is they told us the glove color in the bottom right. I really love that feature that they threw in there. Of course, this is Steve Weber behind the wheel right now. We'll see if Glenn McGee gets in here momentarily, which I think we do expect that to take place here.
Here in a few races, we'll be able to have that information available to you. No, this is a mechanical issue. They're looking under the hood. So that may have been a down on power situation more so than a driver skill thing. Because even Steve Weber is not as fast as Glenn McGee. I think he's very upfront about that. But he's not that slow. Like that makes a lot more sense here that they were nursing some type of issue.
Well, Ryan, if you remember, under the red flag condition, this car exited the course at turn 5, so they had some sort of an issue going on earlier on, probably just a continuation of that.
Yeah. I would imagine this is the ignition coils and or spark plugs that they're working on right now, given the location on the engine, the straight 6 in the BMW.
The car didn't seem to be really off pace at all.
It was definitely down on power on the straights. Like the other GTO cars.
That was why everybody went flying by. I thought he was just letting them by because he was a lap down and there was a battle for position. That does make a lot more sense. Race leaders head down into turn number 1 again. It's TLM USA and the Aston Martin leading a duo of ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4s with the Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra stalking behind. Number 290 there trying to bridge the gap. It's the Janetta G56 from Moorhead Speedworks. How about this variety, huh?
Beautiful. You love to see it.
Yeah, we've crested the years of M4 dominance, at least in terms of sheer volume. Second gen M4 GT4, and now Janetta provides all kinds of variety, both RL and in terms of
full
concept.
Course
as we go, double yellow.
Now, I'm not sure if this ties together here, but the Chattanooga Tourenwagen 369 and the 247 of Hera Flight Racing had some contact in turn 11, and then immediately we got there you go. Yeah.
Ooh.
The car into the safer barrier at the outside of the kink.
I believe that is the 247.
Yeah, it definitely is Hera Flight. Not a lot of damage on that car, all things considered, for as high speed a corner as that is, but that car obviously is stricken there in a really high speed part of the track. And we'll go neutralization, course neutralization one more time here as the leaders arrive on the scene.
The 981 of BSR Racing in the Porsche Cayman takes to the pit lane. They had led the GP1 field at one point. I think that was on pit cycle.
Here's my wireless mouse battery has finished its final stint of the day.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, Brandon, that's why you got to upgrade to the ThinkPad, which has the little rubber mouse thing in the middle of the keyboard.
I'm on a desktop.
Desktop with a wireless mouse. Some people like to watch the world.
Well, I pack it up and go to the track.
It's his favorite mouse.
Also, it's the same receiver for a wireless mouse and keyboard, so take advantage of these opportunities we have.
But I use it at the office, too.
Would this be a fine time for a quick commercial break?
I think it may be.
Stick right there, folks. We'll be right back here in Wisconsin for more WRL racing action.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to WRL here at Road America. Fourth weekend of the season here. Just had a little bit of a full course yellow situation. Many cars have already pitted under their previous yellow, so I think we won't see very many pit callers this time around.
Looks like just a few have come down pit road. The Random Vandals Racing 28, the Economy Motorsports 17, and the 188 of Fast Track Racing, as well as the 887 of Round 3, all coming down pit road this time.
The big gaggle pulling into the pit lane.
We'll bring them all.
Here we are, of course, on the front nine. First 9 hours of the event. The 50. Ellertown, Pennsylvania. They pull into the pit lane. It's a driver change. Many teams have now opted to take their canopies down, given the amount of wind going on. I think this is among the worst of it today. It has shifted slightly, the direction of the wind.
So I guess they've opted to take it down before the wind takes it down for them.
Yes.
Good call. Riding on board here with Steve Weber in the Bruce Innovations 333.
333. That doesn't work.
No, that doesn't work. The Triple I sounds much better.
It does. Well, I mean, it's correct. I mean, if you're going to do it. So this is the onboard with Chattanooga Tourenwagen in their E36 BMW. Just coming through this section here, which again is troublesome for the cell service situation. The wind is so loud. Jacob Hiller, of course, aboard the car, right up onto the bumper of the economy car. Hope they got the damage waiver. It's economy rent-a-car. Yeah. Anyway.
Good work. Nice shot of the cleanup here going on.
I have to imagine that running through the kink in a downforce car when the wind is this treacherous has to be incredibly difficult.
Well,
especially
it's
today,
like
I don't begrudge
a tunnel
anybody.
here, Ryan.
It's a tunnel, and then again, if you have the downforce car and the wind suddenly comes off it, you don't have the grip that you thought you had initially. Here we are on board the Shift Up Now Audi R8. Currently stationary, but still moving.
A couple more pit stops happening here. It has been a very busy severe weather week in America this week, it seems. So why not throw some extreme winds in there too?
There's been a small craft advisory for both lakes the past couple days here.
So do not take your rubber dinghy out onto the lake this weekend.
You need to be an experienced seaman in order to take your boat out on Lake Michigan. Number 21 and the 369 coming to the pit lane here together. I can see the 369. The number 21 is obstructed by the flag stand, so I'm going to have a decent idea of how much time is gained and or lost in the pit lane.
So Ryan, I guess you're gonna skip the cruise of Lake Michigan tonight. Not gonna go out there.
I am gonna pass on that one for sure. I would be tempted. I've always wanted to take the ferry across the lake to get to Michigan. I've never had the opportunity. I would be tempted to do it in weather like this, just to see what it's like at its worst. Okay, the 21 has left the pit lane, and I don't think the 369 is going to get it done. They are not. So number 21 with a lightning pit stop is going to take the lead here in GP2. 369, they look like they're looking at the the rear left tire. Now they get going. So they lost about 15 seconds, give or take, on that pit stop. But of course, they're under yellow, so they can afford to take a little bit more time because the gap won't be tremendously large when they catch back up under the safety car. But nevertheless, going to lose some track position there.
Well, and one thing to note, the Tourenwagen 369 car was slightly involved in the incident that we just had with the Heraflight 247 that led to the full course caution. So a good move by them, obviously checking for damage and pulling anything that might be leading to some potential issues there. But still a long way to go. Looks like pit road was relatively busy through this section with potential fueling or pit lane infractions as well. The race log is filling up rather quickly.
We did have a note in the drivers' meeting that anybody who was not respecting the pit blend line, and I think blend line is a generous term, when the expectation is that you stay to the right of the pit line on the exit all the way until you get to turn one, and that would be treated as a pit infraction. So if you have an issue with that, there you get one warning, but then that's your warning for all things pit related. So your catch trays for your fuel, your visor down, all that sort of stuff gets a little bit higher risk shortly thereafter.
And the one thing about the pit exit here at Road America is it essentially leads you right out into the apex of turn number one. So gonna be quite sketchy at points when we do get some green flag stops, hopefully at some point here today. Obviously, the stops we've had so far have all, for the most part, been under full course yellow conditions, so we haven't had to worry about that too much. But when you have cars exiting directly into traffic, it can make for some real sketchy moments.
I just had a chance to review our onboard from the number 369 down there at the kink. Fortunately, it was a fairly low speed actual impact once the 247 made it out to the wall. 369 was actually just an innocent bystander. It looks like the Heraflight Sebico NP01 just lost it at the apex going up the inside of the BMW, and as it spun backwards across to driver's left, the GP2 entry from Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft just literally had nowhere to go. Yeah, They both kind of bounced off the safer barrier on the left side of the curb there. So
Definitely
the
positive there.
Yeah, 369 obviously able to continue. The 247 did come to rest there, roughly where the safety truck is at the end of the curb. But it was never a very hard impact. You could see it from our camera there up on top of the TV gantry. There was very, very little relative damage to that NPO1's bodywork. It looks like the car is still there.
It doesn't seem to have moved very much whatsoever.
It hasn't, no. No, it doesn't look like they've got the tilt bed there just yet. That is it is a little bit tricky here, in as much as there's really not a lot of opportunity to get that car onto a tilt bed. You've almost got to put it parallel to the track before you back the tilt bed up to it and get it loaded. But thus far, it doesn't look like they've been able to do that.
And unfortunately, unlike the Saturday portion of WRL a couple weeks ago, we cannot just leave a car there and turn it into Mustang Corner as we had a few weeks back, because this is not a very good spot to be stopped. So good move by getting it picked up here, and looks like we're going to bring the field pit side.
Yeah, I actually wonder if we're going to go to a black flag here and park the cars in the pit lane so that they can maneuver that car as needed across the track. Part of the problem is if you leave the cars circulating and you do have to park a flatbed across the line, even if you've got, let's say, 2 to 3 minutes where you wouldn't anticipate having any cars, it only takes one car coming out of the pit lane to get trapped behind where the flatbed would be parked. And then you've got a stacking issue, or if for some reason you can't load the car up onto the flatbed and that truck is there longer than 2 or 3 minutes, then you do have a problem. So almost might be setting ourselves up to not get caught out here rather than needing to do this to get the cleanup job done up there at the kink.
And the call from race control is a operational red flag.
That's exactly what this is.
Good move, because like you mentioned, you got to maneuver that car, the 247, to get it onto the flatbed. And where it's sitting, they basically
That's exactly it. Yeah, they were going to have to park the flatbed across the track. And look, if it's been in the wall there, and we're certain that it has, there's probably some suspension damage there. So your options are either to put that car on the hook on a crane and lift it up, bring it home that way, or to do it the way they're doing it here. Now, when you think about Le Mans, you think about IMSA and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Those cars all have very standardized mounting points that you can put them on a hook on a wrecker, and they are homologated in the way that they're balanced, right? So when you put it on the hook, the car is not going to tilt forward or backward. Those mounting points are intentionally homologated for success every time you need to recover a car. That's obviously not the case here. We don't have anything like that level of technical demand or technical homologation. So you've got to rely on more traditional methods to do this. And obviously, being in a race session here, almost any other point you could you could checker flag a sprint race early, or go to a red flag with cars out on track, or just wait, frankly. But that's not the case here. We need to do something to make sure we can recover this car in a timely fashion, in a safe fashion, with the constraints that we've got. This is, I think, the right decision. Jumping on board the 119 from Shift Up Now AE Victory. 333 is back out as well. Well, they back out. They're in the pit lane, but they're not parked up in the pit box with the hood up. So I think it's the last time we saw them. Our irresponsible math predictions are going to be an absolute disaster for this race.
Oh, yes, they absolutely will.
We are almost 2 hours in here, and through no fault of anybody's, we're unfortunately just stuck on 20 laps complete. Now, it is a long lap, so it's not quite as dramatic as it sounds. Best times down around 23, 224. I've spent plenty of time this morning with the course neutralized.
I think we've spent more time so far under red flag than green, which is unfortunate. But hopefully, once we get through the early portions of the day, we're able to piece together some nice green flag runs and get some good battles going, which we've already had. We've had some great battles. It's just we haven't been able to continue them, unfortunately, due to a couple of incidents, which have mainly been solo incidents. This one, I guess you can call a multi-car. The 369 got a slight piece of it,
yes.
but
yeah,
I think it was going to happen no matter what.
It's tough. Road America is one of the tracks of all time. One of the tracks left in North America that has real consequences to it, right? There are some really high-speed corners here. Very, very narrow track. Very little runoff in some of the highest speed parts of the circuit, and that is, it's not because we don't want runoff here at the kink, but we don't want to lose the kink as a great corner. And just behind the catch fence here to driver's left is a rail line, so you're not moving that. And this is just kind of what drivers accept, and frankly, what I think drivers love, right? Is you want risk to have some reward when things go right. Unfortunately, when things go wrong, it means that the consequences can be significant. Now, we haven't seen that this morning, right? Yes, this is our second red flag of the day, but it's not because we've had any kind of major incident that requires cleanup or somebody is, we're taking the precautions on driver safety or anything like that. It's just been kind of the nature of the beast as the race has gone this morning. So that is all to say that despite having had some pretty significant incidents here in the past, I don't think we have any indication that this race is going to go that direction this morning. As far as we can tell, this is the first time we've had two cars off in the wall together, and even that was destined to be a single car spin. So I think we're in better shape than the race flow has dictated or might suggest so far this morning. And hopefully when we do go back to green, that continues and we get to see good, clean, fast racing.
I definitely agree with that fact that it has been good racing from what we've had so far and should continue to be a really solid day here at Road America. Just unfortunately, we have had to have the red flags. First one, of course, due to a fire on the racetrack, which you need to stop the field to allow the safety crew to get there right away and operate safely. Of course, a lot of fluid was put down as well, so you have to halt the race just to avoid any further major issues that can come from sliding through all that fluid. And then this one here is really just because it's a tight area of the racetrack. The safety crew needs the room to be able to maneuver the safety truck. Obviously, having a tow truck sideways across the racetrack, you're not going to get race cars by there. We're not going to try it. That's not safe. So of course, red flag number 2 here. This one should be rather quick. I'd expect them to have that car fully loaded in the next couple of minutes, get it back pit side. Of course, we are there in the kink, which is not overly far from pit road entry, just a couple of corners. So we should be able to get back under full course yellow conditions here shortly. And I think I'd expect quite a few cars to start thinking about pit strategy coming into play when it comes to driver changes and whatnot. Of course, the drive time limit of 3 hours going to come into play at some point in the event, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, the risk of sounding overly apologetic here, just to put a point on this, the use of the red flag here. The red flag is ultimately a tool, right? It's a tool to
absolutely
neutralize the race and ensure that the course is safe, not just And actually, frankly, it's less for the drivers that are out there on track and much more for the safety crews that have work to do, that they can do it without fear of cars coming by or needing to constantly watch their backs, right? If the course is neutralized, it is theirs to do the job that needs to be done. That means we're not circulating cars unnecessarily. We're not burning gas, tires, whatever the case might be. So yes, it looks dramatic. Red flags are always, you tune into a race and you see it's under red. There's no obvious weather. It's kind of a scary thing, and you wonder if everybody's okay. But in our cases here, if anything, it's maybe on the conservative side, number one. And number two, it really is just a tool to allow our course workers to do the job that they need to do and get us back to racing more safely and more quickly in the grand scheme of things. So kudos to those making the decisions upstairs in the World Racing League race control room, because by all accounts, we'll get back to racing more quickly here. Robert, you make the point about pit stop strategy moving forward as the NPO1 is moved away from the incident down there at the kink. We've only done 20 laps, and I think just about every car, other than maybe the top three, have already been in. Actually, the other three did come in when we went to yellow here before the red. So basically everybody has been in once. The problem is, if you anticipated that you were gonna, let's say, double stint or run a stint and a half, you would have left the driver in the car, the starting driver in the car at the first pit stop. We're now almost 2 hours into the race. Right, so as you say, there is a 3-hour mandatory maximum stint length before you've got to change drivers and get yourself out of the car. And if you don't change drivers under the yellow flag here, there is a chance that we're going to see the bulk of the GTO field push up against that 3-hour maximum by the time the next round of pit stops rolls around.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how that comes into play. Obviously, there's a couple teams that are deploying a 2-driver lineup here today. I believe the 70 of round 3 racing only has the 2 drivers in Cole and Josh this afternoon. So we'll see how it comes into play when it does come time to doing those driver swaps. Obviously, like I said, 3-hour limit per stint. So gonna be interesting anyways, just to see how this one develops. Of course, Steve Weber still behind the wheel of the Bruce Innovations 333, sitting there on pit road. You can see his red gloves. That's the indicator of the drivers here in this car today. And something Ryan mentioned a little bit earlier is at some point this season, we will have a driver information system that will let us know who is behind the wheel at any given time, which will be great to be able to share their stories, tell a little bit more about the driver on a personal level. That's something that WRL and the Flagtronics team are working to implement here as soon as they possibly can. As you see the 247 working its way back towards pit lane, just a couple of turns away, actually just one turn now from that pit road entry. So we should be going back to full course yellow here momentarily.
Yeah, we were expected to have that Flagtronics system up and running by this point in the season, but that system being developed, essentially for WRL's requirements here. And Flagtronics team has been extremely responsive in making sure that the drivers, the teams, and the series have everything they need for that system to be successful. We're just not quite there yet. The system's still kind of in a beta mode. And with 2 months to further the development of that system, 2 more months of testing, and frankly of equipment production before we get to the Charlotte Motor Speedway event at the end of June, I think we'd anticipate having the driver ID system all squared away by the time, or nearly squared away by the time we get to that event in about 2 months' time.
And I think it'll definitely come in handy, especially in those longer endurance races such as Charlotte, and again at High Plains there, where you might have more drivers than normal getting behind the wheel of the car. It'll at least let us know from the broadcast side, and of course race control know who is behind the wheel of the car at any given time. There's a lot to monitor throughout the event from the race control side and from our side, of course, as well. So it'll just be a nice little tool. And kudos to Flagtronics for everything they've done so far this year. Obviously, making things a little bit safer for the drivers, letting them know as soon as the status of the course changes, it'll light up inside their car, let them know what's going on, let them know that we're going yellow, we're going red, whatever the situation may be, and it's just making it a safer place out there on the racetrack. And like you said, they've been very responsive. I've seen them over on the WRL drivers Facebook group, and they've been really responsive to any questions that have come up. So kudos to them, kudos to the WRL team, and all the teams out here on the racetrack that have been very open and able to cooperate when it comes to developing these tools to make it a better place for everybody.
We've seen that Flagtronic system in use, I mean, all over motorsports and at motorsports at all levels. Trans Am has been a big adopter of the Flagtronic system, including the light boards around the circuit, which I think might actually be a permanent install here at Road America these days. Ryan would know a little bit better than I, but obviously our DriversEye live coverage of the SCCA Super Tour as well has good vision of those Flagtronics units, and I've actually been responsible for setting them up and taking them down on occasion. It's a great little system that is it can be repeated. It's fairly easy to set up. It packs away very nicely, and the units themselves, once they're in the car, are both reliable and fairly robust. And the idea is that those units are going to transmit driver ID information as well, and that's just kind of our hang-up at the moment. So the system, the Flagtronic system itself, is functional. We are just waiting on that driver ID implementation. And as you said, Robert, when we get to Charlotte, the long races in particular, driver strategy does play a role. And it's one of the few elements of endurance motorsports that we haven't really been able to speak much about in our time here with the World Racing League. Obviously, it does matter, and we do see that the driver matchups, let's say head-to-head, make a difference out on track, but being able to predict that in some way and speak more intelligently to the development of the race as these longer races in particular wear on is going to add a whole new layer to what we do here. So very, very much looking forward to that, and very appreciative of everything the Flagtronics team has done. I understand they've been very positive in their support roles as well for anybody who's running one of these systems. So all good things and great winners of the World Racing League this year as well. Absolutely.
And you mentioned how the system's used all over the place. I wish it was used at a lot more of the local tracks. Anytime I get out there to announce at certain speedways, you always hear the race director having to yell multiple times, letting the field know that, hey, we're under caution, slow down, stop passing people. And it'd be so nice just to have the onboard light up that just changes to yellow as soon as the caution's out. But we'll one day we'll get it. It looks like we're getting set to go green once again. Pace car's off, green flag is displayed, and we are back racing here after a short red flag period.
The 225 gets an incredible jump on the start. A huge gap between them and the 290 going down on turn one.
And that is what track position will do to you. It looks like about 3 or 4 cars lengths headed down to the braking zone for the first time. Looks like our top 4, maybe top 5 cars now with that green Stratus number 60 are all up at the front of the field. Actually, you can expand that up to 7, 8, 9, 10 cars. Lots of GTO cars and GTU cars leading the field at the moment. So this will kind of wind up playing out more similar to a race start in general, where we don't have a lot of the classes mixed together, certainly up at the front of the field.
One thing I noticed there not too long ago, now you're seeing them right there, the 123 NFC Motorsports entry has been able to gain a handful of spots here from that earlier off-pit strategy. So the red flag and full course yellow period right there played into their cards just a little bit, being able to re-rack and restack the field, get them back up there with some of those top competitors. So keep your eyes peeled for that 123. I'd expect that car to continue to climb forward as we watch the rest of the field go on by. The battles are starting to heat up once again.
To let everything settle in down on out on track, Ryan, I'm wondering if you could answer a handful of questions for me.
Potentially.
We got a
All
whole list for you.
Yeah, so let's start with the round 3 Racingham, the number 887.
Yeah.
Same car as the 997?
Well, seeing as the 997 is a Porsche Cup car and the 887 is a BMW GT4, I'd say no.
Ah.
If you'll recall, at the top of the program, I mentioned that the 997 had an engine issue and they had to leave it behind.
Okay. Yeah, did not know that. Yeah, it's still listed on Race Hero as a Porsche 997.1 GT3 Cup.
It is not that.
Aha. Okay, so that handles that. So this is the 88 from last year?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, that car I know has been on the market for some time.
Indeed.
As, the round 3 camp transitions back to an all Porsche squad.
Yep.
But good to see the car out here. If they couldn't get the 333 is not back up to pace yet. But if they couldn't get the 997 out, having the 887 in instead is a fine substitute, I suppose. Also, the number 89 that was due to start 3rd on the grid this morning obviously never took the green flag. Do we have any indications as to what went on with the 89X squad?
I don't. I did see the car circulating yesterday. They seemed happy with it. It has a different door on it from having sustained some damage, so I noticed that, but that was the only thing that was kind of obvious. Otherwise, it just kind of, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't have the answers to that one either. Anything else I can do for you at this time? Ooh, the 369 is going to be right on the tail of the 21 going into turn 1 right now. I think this is going to be a pass for the lead in GP2. You see the 369 just on the left side there. The 21 is going to commit to the outside and take the fast line. Indeed, they're able to hold on to position. They're going to come through turn 2 next. And that 21, this is that cat and mouse game I was talking about. The 369 carrying a little bit less power, but a lot more aero. And probably a little, probably about the same weight, honestly. I would have to look at the disclosure sheets to fully understand that. But versus the number 21 in a very normal Spec E46 trim, both cars making near as makes no difference, about 210-ish horsepower.
Battle for 4th in GP2 at the moment. Open throttle number 66 leads that class. Harrison Motorsports 164 in 2nd, and then the 41 Porsche Boxer from Rockwell Autosport Development in 3rd.
Oh, is this not for the lead? Oh, they've both
not.
pitted, though.
Yes,
they've pitted.
correct.
Okay. So I think this is for the effective lead, depending on how the strategy shakes out.
Yeah, at this point, I was saying to Robert while you had stepped away briefly, I think our predictions for this one are going to be kind of a mess until we get to about 2.5 hours to go, because we're going to need 2 solid runs of data to make any sense out of it. And by that point, we can basically just do it by hand. So at this point, there's no sense in trying to draw this out to the end of the race. It could be for the effective lead, and they have definitely pitted more recently than the 3 lead cars up in GP2, but it's a heck of a scrap anyway. Incidentally, the actual battle for the GP2 lead between the 66 and the 164 has just gone through your shot there. It's a Porsche Cayman and a BMW 3 Series right there. It's a green BMW, then a Pinnacle, I think, Pinnacle cars, and then the Harrison Motorsports BMW just in behind it.
Truly the peak of Porsche GT4 performance.
You might say that, yes.
Just a quick note from the GP1 field, the 44 PC Racing entry has been given a 50-lap penalty. That is a team-elected penalty to work on the car under red flag conditions.
That was a rule change about a year and a half ago. From memory. It used to be an instant disqualification if you were caught working on the car under red.
Ooh, they're going to be neck and neck going back into turn 1. I'm sorry, Brendan, the GT2 battle. It looked like the 21 was starting to come back on the straight. Yep, they're going to make it. So I think the 369 got a better launch out of the final turn. And then just going up the hill, I think the 21 able to kind of hold its own and carry a little bit more speed. It was scored in second position by 0.05 of a second that last time by, but they have gone back to the lead, or back to fourth. Anyway, I'm sorry, Bernie, go ahead.
No. Just to put a point on that. Yeah, it was basically they didn't want to discourage cars from coming back out on track, particularly if you had a renter, right? Just because, the race went red and we want to work on the car. Or to have it ready for the following day, whatever the case might be. So it was changed from a DQ to a 50-lap penalty. And the idea is that, you might not pick up any more positions. Maybe you do, frankly, if the attrition in your class has been that bad. But at the very least, it's going to allow for that car to participate further in the race. It allows them to get the track time that very frankly, they paid for. At the cost of being able to be competitive in the final standings. So I think it's a nice compromise between sporting, let's say, being punitive and being able to get these teams and these drivers what they're actually here for, which is, if not to be in a competitive race setting, then to be out on track, racing some of the great North American circuits like we do here.
Absolutely.
Cloud's still moving quickly here.
Insane.
They're trying to just keep up with the leaders.
It looks like a video game.
Where do they come from?
The sky.
Oh, well, no, I understand that, but how many miles of cloud have we already gone through? We have to run out of cloud at some point.
We've got Dakota's worth of clouds left to go.
Wow.
The 766 was up the inside of the number 70 down here at turn 5 just a moment ago. I think if we get them up near Speedville, we should see... so Supra leading Ginetta. That's as it was. That's first and second. There's the 766, so move done for third position. So it's now a Thunder Bunny 1 and 3, then the 70 Porsche Cup, followed by the NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. Those are all GTO cars. That number 60 is looking fairly racy as they went through the carousel. That is where that NPO1 is able to carry so much speed. Oh, and move done. Move done on the 123. Now is going to look to the inside of the number 70, and as they come down into the braking zone for Canada Corner, maybe down a little bit on top speed, but that NPO1 is able to go so much deeper on the brakes and able to carry so much more mid-corner speed that helps it be competitive around a full lap. Now the problem is, not having had that move done, the 70 is going to have the advantage from here, basically back around to turn 5. I don't think this lead battle is done yet either. They headed up under the NTT data bridge, and it's very much nose to tail with that number 290 Ginetta G56, very much in the slipstream of the 225. Looks to the inside, a little lighter, maybe better on the brakes, but does not have the top end to be able to pull out and pass the Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra. See how much ground the 60 has lost here to the Mercedes.
And that Moorhead Ginetta has been the quickest car consistently on the racetrack in that GTO field, about a 1/10 of a second quicker than Thunder Bunny over the last couple of laps. Also set the quick time about 2 laps ago, a 2:22.9, so the first one to dip into the 2:22 range. So watch for that 290 to make that move here. They've tried it numerous times, just haven't really been able to get side by side with the Thunder Bunny 225, but once they do, I would kind of expect the 290 to have enough legs underneath it to be able to pull away just a little bit and create a bit of a gap between first and second.
Yeah, Moorhead Speedworks onboard is up on YouTube if you'd like to watch on a second screen. take a look at it there. We'll try and get it incorporated here in a moment. Thanks to producer Jordan. That is very much in the thick of the lead battle at the moment. Nice to see these clumps have kind of stuck together here. So often in WRL races, you'll see cars stretch themselves out as everybody kind of settles in, but I don't know if it's a narrow track that's a little bit difficult to pass on without an obvious advantage that kind of creates these trains of cars, or whether or not we are just actually that evenly matched this early in the running. But this lead battle is still very much a duo. The train of cars behind them is 766 escaping a little bit, but 3, 4, 5 cars now in that group total. Apparently Moorhead has a RTMP link. Just pull that up.
It's definitely nice to see the pods of cars, like you mentioned, out here on the field, kind of separated a little bit from each other, not necessarily all together. Last time by at the line, the Thunder Buddy 225 set a 2-minute 24.27 second lap time. In comparison, the Moorhead Speedworks machine was a 224.28. So very, very tight between those cars. About 0.2 of a second separating first and second right now, but every time they go by our cameras, it seems much closer than that.
I think, frankly, gentlemen, a race distance today that won't be too dissimilar to the one we'll see tomorrow with the red flags that we've had so far.
That's a good point, actually. Although if everything goes according to plan tomorrow morning, I think we'll be able to settle into a more strategic race than the one we have at the moment. It's going to take a long time for this to start to play itself out.
Strategery.
Yeah, God.
Strategery at its finest. Ooh.
Here we go.
Yeah.
That's dirty.
The old Janetta G56.
I would imagine that's some oil dry with oil mixed in, just given the color.
Quicker through the first part of the carousel here, but at 225 kind of focused on the exit. Just going to draw away a couple of extra feet out in front of this number 290 into the kink. Really, really quick. I was watching the Stratus onboards here yesterday. Apex speed north of 120 miles an hour on a clear lap. Cars will touch about 140 to 145 headed into the braking zone for Canada Corner. Heavy cars on a DOT tire, 200 tread wear fairly early on the brakes there at Canada Corner. And now as we head up the hill through 13 and into 14, you just see a couple of cars off into the distance. So traffic is going to start to play a role here for our two race leaders.
This is when things could get really interesting. When you get up into the lap traffic, it's all going to be about what line do they go. Are you going to set yourself up for a good opportunity to get by as we navigate here on the front straight?
Just going past that AOA Mazda, which I should just do a hotkey, is missing part of its rear bumper.
Yeah.
The rear bumper is not attached fully.
Have we had a round yet where the bumper has stayed attached?
Probably, but not lately.
It's one of those rapid weight loss features of the car.
It is. The 87 has taken to the pit lane here. They're going to do some fuel.
I think that car is in trouble. It did not come back out. Actually, it is in trouble. It's back in 50th at the moment. Only 21 laps complete, so they've already dropped 6 laps to the race leader. But when we came back to green after the operational red flag, that car did not reappear out on circuit immediately. So maybe this is it returning. We've only been back to green for about 6 laps, so
Right.
hope for good things from that Stoic Racing number 87. But I missed some of the finer details from Mid-Ohio. Was Jason Marks aboard that car?
I think he was
last
aboard
round?
his own car.
The Hitman car.
The Hitman car, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Only we had a-
loving this onboard shot. It's fantastic.
Yeah, we could ride with this basically all day as long as these two are nose to tail. You keep expecting the 290 to have a little advantage somewhere, maybe through the kink being a slightly lighter car, just to have a little bit of a break on this number 225. But so far, the driver of the Thunder Bunny Racing Supra is defending well. And the 290 doesn't seem terribly desperate to get by. Lap times are good for both cars. 224.3s last time around. Incidentally, the next pack behind these leading cars now features the 766 from the 123 Mercedes from the 70 Porsche Cup of Round 3 Racing. So the Stratus number 60 has fallen back behind into 6th place overall. Getting to stretch his legs just a touch. Down here into 1-0, out wide. About a half a car width off the apex. The first part of the corner was able to haul the car back down to the curb as they came through the exit of the corner, but it did cost about a car length to the Janetta we're on board with at the moment. Appreciate everybody's company this morning. Nearly 400 of you. Give us a like and a follow on the World Racing League YouTube page here. Smash the like button, as the kids say.
I guess they do. The one thing I noted there on the camera shot for the Moorhead Speedworks 290 was they're catching up to another. Oh, we have a waving yellow here down in, I believe that was turn 5.
Oh, yep.
So not sure what's going on there.
We'll be told. 766 was opposite 4A a lap ago, but that was 11:15.
4A also had an advisory for the surface area not too long ago, so maybe a little bit of fluid down there in 4A leading to a bit of slickness.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened. Like, yeah, you actually can see the surface flag just off to the left-hand side there, kind of flapping in the breeze. Is that a bird? What was that? Leaf, maybe.
If it was a bird, it's in trouble.
Yeah, is that fluid that's been put down there?
If it is, that's a ton of fluid.
Yeah, and so that's kind of the next question is, okay, if the 766 went off track, did it lose traction in the fluid? Was it shoved off? I mean, that's a really weird place to be off.
Somebody's coming pit side
It's
there.
a 333 again. Bruce
Yeah.
Innovations.
Oh, man. Not a good day for them.
Well, the good news is we did get their onboard figured out.
Yeah.
Wonderful little conversation with Devin Bruce this morning, getting that squared away.
You know, I felt bad because Steve comes up to me at almost every event and asks clarifying questions about it, and I'm really not the person to talk to about the specifics of the streaming situation because I haven't looked into that system at all. So I felt bad, and so then when Devin finally called me today, I was like, okay, we need to get this taken care of, and we did.
What I've learned is that you can't just tell people how to do something and expect them to just go do it. It's almost you got to kind of walk with them.
Little hand-holding
Yeah, I mean,
situation, yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, he was using a different system than the one we provided the instructions for.
Not so much, but
well, and that's why I told him. I
we
said
did provide
it should be
alternate
similar.
instructions.
Yeah,
but
it should be really similar to the caster one. So like,
it exactly is. That's exactly what we ended up doing. But it's a matter of, well, I can tell you how to do it. We're gonna go on the inside here at turn 7. That was up the inside of the Camaro, and again, it's not that you can't pass there, but everybody's got to be on the same page if you're going to try and rocket up the inside, and it just seemed like maybe the Camaro was not on the same page as the driver of the number 290 here, which has already lost a little bit of time in traffic.
I think that Camaro
1.3 last time by.
I think that Camaro, a champ car situation there, probably doesn't have a lot of experience with being blown past by a bunch of GT4 cars, and someone sending a Ginetta very hard down the inside is probably not a thing that's happened to that car too often. They are running a GTO. That is a class battle. So, for what that's worth.
Yeah. Look, when you get up to racing at the professional level, you want a clear and definitive separation of how cars perform, right? You don't want to have a bunch of cars that are, running similar speeds at the end of a long straightaway and similar performance in a braking zone. And we've even seen in the past where GT cars will handle the same in a corner as a relatively low downforce prototype. That doesn't really do anybody any favors other than allowing multiple cars to go quickly. What it does is just puts all the cars in the same performance window in the passing zones at the end of the straight going into corners. So this, I think, to WRL's credit, the class structure does allow for an obvious separation of performance, right, in passing zones in particular. That being said, if you're coming up from something like a 24 Hours of Lemons or a Champ Car into the World Racing League, you've got to have your head on a swivel, right? You've got to know, okay, I'm coming into a passing zone. The first thing I got to do is check the mirror, assess where the cars behind me are, check for a blue flag, right? And then make your decision as to how you're going to turn into the corner. But you have to do that almost every time you duck into a braking zone. You've got to know where the cars behind you are coming from because they come quickly and the passing moves themselves are very decisive. And like you said, Ryan, you just wonder if maybe they're moving up into WRL is catching the Camaro off guard a touch in a less than obvious passing zone. I haven't talked about the GP1 battle very recently. Edge Autosports in the number 26 leads the number 392 from Harrison Motorsports. That is the E92 BMW for Harrison. That car is off to an excellent couple of debut races here in the beginning of the 2024 racing season. Edge Autosports, when we left last season, the big three in GP1 were Moorhead number 147. Excellent transition, Jordan. The 147 from Moorhead, the 44 from BC Racing, and the number 26. And that trio has, at various points in the past two seasons, really put on some excellent shows. When the 147 and the Moorhead team moved up to GTO to run the Ginetta G56, it kind of left that number 26 with the opportunity to be the next kind of heavy hitter. And I think when they've been here, when they've been on track, they've done exactly that. The one thing they haven't done is to string a full 8 hours together without an interruption somewhere in between. And I think that's the obvious next step for that car. But they've put themselves in a position to capitalize this morning. And now they've just got to do this for another 5.5 hours. Also worth noting, lap times down in GP1. Last lap for each of our top five, 34.5, 34.8, 34.9, 34.7, 34.8. The parity in GP1 is just phenomenal.
It's definitely close amongst all of them. It's good to see. It's really good to see the consistency across the board. The Moorhead Speedworks 290, by the way, Brendan, has really been able to close that gap back up to the 225. It was almost 2 seconds a lap or two ago, now back to just 0.2 of a second. So very, very close.
Yeah, I think that owes largely to the 225 being held up in traffic just a little
Correct.
bit. Last lap time was a 225 flat. But the really telling thing is when you look back to the third and fourth place cars, which now just consist of the sister Thunder Bunny car and the NFC Motorsports. Slow 85 MX5 there on the inside of the carousel. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes, that margin is now down to 4.7 seconds, where it was upwards of 5. So I think this 225 is being held up rather than everybody else, suddenly having an increase of pace. But that's how the 290 has closed up to the back bumper. Saw them cut through the 701 round 3 racing Porsche Cayman down there at the kink. It was a late move, but a decisive move, and you can't ask for much more than that. Slow. That is the slow number 85. Looks like it's dragging something from the right rear there as well.
So he had come to a stop in turn 5 a minute or two ago. Now slowly working his way back towards the pits. Just unfortunate for the AOA 85. Troubles continuing basically from the drop of the green flag today.
Yeah, the good news for them is down in GP3, it's a relatively thin field, and attrition is frequently high. So you're never really down and out.
Hello, sir.
If you're in the down in GP3, you've just got to, get the car fixed and stick with it and get yourself the points.
And the good thing is, podium guaranteed. So
yeah, well, you've got to complete half the race distance. That is the target. So as long as you're able to get through, what you would anticipate being, let's say 90 laps or so, maybe with the red flag a little bit lower than that, you'll be in okay shape.
Absolutely. As we hop back on board here with the 290 of Moorhead. Last time by, the lead by the Thunder Bunny Racing team stretched a bit to just under 1 second between first and second. So Thunder Bunny seemingly able to navigate the traffic just a little bit quicker than the Moorhead Speedworks 290.
Oh, change for third. That's the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, who's come out of the exit of turn 8 ahead of the second of the Thunder Bunny Toyota Supras. So let's put Mercedes into P3. We now have Toyota, Ginetta, Mercedes. On the GTO podium, 225 is wide at the kink. Very nearly puts the 2 left side tires off in the dirt. It's going to allow the 290 a bit of a run down to Canada corner here. I think still too far back to make a move up the inside, but going to push the limits under braking here. 225 held up by a little bit of traffic on corner exit. Looks right, looks left, and we'll scoot up the inside of turn 13 here. Up, that's the Big Mission Motorsports 134. Thus compromised the line of the Ginetta headed into turn 13 and had to scrub off a little bit more speed on the way in. So now it just looks like it did. Or it looks like it has for about the last 10 laps.
So that turn 5 exit point continues to be busy here as you watch the Thunder Bunny racing car pulling away just a little bit. The 24 for BMM Montgomery Motorsports has pulled off at the exit of turn number 5. Going to work their way back to the paddock, so unfortunate issues for them.
It is a shame. It's one of the cars that's easiest to root for if you're trying to pick apart the variety in GP1. That car is it's the one that maybe stands out the most, right? There's so many E36s and E46s in GP1. The odd came in here and there, but their MO from the time they built up that new number 24 was to do something different and to find a different platform. So that as the old BMW platforms continue to age, that they've got something fresh and something with a long development cycle. So they chose a BMW 235i a couple of years ago, 2016, I think. And it's been, they've done it themselves. There's no support there from BMW. It's really been kind of a labor of love getting that car up to speed. And they've had some of the results to show for it, but the mechanical consistency just isn't quite there yet, particularly as it relates to the gearbox. So, you want to see that car do well. You want to see it be consistent, and the proof of concept is there. Seems like they have these occasional niggling issues that can't seem to shake out of that number 24 chassis.
Well, hopefully they're able to get those issues sorted out and get themselves to the point where They're running competitively each and every week. Of course, like you said, you love the underdog stories that each and every racing series has to offer. As we hop back on board here with the Moorhead Speedworks 290, you see the Thunder Bunny Racing 225 not too far up the racetrack. Another battle going on throughout the field is in the GP2 class, by the way. The 164 of Harrison Motorsports currently leads over the 66 of Open Throttle Racing by just under 1 second last time by. So another tight battle going on here at Road America. It's always nice to see battles throughout.
One of the Harrison cars. Yeah, Open Throttle and Harrison actually headed down into Canada Corner there. Whether Jordan meant to or not, I think we... Oh, that's the other Harrison car who's off of the kick.
A little bit of dust.
So that is exactly how you recover from that. Once you realize you've got the car wide, you put it on a trajectory where you can, with the wheel straight, get back on track and avoid the wall. You come off the throttle, don't apply throttle, don't apply the brakes, just straighten the car out and let it ride itself out. Really, really nicely done from a really tricky position there for what I think is the number 164 of Harrison Motorsports.
I think, Brendan, that might have been the 887.
Is it?
Let's just wait. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good call. Well,
and you're right about that being the best way to drive out of a situation like that. Too often you'll see drivers crank the wheel to the right. Oh, that's tight. That's a tight battle right there. But you'll see the drivers crank the wheel to the right trying to get out of it. And that, if it bites, you're potentially turning yourself into the wall. So just straighten up the wheel, get ready, set yourself up, and you can have yourself a nice smooth exit. That is the GP2 battle that just went by right there. The Harrison Motorsports 164 leading Open Throttle by a very, very tight margin.
Yeah, at the line, the Harrison Motorsports car was actually ahead by, 300ths of a second. So for all intents and purposes, side by side across the line. But once they got down into the braking zone for turn one or up at terminal velocity, that number 66 Open Throttle BMW had the legs. Interestingly, I think, Ryan, you can confirm this, but it looks like that car is sporting the rear wing mounts, but without the wing plane itself.
I did not notice that particularly, but I'm willing to be convinced either way.
Yeah, maybe next time it comes by, just take a look at it. It looks like I said, it looks like the vertical pillars are there. Actually come into shot here momentarily. Driver's right. There it is. Green BMW is the one we're looking at. Just check the...
Indeed, there is no wing.
Interesting.
I ain't heard no wing.
We've seen this previously. The first time I remember seeing it was the folks down at Choice Racing, Bill and Will, built up a GTO BMW M3, put it out on track at Daytona, and they were getting a vibration. From memory, I think they were getting a vibration out of the rear wing itself. So they took the wing off, but because they needed mileage on the engine, they just sent the car out to do laps at Daytona, just to run the engine in. And it looked very odd, very large rear wing swan neck mounts. Oh, the 887 jumps up the inside. A very large swan neck mounts, but without anything attached to it. Very goofy looking. But, I mean, here more than anywhere else, you probably don't need the extra drag.
Right. Well, you want to keep the car stable under braking, though, in some of the higher speed corners.
That is very true, yes.
It's very difficult to remove those mounts once you have them drilled into the trunk in a way that they're solid.
Yeah, and
so it doesn't surprise me that that's a choice that gets made.
For sure. And in the grand scheme of things, it really doesn't add any frontal area because they're tucked in behind the oop, the 99 is a little sideways on the way into 5 there. Tucked in behind the rear windscreen. So your drag penalty for the supports is relatively low.
Can we get our aerodynamics correspondent Scott Michaels on the horn and see what he thinks about that?
We'll give him a call.
I think we're just about to enter a round of GTO stops here. Remember, much of the GTO field, though on racewrl.io, which is our source for live timing, it will show sideways for the Random Vandals car, it will show a pit stop at lap 20. Many of these cars weren't actually in the pits. That was just the operational red flag. So last in at lap 10 for your leading pair of cars, the 225 and the 290. And we're now out to lap 35. So 25 laps gone at the moment. And something like an hour of running since then. Now, we did have plenty of yellow, so take that into consideration as well. But did just have a pit stop for the number 888 that sits up ahead of us.
One thing of note here, the 123 NFC Motorsports entry set the quickest time of the day 2 laps ago with a 2-minute 22.82, and is now the quickest car in the GTO field last time by as well. Got that gap down to 3 seconds separating first and third right now, so getting themselves back up into the picture. And looks like a little bit of chaos has happened on the racetrack over the last little while. The number 50 machine has gone for a spin in 12, was able to continue on, and the 946 of Flying Fur has a hood issue that appears to be getting worse as the race goes on. It does seem to be open, so hopefully it stays down. That would not be very good, having to navigate around Road America with a hood in your face.
Now that number 50 spin, turn 12 is Canada corner. So I wonder if maybe carried too much speed in there, used too much curb on the exit, it upset the car and sent it backwards. Obviously hasn't hit anything, just some drivers left and continue.
Correct.
Battle for the lead is on once again. The 888 briefly held up the number 290, having just come out of the pits, but as we head down underneath the Mission Bridge and into the kink, it's something like 1 to 1.5 car lengths. Very, very evenly matched in the mid-corner at the highest speed part of the track. Once again, these cars seem to separate themselves just for a lap or two, and then it's right back to where we started. I almost wonder here, if you're on board the Ginetta, if you don't consider pitting maybe a lap or two early, just trying to get yourself in clean air. Don't know that it's being held up substantially, but if you sit in behind the Supra for too long, if you are 2 to 3/10 a lap quicker, eventually that's going to add up. And what could have been a 10 to 15 second buffer is going to become, you know, whatever potential wiggle room you had.
You're also running the potential of saving some fuel at a relatively fuel-heavy track.
That is also very true.
One other brief thing to note, if you did start the car and if you've kept the same driver in from the start of the race, they're about 20 minutes away from that max drive time. So we should be coming up on those pit stops here in the next 10, 15 minutes or so, like you said, and we should expect some wholesale changes behind the wheel of most of these race cars. Looks like a couple of the Stratus cars have come down pit road over the last handful of laps. The Random Vandals Racing 28.
172 passing the grass. That's very awkward. I'm not sure who that BMW headed into the pit lane is, but I think pulled right because they wanted to pit. The 172 came off the final corner with a head of steam and just pulled further to the right. Created that very awkward situation that almost prevented the BMW from getting into the pits.
That is the 444 of Bruce Innovations.
Oh, right. Okay.
I believe a former Choice Racing car.
It is.
And very possibly driven by Will Choice, honestly.
I asked that very question this morning when I was on the phone with Bruce.
Yeah.
That car is the XGTO BMW. Now running in GP1 trim. The number 60 Stratus Racing Sebaco NP01, which was the highest place in the GTU cars some moments ago, is being noted for not having an operational beam light. And
light the beam.
That is what you would call sort of the periscope light that sits on top of the on top of the NP01 prototypes. And the idea is that because they're so low to the ground, in some cases they can sit behind as our leaders duck into the pit lane together. In some cases they can sit low and behind the rear view mirror on some of the bigger production cars, and that periscope light just gives it an extra what is it, about 1.5 feet probably, Ryan?
Yeah.
Up in the air with a forward-facing light that just makes it a little bit easier to see in the rear view mirror. And I don't know that we've had, or I've noted a situation before where that light is operational. I actually wonder whether or not that would result in a meatball flag. Like if that is a required operational.
It is in the rules. You are supposed to run that.
Yeah.
I think of it as like the legality panel in the ALMS, wherein like you're supposed to have it, but they're not super sticklers about it. If you're mid-race, maybe just check it when you come in for your next pit stop, or
Well, so let's take it even a step further, right? There was the rules changed something like 20 years ago at Le Mans, where you had to have 2 operational headlights. And at the time, it seemed pointless and draconian to penalize a car for not having, 2 operating headlights in the daytime. But those were the rules, and they were going to enforce them, regardless. And it was eventually put in the guise of being a safety issue, right? You want cars ahead to have all of the information available about cars behind. They would call cars in, right, in the middle of the stint to replace front bodywork or fix a headlight or whatever. IMSA was slightly less dramatic about the whole thing. They said you only needed to have 1 operational headlight during the daytime, 2 at night, and that was sufficient. I don't know that we've run into this situation yet with these GTU cars, whether this is hey, fix it at the next pit stop, or exactly what our situation is here. So
I will say this is my least favorite of the light solutions on the NP01s. My most favorite was the one that sat up literally a yard above the car, and it was a vertical strip of LED lights. And it almost looked like something out of a video game. Like there was a pointer, like selecting which car you were watching.
Yeah, the driver name just floats above it.
It was very bizarre to look at. It was quite nice. I don't think they even use the sort of periscope shapey one anymore. I think it just rests above the air intake. And that's high enough.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you can kind of see it there.
It used to be much taller.
I think there was a minimum height specified in the rules. I haven't looked at the GT rules specifically because they really don't apply to the VW Fun Cup that we're obviously going to enter in GTU.
All right.
The rule is 36 inches from the ground.
Right.
Minimum.
And there's no rules as to whether or not it is a mandatory, like, will they black flag a car to come in and fix it?
The last line in the rule for that particular section says the beacon light must be on at all times. That's all it says.
Interesting. Okay. So our next point of interest here is going to be the cycling through of our race leaders. The 123 and the 70 have obviously inherited the race lead as a pair, owing to the pit stops from the 290 and the 225. They come back through. I thought I saw the 123 together with a Thunder Bunny car, but need to wait to come up on our trackside cameras here. Nope, there are the Thunder Bunny cars together. So it's 225 ahead of 766, which actually suggests to me that the 225 has lost a fair bit of time here, which is very on Thunder Bunny. Either that or the 766 has picked up a bunch. But we'll wait until they come through here. Hear them go by Ryan's mic in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're coming.
So there they are, 11th and 12th overall at the moment. 225 leads 766. The 290, nowhere to be seen yet. Still has not cleared the start-finish line. And the 2 Stratus cars, 59 from 58. There's the 290.
Wow.
Lost a lot of time. Most, if not all, of these cars will have also been through a driver change. Most of that's just down to the timing of the yellow flags and associated red flags this morning that kind of threw everybody's strategy for a little bit of a loop. 290, definitely a new driver settling in. You could see in the driving line, actually, when they came out of turn 14, that the new driver on board the 290 was not really interested in having the car out over the exit curb.
The NFC 123 pits from the lead.
Porsche extends even further. Oh, no, Porsche's in as well.
I was just going to say the round 3 racing Porsche was able to go a little bit longer than most of the rest of the field at Mid-Ohio last week. But of course, we're pushing up against that drive time limit here. So definitely have to take that into account here. And we'll likely see a swap on that number 70 machine as well as the 123.
Yep.
The Fast Track 188 also coming down pit road was up there, as well as the Economy Motorsports 17.
The 70, of course, still retaining the services of Josh Bilicki as well as Cole Loftus, the 2 hot shoe drivers. So I imagine the middle stint will be for the gentleman driver in the car, and then we will probably close out with Cole, I would imagine. Especially if Cole isn't pulling double duty in the 887 today, as is typical when round 3 is running in this configuration. I think we're going to take this moment here to go for a little visit with our friends at Continental Tire. You're watching the World Racing League live from Road America. We'll be right back with you.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
We are back here live at Road America. 8 hours of racing here today in the World Racing League. It's the 4th weekend. Getting on for this would be the 7th round of World Racing League action here from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, near Plymouth. Happy to have you with us here. Ryan West, Robert Hill Jr., Brendan Kazmarek on the call with Jordan Worth on the 1s and 2s, 68 and balmy. Now check out the traffic on the 5. A little bit of a slowdown in left lane. Of course, we're going to take a look at the weather situation here. There is none. We've got a lot of cloudage, but no rain at this time. You can see, is that the small craft advisory, Jordan, along the rim of the lake? Is that what all that is? All right.
Yeah, small craft, yeah.
We're just to the south of whatever the
impressive
special weather statement is.
Ryan, have you peeped the forecast wind chill for tomorrow by chance?
Here's the deal.
It's cold.
Wind chill is a much better metric than heat index. Change my
Agreed.
mind.
Have you seen the number?
I'm all right with it. I'm at peace.
It's 37.
I was the only person yesterday wearing shorts in the entire circuit.
Hold on, let me translate that to terms I understand. It sounds cold though.
It's 2. It's probably
cold.
3. It's probably 3. Yeah.
I always loved
too
it when
cold.
I would tell people who only work in Celsius the temperature of my hometown, and I would tell them like, no, it's 49. And they're, oh, that's impossible. That's too high. Like, no, it's that. No, 49. No, you're lying. There's no. And like what? And so I don't know what it is about Celsius that the people have their brains tuned differently. Like people in Celsius are more accurately understanding low temperatures than high temperatures, I guess. Maybe.
Well, I mean, you're further away from the equivalent number, right? The obvious
Right.
equivalent number.
Yeah.
So I always pivot around 16 because it's palindromic, 16 to 61, and another one. 28 is 82, I think. Does that sound right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
There you go.
So I just kind of, guess based off of that.
If the United States was truly an imperial world power, as I'm led to believe, we wouldn't have the metric system. That's how I know there's not a backroom cabal that governs the entire planet, because we have multiple measurement systems.
Sure.
The number 21 leaves its pit stall, having stopped from 4th position. They're off strategy versus the rest of the class, along with the 369.
We are in the off strategy phase of the race here. Anybody who pitted, well, as I say, that the 21 Random Vandals car is into the pit lane, but they did pit under the second full course yellow of the morning. We're just now starting to see them cycle back through. It feels early for the 28 and for the 172, actually.
I do think that.
No, you know what? They were in twice.
I do think, Brendan,
yes.
with people taking down their canopies so they don't blow away in the wind, it's harder for folks to remember where their pit stalls are.
I believe that.
I've seen several people pull up a little bit late and or have to move the car backwards in order to get to their more proper pit location.
Did you happen to see the ARCA race yesterday?
I did not.
Oof.
So one of the teams replaced the right rear quarter panel on their car with the number panel that they used for their pit stall.
Yeah,
They took the
used
sideboard
pit
and
sign.
just attached it to the right rear corner.
Wow.
The number 82 is the number that was given to us by producer Jordan.
Incredible.
Real ones will know who that is, but I am not a real one.
You don't keep track of ARCA?
Now, 46 is Frank Kimmel, and that's all I know.
I think you need an update.
Kenny Schrader's in the 52.
The 82 car was Carson Quapple.
Oh!
Wow.
Is that Travis's kid?
It is. He's racing
Almost
in the
certainly.
Xfinity Series this weekend as well.
Nobody
He finished third in that race, too.
At this point, I've decided you can't break into pro racing. You're either the son of
Yeah.
somebody that's in racing or you're not. Like, that's all there is to it. The
That's
time
what
has come and
WRL is
gone.
for.
Exactly.
For the non-Carson Kvoppels of the world.
Yes. Is Kyle Busch still showing up to his son's quarter midget races with a NASCAR hauler? Is that still a thing that occurs? Jordan confirms that absolutely that is the thing that
They
still
just
happens.
roll into Millbridge with a stacker.
I mean, look, who among us wouldn't? Like, if I had that ability, I would absolutely do that. 100%. No question.
At the asphalt track I used to race at, there was a team that had a NASCAR style hauler, and they showed up with one go-kart. It's like,
Great.
oh, just put it in the minivan. Like, what are you doing? It's fantastic, though. I
We'd
mean,
love to
if you
see it.
got it, use it.
You don't though.
That is versus people in the San Francisco region who desperately tried to drive their Spec Miatas to and from the SCCA weekend. And very high hit rate on you drive your car to the track like that and you end up being the person who totals their car at the track.
Yeah.
Incredibly high hit rate on that.
Yeah, you're taking an Uber home, buddy.
Yeah. That's quite the Uber from Sonoma down to San Jose, let me tell you. That's an Uber bill and a half.
Bring back the San Jose Grand Prix. That's what I say.
Ugh. I don't think you could do it
Did
now.
you
It's
go?
the way this,
Were
no.
you in that part of the country at the time?
I don't think I was in that part of the existence at the time. I would imagine.
05, 06, 07?
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then yes, I was.
I
But
think
no,
you
I don't.
definitely existed, Ryan.
I don't. I am not aware of that. No. If it was a street race, I imagine they absolutely.
You don't
could not
remember
do that now.
the Champ Car race
I didn't watch
in
Champ
San
Car.
Jose?
No.
Oh, that's fair.
Well,
Leaf
that
NATO
was-
going on down here at 5.
That was before I watched Grand Am either.
Oh, well, you missed out. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Gen 1 Daytona prototypes were. Got to get those things into GTO.
You know, I'm sure there's a way. I mean, the 50.
Of course, there's a way.
The 50 is already here. Like, what do you need a Daytona prototype for?
What's the 50?
That's the Pontiac.
Oh yeah, the GTOR. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I keep forgetting the car's a number now.
Did you see what's for sale right now, Brendan? The last non-GT3 World Challenge Cadillac.
Ooh.
From like from the early 2010s.
Like 2011 or so. Yeah. That's on.
Was that the
right
ATS, the turbo one?
No, it's the CTS Coupe still. That ATS, I guess, is homologated.
We're going
GT3
off into the
car.
runoff
Wow.
there. That's a 701, I think.
Oof.
That was a major off right there.
Yeah, I think.
Wow.
I think just put 2 wheels on the curb there to driver's right, and didn't really have much left in reserve to get the car stopped. So I thought the ATS-V was the last non-GT3 car they ran.
I read that the ATS-V is GT3
or is
homologated.
GT3.
Yeah.
Oh, right. They just didn't run it anywhere else.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember that. Well, you know, was this the one with the big, like,
oh, yeah.
swan neck
It's the one that's in
iRacing.
iRacing, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's the Audi in the pit lane, right? 119.
I think the 6 and 7 camera is just wiggling on the pivot point that I placed it on. Yeah. Let's see.
It's trying its best.
Interestingly, if you Google
Jordan
search,
up there for a man camera action.
Yeah, if you Google search,
Have you seen this camera work? It's fantastic.
ATS VR, it says, what's the headline? The first headline that comes up is FIA takes action to prevent GT3 prototypes after Cadillac issue.
Well.
So it seems that the FIA wasn't pleased with that. Now I'm curious how this is going to go. She's got to be very careful. Yep. Oh no! Oh, all right. She made it though.
It was definitely a lot harder than it could have been there. Had to pivot out so as not to put too much weight on that left foot.
Yep.
Kudos to Sarah though for doing a 3-hour stint with a broken left foot. That's not easy. It would be harder with a broken right foot, but
well, so did anybody inquire as to whether Sarah was primarily a left foot breaker or a right foot breaker?
So she implied heavily on her post that she is not a left foot user at all.
Good. Okay. Well, that makes it easier.
Okay. There's. I'm gonna finish this off real quick. This was back when they wanted to make a 20-car minimum for GT3, and Bentley said no, which makes sense. If we do not have a rule like this, one day a manufacturer will decide it wants to win 24-hour races at Spa on the Nürburgring, and will build 5 cars, and then GT3 will be dead. What's his name? The New Jersey guy that sucks already did that at this time. Glickenhaus already won the Nürburgring with a fake GT3 car, and then subsequently the next line is, if manufacturer wants to just build a handful of cars, then there's a category for that. It's called GTE. No, there's not. Zing, got him.
I mean, there was.
There not anymore. Which again, I don't understand, because GT3 doesn't have a technical rule book. That's the whole point. GTE does. So the GT3 cars don't have rules. Like, it doesn't... Like, I don't get it, and nobody has ever explained. I've been asking this question for 10 years, and nobody could give me a straight answer on that.
Oh,
that is the Pinnacle Racing 710 that's come to a stop. I like that they're using the steady yellow, waved yellow, green method here.
Yep.
Good way to keep them going green and clean, hopefully.
Brendan, you're a flagger guyer. Both of you are. Why does not every series use the standard FIA procedure for that?
This isn't the standard FIA procedure.
Where you wave the green after the yellow? I thought that was the FIA procedure.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the standing yellow followed by the waving yellow.
No, I mean the green after the yellow.
You know, I don't know. I think it's to allow, like, SCCA rules are from the yellow to the incident, and then as soon as you're past the incident, you're free to go racing.
Okay, but what's the incident though? Like,
right. It's wherever the last car is in the yellow flag zone.
Sure.
I don't know. I don't love it because it leaves, like, if you've got a couple of cars that are scattered all over the place, it does leave it open to interpretation a little bit.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay.
Don't know.
Well, thanks for that. I appreciate you.
I do know that even within club and amateur racing, more and more are moving towards this rule set, where you wave the green after the incident. SCCA is not one of them.
Well, it's because the SC. Well, anyway.
I know our boy Broccoli was in the chat earlier. He may have some answers on that, but
I have the answer. It's just not one we want to. Well, I mean, I could say it on the air, but I'm not going to.
Oh, okay.
But Brendan.
So bring up the conversation and then just shut it down.
Pretty much, yeah.
Just a quick note, a penalty was assessed to the 766 Thunder Bunny racing car for contact made in the first hour of the day. It was contact was incidental, so a one-lap penalty issued to the 766. Now they're going to be scored 17th overall.
Interesting. Late no pit call there.
The 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes has come out looking like champs here. I don't know exactly what the margin between them and the 225 is going to be.
Give them the belt.
It's 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That's a substantial margin.
It's enormous. Where did that come from? They were 5 seconds behind at the pit stop.
And you got to think back to their earlier pit strategy as well, where they pit on the last lap before green, well after everyone else came down pit road. I believe that was the second full course yellow period of the day. So seems to be playing the off strategy is actually working in their favor.
So the 369 and the 164 are both in. That's going to leave the open throttle 66 with the lead. We're going to wait and see how the 21 and the 41 cycle through that. This 164 is already left, but the 369 is still on the pit lane.
Yeah, recall some laps ago that the 66 and the 164...
I'm sorry, that's the big mission car that I thought was the 369. But both were flagged as being in the pits.
369 is in.
Is it? I thought I could see that from here.
No, it may be. Oh,
it's already gone then.
Whoa. Going through it up here at 6 and 7.
6 and 7 is having a day.
No, so it was the 66 and the 164 were doing battle out on track, not side by side, but they were stitched together. And then the 369 and the 21 were together. They've kind of been split. Oh, and you know what? There's 2 stops here for the 164. So I think there's actually a chance that the number 164 has had an issue.
Ooh.
Almost 6-minute lap time last time, and they were back in the pits for the second lap in a row. Still ahead of North Loop, which is intriguing.
Taskbar behaviors. There we go. Auto hide. Thank God. Okay. There we go. Much better. The taskbar was preventing me from being able to actually do full screen. Ah, yes. Okay. There we go.
Are we aware that the Abu Dhabi Autonomous Racing League has just started its first ever race?
I was aware that it was going to happen.
It's happening
The
today.
Autonomous Racing League.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
Does it?
I don't know.
I think it's incredibly likely.
I was trying to
that
be nice.
I think it's incredibly likely that somebody arrives at the correct solution and is just like unbeatable.
Are they going to be able to crash and stuff in that? I don't know. Like, it's
The
autonomous.
race,
Do you think
it
they would avoid
appears
each
the
other?
race has started behind the safety car.
Oh,
I'm not really sure how that happens, but
We're just going to pace for the entire event.
oh, this car is backwards in a braking zone. Oh my goodness. Full course yellow.
How does that? What is the race director making decisions about? Like, there's no safety involved.
Race
So
director's just chat GPT.
Well, presumably, are there flaggers? Like, do you need flag stands at that point? Because, like, theoretically, you just give the off command to all of the cars.
Well, or it comes from the car itself. If it's off course or backwards or something like that.
right, but my point is, you're not going to kill anybody. So why even do a full course yellow?
That's
Like,
but
who,
fair.
Who cares? Like, well, I mean, I'm honestly, there shouldn't be anybody even remotely near the track. Photographers maybe, but like, you don't need flag stands. You don't need a chief steward even.
So at the
You
risk
barely
of,
need a clerk of the course. Like, there's no like, oh, the car's on fire. Like, let it burn. Who cares? Like,
at the risk of providing an alternate description of the event,
sure.
one of the cars locked its rear brakes, spun backwards, and then as it tried to turn itself around, basically nosed into the barrier and stopped. Couldn't recover itself. So it had to be hoisted and lifted up anyway. But
right.
to do that, they had to stop all the cars out, of course. It's really one of the events of all time.
Why do you have to hoist the car out of the way? Who cares? Again, it's automated. Like, it should just. Oh, there's a car
it's a lot
crash
of
there.
it's a lot of money.
Is it? It lacks all kinds of
Oh,
safety equipment.
Oh, yellow
Like,
flag here, or what? A green flag here at the top of the hill.
somebody impacted the tire wall, they're saying, in Canada corner.
Yeah, you can actually see
No
it
number
pulling
as
away
of yet.
here. It's a Supra.
The
Is that the
87.
87? Yep.
Yep. Looking
Looks
very
like that
straight faced, very stern.
Driver's right at the exit of Canada corner.
Correct.
Did a significantly better job of recovering itself than this yellow car in the Autonomous Racing League did. We got the ARL and we got the WRL.
Yep.
We cover racing from A to W.
What's the pit lane speed limit?
Do you need one?
Well, that's my point. Like,
Yeah, I know it's your point.
Are there
That's why I said
are
it.
there pit crews involved? Like,
I don't even see pit boxes or anything for this.
Great.
Oh, this car's like spinning out on pit road by itself. Okay.
It's truly like right. That's basically a bottom split broadcast. Right? Jordan's saying it's like watching iRacing AI. Paint them all up like 2006 nationwide cars.
You'll be there. It'll be it. That's
Yeah,
it.
right. Run them at the Milwaukee Mile. Ryan, did you drive past the Milwaukee Mile on your way up?
I'm sure I did, but I was not paying attention.
We're having like a leaf tornado right there.
Yeah, I called it the Leaf NATO earlier.
Yeah. Oh.
This is wild, man. I mean,
It's so windy. Like, it has been sustained.
Just look at
huge
these
wind.
clouds still absolutely pacing the field.
you got to run out of clouds, right? That's how it works.
You like, there's how much moisture is there left in the air? How
Right.
much that hasn't precipitated? Like,
Lots.
I guess.
Infinite cloud hack.
There you go. Infinite cloud hack. Yeah, I mean, basically.
My new Reddit username.
If you go to the Autonomous Racing League Reddit forum, you're just going to see Brendan over there.
We're in fine podcast mode here, forum here, gentlemen. We've settled in nicely.
You want, if RJ didn't like it, he would tell us.
That's very true. You know, of all of the things we've said on the air, podcast mode is the one thing I've never heard anything about.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder which driver is shifting it up now by a victory right now.
Well, shifting down now. We're in the braking zone.
yeah,
6,
shifting.
so.
Sorry.
Although that's not how the branding works, so apologies.
They have limited edition gloves, which if
Do
I was
they?
not totally
Ooh.
broke, I would purchase.
Shift Up Now gloves?
Yeah,
Are they like a fundraiser, or what's the?
it's like 25% goes back to Shift Up Now, but they're like racing gloves.
Oh man, now I want some
Do you
gloves.
sim race? Do you sim race with gloves, Ryan?
No, absolutely not.
Do you sim race with socks?
Sometimes.
Never.
That's always a big debate.
Never.
No, me either.
They get sticky. The pedals get sticky. I don't, you know.
No,
never.
no.
Never socks. You gotta get that heel tread sponsorship. Other sock providers are available.
They used to have something called sim boots back in the day, which were like racing shoes for simulators.
Does Daniel Morad sell those too?
Oh my god.
Most likely. Moradness. Shout out to you, Daniel.
We will not have Daniel Morad talk on this channel.
Daytona 24 winner.
No, we don't need to acknowledge that either.
And he won the Pilot Challenge race too.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Same
Sorry to
weekend.
hear that.
Okay, I have a
He's
question about this
fine.
autonomous racing
No.
broadcast.
Let's do it.
What's,
Yeah.
what's the point of having a reporter on pit road? Who's he going to talk to? The wheels?
Nobody. Yeah, no, that's dumb. You're absolutely right. That's dumb. Not only are you not going to have anybody to talk to, you need literally the truck driver. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't,
Yeah, that's
like,
fair,
if they're not
yeah.
doing pit stops for tires, like, you don't need a crew, you don't need an engineer, you need a truck driver,
Well,
and you could run the team from home.
You do need a crew, right? Because like you're gonna have to
what?
change tires. The car's gonna have to be plugged in and charged. Like,
Okay, so you need one guy, you need the truck driver to plug it in, and the truck driver to change the tires in between sessions. All right.
I mean, theoretically you are correct here, but that's
Like-
obviously not how this is gonna be done.
Kimi Räikkönen might like this series. You don't have to worry about getting the driver the drink.
There you go.
You will not have the drink.
No drink.
It's hot.
I need the white visor.
My favorite was his early NASCAR starts, and they accidentally gave him the empty water bottle.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
Amazing. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, they basically gave him the water bottle back that he gave them.
Was that back in the perky jerky days?
It was when he was driving for Nemco in collaboration with Kyle Busch Motorsports.
We just had a pass for position there. The GTR 99. Now that we're back in, we're clear of a cycle of pit stops. GTR 99 finds itself in now 4th, having just been passed by the 290 from Moorhead Speedworks. And that 99 is having the most GTR race of all time.
Yes.
Genuinely completely anonymous for the first 3 hours.
It's
I've
them,
not called its name once.
the Triple I.
Triple I. So I'm very intrigued by this because it seems like the Thunder Bunny cars have lost a heap of time somewhere.
Yes.
And both of them did. Although there's a chance here that 766 picked up a penalty.
He did.
So let's dig into that.
He did get a 1-lap penalty for contact earlier on in the event with the 2 car.
Let's dig in. Let's let it eat.
Yeah, that was very early this morning.
Let them cook.
Yes, sir.
So that makes more sense for the 766, but the 225, I mean, slid from the lead back to 9th for a while. Now up into 6th. Oh, 6th in GTO, 9th overall, sorry.
The GP2 pit cycles have played out, I believe. Let me double check before I... Uh-oh. Oh, no. That one's a lot... The carousel camera's a lot more difficult to get to. I may still make a run at it here in a few minutes.
I hope it... Which way did it fall?
Oh, thank
Very
goodness.
good.
Okay, good.
Great.
Good. Yes. That's much better.
We were going to be in a world of hurt there if it fell forwards.
Yeah. Would have gone right into the tire.
Yep.
So the pit cycle has concluded for GP2. In all of this, the 66 has come out in the lead by 1:30. over the North Loop number 21, followed by the 41. So the 164 and the 369 have run into trouble. So the top three still going. The 66 was part of the gaggle that was on the normal strategy, quote unquote, with the 21 and the 369 were off strategy. And then the 41, I think, just hasn't had the pace consistently. No, they're all right. They're just right there behind. They've been in that position.
The variation in pit stop time across this cycle of GP2 pit stops has been wild.
Yes.
Leader's outlap was a 446. North Loop's outlap was a 522. Rockwell's outlap was a 441. Harrison was 559, and they pitted twice. Chattanooga was 6 minutes 30.
I wonder if Chattanooga changed tires, eventually.
So my question is, why would anybody change tires? It's early, and we spent almost an hour under red flag.
That's a good question.
I get changing it early enough to make it through to the end, but that also is like discarding the fact that we only ran for about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Indeed. Unfortunately, Brandon, I don't have an answer for you on that.
Well, Ryan,
I do know that North Loop potentially had a thing they wanted to check, which was probably what took longer. So we've got that. That's about it. That's all I got.
you'll be pleased to know I stood up and unplugged one of my cables here.
Oh, good. I heard it.
So I didn't.
I heard that. Yeah.
I didn't hear
like, what's going
anything
on?
you said. I heard they had potentially a thing, and then you went quiet, and then you said, "So there's that," and that's what I came back to. So I missed
okay. I actually didn't
literally anything of consequence.
I didn't give any detail while you were not on, so that was fine.
Great. Well, Robert's response was, "Well, thanks for that." So I assumed it was nothing of,
More or
crucial
less.
importance.
More or less.
Did you get yourself an egger this morning, Ryan?
I did. It was fine.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
I like that potato thing. I might get that for lunch, assuming lunch is not provided to me, which sometimes it is and sometimes it's not.
Oh, is that the baked potato with a ton of pulled pork on it?
The pulled pork and the mac and cheese on it.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a veritable just mountain of.
That sounds amazing.
It's very good.
It's just a shame the cheese is summer.
Correct.
They're just going to send you lunch of cheese curds.
If they were fresh,
all
that'd
the
be
things
great.
you said you don't like.
But
Yeah,
like if
craft
they're
beer cheese curds.
oh. Now Chattanooga
grilled
corn
brats.
gives me a nice steady stream of Miller Lite while I'm here. Always on tap. Tap being the cooler backpack they carry around and hand out cans from.
Nice.
Yeah, we got one of those here.
Not during the race, obviously.
No,
You don't want to, always after. 4 hours, bottle and throttle, etc.
8 hours.
4.
That was it. No, flying is 8.
Oh no, this was what's his name? Dorsey Schrader.
Oh, yeah.
Dinner with racers. 4 hours, bottle of throttle. Other 80s and 90s sports car drivers are available.
Yeah, but were any of them as good at Trans Am as he was?
Probably not.
Yeah.
And remember Trans Am? What a time.
Remember
when Trans Am had full coverage for their entire series?
Yeah, I do.
It's too bad there's not a solution out there for the other half to be covered at a much reduced rate.
We just got an update from Race Control here. The 92 of FPRS Motorsports is indicating that he is going to be turning left. He has the left turn blinker on, so if he makes a right turn, he might get a ticket.
So that's a tricky one, that blinker situation. There was a whole thing at the Nürburgring 24 Hours years ago where it surfaced that not every driver was using the indicators the same way.
I remember this.
One was using it to say, I'm going left, and the other half was using it to say, go left.
Go left?
So they basically just canceled each other out. So you'd arrive on scene behind a car with a blinker and have literally no idea what they were going to do. I think they tried to
Just shoot the
standardize that via the rules, but
They standardized it to that's the side they want you to pass on, which I think is a dumb decision.
it does feel backwards, right?
Why would you not just settle on the
Right.
literal international standard for billions of people? Like, why are we going to change it? Like, what?
The only thing blinkers are used for, and we're going to do the exact opposite.
Of course, at the VLN, I'm surprised anybody was using their blinker, given the BMW heavy nature of that field.
Hey!
But thank you.
Speaking of BMWs, down in GP1 at the moment, this lead gap is, I mean, it has not been more than a handful of seconds. Right now it's 7.9, and almost identical lap times between the 26 from Edge Autosports and the 38 from Palomar Racing. And the 392 from Harrison hanging in there as well.
Is GP1 the GOAT class?
It kind of feels like it is, right? I'm not going to say, like, obviously Moorhead Speedworks had a well-sorted car, and it was just a matter of whether or not it was going to have a problem. And PC Racing, kind of the same thing. It was quick, but wasn't going to run into any problems.
The game was different back then.
It was. So
You
now
can't
that
compare the eras.
PC is just constantly in mechanical problems, and 147 has moved on, it's left behind a pretty evenly matched field top to bottom.
Yeah, no, the GP1, they've really got that winner's mentality, that competitor mentality, just ruthless.
Do they?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, if there's nobody named Ruth, I
This
guess
is an
they are
extended
ruthless.
basketball reference, obviously. I don't know.
They got GP1 got that dog in.
Yes, exactly. And he
Good thing
pushed
we're not
Pau,
going
and he
out of
pushed
the
Pau
TA.
Gasol right to the ground in 2008. Just nailed him right in the chest. And he said he ain't my teammate today. Anyway, R.I.P.
Do you imagine Brad McCall saying that?
We went out there and I toured the hell out of HM Road Race.
He
Cole Lofscar's not my teammate today.
he sees Mo in a random Vandals uniform. He ain't my teammate today.
Oh, goodness.
Sometimes you got to make your own fun, guys.
You do. You absolutely
That's
do.
right. That's right.
So people in the other room are in fact eating, which means it is lunchtime.
well.
But I think I got skipped. I think I got skipped this time. That's okay.
Does it look like they're eating something good?
I can't see. I can just see forks being
Just
lifted and
knock on. Is there
lowered.
glass between the two suites?
There's like an extra room in between this time, so
Oh.
like I'd have to actually like get up to go do it.
I was gonna say you just knock on the glass. Say, "What are you eating? Give me some."
Yeah,
you go.
Speed.
We're gonna
Sausages.
lock this camera on until Ryan gets lunch.
I mean,
Make
pretty
him
much.
stare at the brats.
I've had the thing is, and like ballparks do this too. I've had brats here before, but they don't cook them fresh for you. They're like in a holding like hotel tray,
They're in
Yeah.
buns in
so
foil.
they're not good.
Oh,
like,
what?
Yeah. And they actually did that at Wrigley Field too. You like go to the, it looked like a gas station counter, frankly, and you like pull whatever you want out of the little box and then put it on like the Scanny Detectomat 6000, and then it charges you, but there's no prices listed.
Oh, interesting.
So
That's how they get you.
yeah,
Was it? Or were we doing soggy buns, or were
They were
was it
dry.
at least,
They were dry.
Oh,
no onions available. It was just not a very good experience.
No
I've been to baseball
onions.
parks that have good food. Wrigley is not that.
did it have good baseball?
No, it had nasty National League baseball, pitchers duel, boring, awful baseball. But the Houston cheating blanks lost, which is what you love to see.
Called the Astros.
No, the Houston cheating
I get
bleeps.
it. I get it.
No, they can. Yeah. Anyway,
We recently tailgated at a Phillies Pirates game.
wow.
It was
Sounds
pretty
like a good time.
It was all right. Yeah. Fun.
Good old tailgate.
Get a good home run from Nick Castellanos.
No, the Phillies lost.
Oh,
Like 9-4 2 or something. It
So-
was not
Oh,
good.
geez.
Oh, so JT Real Muto not putting down the right signs there for Roy Halladay or whoever.
Okay. All right. All right. No, it was classic.
Did Jimmy
Phillies.
Rollins steal a base?
It was their only offense was home runs. So
That is how that team is built.
I
That is intentional.
know, and it's exhausting to watch.
No,
So if they
that's-
don't go yard, they don't go at all.
Yep.
It was very difficult to go yard at Wrigley with the 25-mile-an-hour wind coming from the outfield. Every ball went up in the air and died. It was
Yeah.
part of the problem.
Baseball would suck here at Road America today. That's
That's
for sure.
It was the same weather as here. It did suck. It was not good.
well, good thing we're racing cars here, I guess.
Indeed. And while I'm on my soapbox, let me say one more thing.
Yeah.
That Wrigley, an old stadium that doesn't have very good sight lines, i.e. there's pillars in the way for a lot of the seats. The concourses are narrow and the food is bad and the facilities are non-existent. It's like, oh, wow, Wrigley, oh, it's such a cool old ballpark. Oh, it's so great. Oh, we should play here forever.
Why did you go?
Meanwhile, the Oakland Coliseum has the same problems, but like, oh, yeah, you just can't play baseball here. It's just impossible. It just can't be done. I literally don't even know how they do it. I just don't understand. Wrigley is 0% nicer than the Coliseum. There's another hot take. Eat that, Wisconsin and Illinois. Wrigley, 0% nicer than the Oakland Coliseum. Absolutely the bottom 2 baseball park.
Who's
I've
got
been
the
to.
better parking situation? It's got to be Oakland.
Oakland Coliseum has
And nobody
the
goes
best,
there.
has the best transportation
I believe that.
situation by far, probably of any sporting venue in the country. Period. Because of the transportation options available. Turns out, yeah, nobody wants to go see your product when you don't invest in it for over 10 years. It's weird how that works.
Really weird.
And weird. Again, the Red Sox in an old, awful stadium who haven't invested in their team recently also don't have anybody going to their games. No, it's just an Oakland problem. That's just it's just not a baseball market. Anyway, I'll just get off my soapbox now.
Ryan is holding this broadcast hostage with Oakland A's and baseball talk until somebody brings him lunch. So please, for the love of God,
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, absolutely.
somebody bring Ryan lunch.
Absolutely. No, it's
And if
just
you
weird.
bring him a brat, make sure the bun is not dry.
You know what? If I lose my favorite baseball team so that literally no other municipality in the country offers to pay for a stadium for an out-of-state billionaire ever again, I'm more than happy for that to have happened.
It's fair.
And fortunately, 2 of them have been voted down the last month, so thank God for that. Thank you to the city of St. Louis and Kansas City. You're real ones. Anyway.
Viewership has plummeted. That's weird.
It's going really well in Northern California, though, let me tell you.
How about them Oakland Raiders?
Nope, don't
Hey.
care about the Raiders. Don't care about the Raiders at all. Never have.
I
That's
do.
my
will.
favorite football team.
Nope, don't care.
Same.
Don't
Same.
care.
Hey, the Stratus 60 has come down pit road from the overall lead.
Yeah,
Awful.
I think
Awful fans, awful
we're-
franchise.
no. The Stratus fans are fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Let's talk Mariners.
I think we're about to kick off another round of GTU pit stops here at the very least. Last in at 36. This is 57, so pretty much on cue here. Interesting to note as well that these Stratus cars now did occupy the top 3 positions overall. So just don't have the straight line speed, but in the course of a lap, certainly been a little bit more consistent.
The Stratus 59 also coming down pit road there.
Yeah, 58 stays out.
We'll see if maybe they can get that beam light working on the 60 again while they're down pit road.
Light the
But they may have to.
beam. Let's go. Anyway, sorry. Little Sacramento Kings reference there for you.
And
Oh no!
we almost witnessed the demise of turn 6 and 7. We're also shrinking the word Speedville here at this point.
We are.
Notice that, yeah.
At least it's shifting
Interestingly
one way,
enough,
not
this
the
is
other.
a lot closer to how I placed it. It's like working its
Oh,
way
so it's
back
just
to how I had
perfection.
it before. Yeah. Oh, this is much closer.
I'm just glad we're staying Speedville and not losing the S on the left side. We don't need
Edville?
no Peedville out here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
I believe it.
But if you go check out our old F1000 broadcasts from back in the day.
Oh, they deserve it.
Yeah.
This was the last race, too, right?
It sure was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, I had to broadcast pre-practice 2 from some guy's motorhome. It was an experience.
Did you know the guy?
No, it was one of the drivers.
Or did you just barge into his motorhome?
No, it was one of the drivers. He's like, I got to go out on track, and I needed somewhere to broadcast from. It's a long story as to how we got there in the first place. But they wouldn't let me into the media center. And so the series guy was like, well, you can use this guy's motorhome. He's like, well, I'm going to be on track, so you do whatever you got to do.
Wow.
So
What a series.
Me and old Tanner Johnson got up on the I got up on the hot spot, and it was something.
R.I.P. Tanner Johnson,
Yeah, he's still around.
wherever he is.
Edmonton. He's into Edmonton.
Hey,
Yeah.
Canada. I like that country.
Beamlight still. Oh, you like that country? Alberta. Yes, the well-known country of Alberta. The Beamlight is reported as still being off on the number 60.
Oh, jeez. The lights don't go out.
So they
Yeah.
have
So
not-
this
They have not lit the beam here.
is now a question of how long does this go on?
This
Well,
is
I guess it's a
insane.
question of how long does it go off.
Well, they're never gonna.
I mean, that's. I mean, yeah. You're not wrong.
No, what I'm saying is that they were given the opportunity to fix it, and it's not fixed. So do they now force them to because they had the opportunity to and they didn't, or do they just look the other way and we pretend it's not a problem?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
So here's another hot take for you. This one is car related, at least. Why are headlights and taillights not on permanently on every car? Not when they're parked, obviously, but like the next time I see somebody with their taillights off at night because they're driving with their daytime running lights on, like I'm gonna lose it. Like I can't believe it. It's 2023 or 2024 even, and we don't have this figured out now, where lights just come on when you start the car. Come on, let's get real.
I mean, it depends on how old the car is, surely.
It's new cars.
No.
It's people
Yeah,
in
that's weird.
Jeeps and Chevys and all the other
There's your answer.
Jeeps.
Rent-
Yeah.
rental car traffic that people somehow spend their own money on. I do have a Jeep this weekend that's a plug-in hybrid that I've been plugging in at night. So I've used no fuel since I've arrived in Elkhart Lake. I absolutely should have showed up to Jeep Beach. Jordan, I'm the type of guy that would show up to Jeep Beach with a 4Runner. Like, I'm that person. I would show up to Sturgis
Don't
on
do that.
a Ninja 400. Like, that's the kind of person I am. And the cool
Let me
thing
show
is,
up to your fancy car show in my Honda Civic.
yeah, I'm down with that too, 100%.
Park next to your McLaren.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The nice thing about showing up with your Ninja 400 to Sturgis is, if you made them mad and wanted to escape, all of their Harley Davidsons would break down and you would escape quite easily. Because that is the natural state of a Harley Davidson, is broke down on the side of the road
visit Sturgis.
with your interesting helmet choice given historical events circa 1940 that a lot of the Harley Davidson riders elect to purchase. Like, who'd have thought? Anyway, shout out to Milwaukee, where they make the Harley Davidson.
Your cheese is terrible, your beer is terrible, and your bike.
Motorcycles are
suck.
bad. Ridden by.
We do love Wisconsin, folks. Don't worry.
No matter how bad you think this broadcast is going, dear viewer / listener, it is not going nearly as bad as whatever is happening in Abu Dhabi right now. These two cars followed each other into the hairpin where Max passed Lewis a couple years ago, and the lead one just stops. Like, it
Great.
doesn't spin, it doesn't slide, it literally just parks up in the middle of the track. Phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Hopefully they're not breaking any rules and we have to disqualify them in 6 weeks.
I mean,
hopefully you have a comprehensive tech program that makes sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Shout out IndyCar.
Yeah, indeed.
So riding on board with the Moorhead Speedworks 290, currently 4th overall, 2nd in class. The leader is the Stratus 58 ahead of the NFC Motorsports 123. The 60 Stratus car there, 3rd overall, followed by the Moorhead Speedworks 290 and the GTR 99. That's the top 5 overall here as we are approaching the conclusion of hour number 4.
It's windy enough that it's shaking the spectator fence on the front straight.
yeah, I believe that.
Wow.
Oh man, just looking at the flag there up at the top of the Corvette Bridge, it looks like it's basically a crosswind for most of the long straights.
Yes, it is.
It would be blowing left to right as you come down into the braking zone for turn 5, which actually makes some sense as to why we've seen a couple of cars lose traction on the way in.
Yep. That's pretty bad.
You come out from behind the trees there, and you're just getting a wall of 35 to 40 mile an hour wind along the side of the car. It'll push the car onto the curb, which is now upsetting the car even further. And we've seen probably half a dozen times already today. Cars end up in some strife down there at turn number 5. I hope I'm not jinxing anything by saying this, but we had a brief discussion earlier on about how we've seen some fairly significant incidents here in the past at Road America. It's a racetrack with consequences. It's small runoff, fast corners, narrow track, which I every time I'm back at the track, I cannot get over just how narrow the track surface actually is, and how much it moves. But so far today,
What? The track surface moves?
Yeah, it's never going just perfectly straight.
Okay,
It's small,
like Mario Kart, where it's
long. You would imagine it's straight 90 degree corner, straight 90 degree corner. It doesn't. It actually does arc and kind of weave a little bit. Let's say.
Okay. All right.
But everybody's driven really within themselves all day.
Yeah.
It's been great. Go on board the Stratus. Well, it was working. With the gold car, which would be 59.
Yes. Remember when we did predictions last year? That was kind of cool.
That was...
You
led that charge.
I should have done that again.
Yeah.
I don't think about it. I'm
sure
doing stuff.
Yeah.
We can do predictions tomorrow.
No, but it was
In
like
the
a
rain.
season-long prediction.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was trying to pitch WRL Daily Fantasy, basically.
that's fun.
And then we'd have the guests give guesses, too.
So we did catch back up at the end of the season.
Yes.
When we were both at COTA.
Yes.
On the whole concept and who was going to win, and I think JT was coming up pretty solidly on all that.
Yeah.
And then stuff happened at the end of Sunday, and we forgot to review the final standing.
We did. We absolutely did.
We'll never know who won.
I have that spreadsheet somewhere. You gotta sit up a little bit straighter when you go through Speedville. Give it some respect.
When do we get the Speedville Fansville crossover episode?
This camera brought to you by Xfinity. Your choice for internet that wants you to use their spyware. Otherwise, they give you data cap.
These drivers driving faster than Xfinity 10G.
That's true. That is true.
NG?
I think that's the number they're talking about
What
now on
even-
NASCAR
what even is
Xfinity,
that?
broadcasts.
What does that mean?
It
They made
doesn't
it
mean
up.
anything. It's not even available. Like, you can't use it, and then nothing you download from can give you that speed anyway. It does not matter. It's fake.
Is that
It's
just
all
the
marketing.
bandwidth of the towers?
No, it's the bandwidth of
Yeah,
the
10
internet
megabytes per
service to
second.
your house, allegedly.
Oh gosh, no. So
No,
I have heard that a track in Southern Virginia recently had their cell service upgraded to a 10 gig bandwidth,
Wow.
and I assumed that that's what 10G was when you said the word 10G.
No.
Oh,
Talking about like fiber internet. Allegedly.
gotcha.
Fiber where it's fiber to the pole, but then regular cable to your house.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Down to AT&T for having a simple
So we're just
structure.
calling fiber 10G.
Well,
Essentially.
it's 10G
That's
fiber
very
allegedly,
cool.
which
That's
it's
cool.
not.
Yeah, of course. You're never going to get 10Gs anyway.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's just the suggestions. It's just recommended. You're never
Shout
going
out
get
to
that. Like,
manned camera up here at 14. I like that it's moved upwards, so you now can't see the exit of 14, and the hill is now covered by the pylon.
We just have a dude strapped to a pole here. Hopefully he signed the waiver. Turn one looks great.
I think I may
Traffic
go
anyway
for.
down here.
Here into one.
I think I may go for a little service here momentarily and get some lunch and then correct some of these cameras.
So let before you do that,
Sure.
then if Mr. Hill and I are going to hurry for a moment, let me step aside briefly, and then you can do all of the things that you need to do, including brats.
I'm not gonna get a brat. I'm gonna get the potato thing.
Potato, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna step aside, and we can take Brendan Kazmarek off that list for just a couple of minutes, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Mr. West and Mr. Hill, and then we're gonna. I don't know. We'll come back. I'll come
The
back.
hands.
We'll
the
do
hands
some
of a-
stuff.
of a
Yeah.
surgeon.
Some stuff will happen.
A steady hand here.
Okay.
Yes, there we go.
Great. Who has more fun than us? That's what I want to know.
Indeed.
All right.
Speed.
That's fantastic. Yeah, we're speed right now. Nice and windy day.
There's no laws. No laws in Speedville.
No laws. We can use whatever letters we want. Just an update on the current running order. GTO field, the NFC Motorsports 123 leads by over a minute now ahead of the Moorhead Speedworks 290. The third place GTR 99 has come down pit road, followed by the Random Vandals Racing 28 and the Fast Track Racing 188. That's the top five in GTO. GTU is the Stratus 60, 58, and 59, the top three. The other two entries are not having a great time right now, as we're going to whack some weeds down there in turn one. I guess we've decided to landscape now. Good time to get there. Oh, there's a race going on? We need to... There's a weed right here, folks. We got to get it. Oh, we got a car stop. Drivers right in 7. It's the 392 that's going to come for a stop. Maybe he's trying to check out some weed whacking. That's the Harrison Motorsports 392 at the GP1 field. So GP1 is currently led by the Edge Autosports 26, followed by the 38 of Palomar Racing and the 392 machine of Harrison Motorsports that is stopped on driver's right. We're also getting a report of a car stopped on driver's left in turn 7 as well. So sounds like we're turning 7 into a parking lot now.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get an update here in a moment on who else is involved in that. Be interesting to see if we stay green here, especially with multiple cars coming to a stop there in 7. I guess
It is a
it'll
track
depend
that
if we
has
can
a-
do a flat pole.
It is a track that has a genuinely excellent recovery crew here. So if anybody was willing to do it, it would be here. The yellow flag is not in the hand of the gentleman. The person in the starter stand is wearing a starter jacket, which I think is outstanding. But he does not have the yellow flag in his hand, and he seems pretty with it. So
So it looks like the other car that's stopped there in 7 is the 68 machine.
Ooh, the 290 is in the pit lane. The Ginetta of Moorhead Speedworks. It's going to just trundle right on down to find its pit stall. Come in for 12 gallons of Speedway race fuel.
What I'm seeing now is there was contact between the 392 of Harrison and the 68 of Speed Syndicate that came together in 7, and then both cars came to a stop on the racetrack.
Pow.
Or just off of the racetrack, but...
I'm going to change out the bottle here.
That's... oh, we're going to clean the window.
Well, because that window was dirty earlier. It's much better now.
Nice job, fella. Nice job. Yeah, they're following the safety protocol. Got the fire bottle ready. That's something that, of course, WRL takes very seriously. Somebody's waving at us just ahead of him.
I think that's Chad. That is Chad.
Oh, hi, Chad. I don't know why, but I just waved back. He can't see me.
Everybody's waving. What are we doing? Hey! Hands up. Yep, yep.
Oh.
Folks, they're looking at you right now. Probably still waiting for some fuel.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Chad's like, hurry up, guys. Come on now.
All right, there we go. Beautiful. The 70 is in as well.
That was the stop of all time. Round 3 racing brings the 70 and the 887 down pit lane here. The Economy Motorsports 17 also hitting pit road. So the pit cycle well underway here, as is the landscaping on the right side.
Yep. Evansville.
We bring the N in every once in a while on Johnsonville.
Oh, yeah. Indeed. Finish that.
All the weeds have been whacked, folks.
They are genuinely cleaning the track for the beginning of the season here. There's like lots of new stuff. On the backside of the kink over there, like kind of as you're coming out of the exit of the carousel, there used to be a bunch of like trash on that hillside, which the every now and then, yeah, but like further behind this camera. Every now and then on the IMSA broadcast, you would see it, and it was like, ooh, they've cleared all of that up, and now it actually looks normal. And then there's like a beach sort of cabana thing on the backside of the track over there as well. So they've put in some work, even since they did that big renovation to get the Xfinity Series and the NASCAR Series to come here. They've continued to make the track look a lot nicer. Oh, yep, that's the NFC car. That's the 123. That's the leader.
He was just very excited to lead. Had to spread his wings a little bit there.
An interesting spot to run off, being that wide over the curbs. Like, you've got to be pretty committed to be that wide way over there.
Does appear to be A-okay, so gets the grass off of those tires and continues on.
Yep. And we're just entering the GTO pit cycle here. We talked about GP1. GP2, the number 66, is now 1 minute and 20 ahead of the number 21 of North Loop Motorsports. So they've reeled in about 15 seconds over the course of the stint so far. I would venture to guess that that's not quite enough time being taken out to catch them in time. 15 seconds in however long this has been, 45 minutes, or I guess you could, but you'd have to really plug away at that the whole time.
The Rockwell Autosport Development 41 has hit pit lane as well. That's the 5th place GP2 car coming down for their service. GP3, that class has faced some adversity today as we're going to load up those cars down there. I believe those through 7. As Open Throttle Racing 65 leads GP3 by about 19 laps over the AOA Racing 85 and 22 laps over the 75. Actually, sorry, 40 laps over the 75 AOA Racing machine. So not a good day here in GP3, unfortunately, as we ride on board with the shift up now by a Victory machine. Random Vandals comes down pit road with their number 28. They're going to pit from 2nd in GTO, 5th overall. Seems like everyone kind of settling down a little bit as we get to the middle stages of today's 8-hour endurance race here at Road America. Everyone finding where they belong on the racetrack and just kind of holding steady here as we watch the Stratus work its way through. The NFC Motorsports 123 comes down from the race lead. That was your GTO and overall race leader. Going to take it to pit lane.
The 24 of Montgomery Motorsports, powered by Big Mission. Or is it Big Mission powered by Montgomery Motorsports? Either way, they have come back down the pit lane from their paddock journey. And I believe will be circulating. They're putting fuel in the car. This car being towed. And that is the Aston Martin from Speed Syndicate / Moorhead Speedworks. The Moorhead Speed Syndicate works. Couple more pit takers. It's going to be the second Thunder Bunny car, the 766, as well as the Flying Fur Motorsports BMW in GP1.
The AOA Racing 74 machine also coming down pit road. That was a one of the GTO cars running in the midfield. Gonna get their pit stop in here. Looks like a couple of warnings were given out on pit lane. The 887, the round 3 racing entry, was given a warning for improper fire gear. The 70 also of round 3 racing had a visor up on pit lane, so another warning there. And the Random Vandals 28 receiving a warning for working on the car while fueling. So,
good to see.
Of course, these teams have to keep that in mind, as they already do have warnings, and hopefully able to keep it clean the rest of the way. For those joining us over in the YouTube chat today, let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for here this afternoon at Road America.
All right, I'm joined with Dennis joined by Dennis Neal here up in the commentary booth of the 701 with Round 3 Racing. Dennis, welcome back to WRL. We haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a extended winter break, I guess, as you would call it.
Absolutely. I mean, winter break, but then you're here. It's cold. It's going to be cold tomorrow. It was cold yesterday.
You'll get all seasons here at Road America in April. We had a little winter yesterday. We've got summer today, and we'll have a monsoon season tomorrow.
Right, exactly. So I was talking to Brad briefly yesterday, and he was telling me that the 701 was having some issues. Did you get whatever that was resolved?
Yeah, so I did a total of 8 laps if you count out and ins during practice and qualifying, and I had the most of the team.
Okay, excellent.
So that's kind of how practice went. We were having fuel problems just getting to the motor, and so the team was on the dyno this morning and made sure that they think they had figured it out, and so that made me late to grid, so I was literally the last car. I think RJ was actually ready to clean up from doing his splitting of the field, and so I'm here I come down pit road, and they're like, oh, one more.
Right.
That was me. But yeah, the car now is good. Like, it's the team worked a lot last night, did a great effort to be able to get it sorted out. Since they couldn't run the motor, they just changed a lot of things and kind of looked through. There's definitely still some work to do to the car, just because we haven't, we basically lost all of yesterday chasing that. So, we'll see. We'll try to make it a little better for tomorrow, but I think the conditions will be so drastically different that I don't know if we'll be able to tell.
Right, I totally get you. Will it be a little bit of an advantage running a Porsche in the wet tomorrow versus like a rear or a front engine rear wheel drive, big beast of a car like that M4? For example,
we'll see. We don't have all the traction control all the fancy cars do, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
I got you. I mean, you went from last up to 4th in class now, and only about a lap or two. Now they're on lap 65. We're gonna wait for it to click through here. I think you're gonna be a lap down.
Yeah, so that first red flag kind of caught us out because the leaders had passed me a couple of laps previously. The GTO leaders, GTO leaders had passed me a couple of laps prior. They were in 5, and I was almost sitting right here on the start-finish line for the red flag. So that kind of put us a little bit behind because the GTOs hadn't gotten through the entire GP1 field yet.
Okay.
But that's okay. I mean, for starting where we did and the day we had yesterday, we'll take it.
No, it's a heck of a time, absolutely. So, do you have plans for the rest of the season? Are you full in? Are you a handful here and there?
We're working on it. We've got we'll definitely be at Charlotte, so that's a definite. And then we're working up the rest of the season, probably 5 or 6 races. So
sweet.
We'll see how that goes. But
that'll be super awesome. So happy to be here in Road America. What's your dinner spot for tonight look like?
Probably back at the hotel.
At the hotel, okay.
So staying nearby where we've got a kitchen and be able to actually make food.
Okay,
and
cool.
not have to fight everybody else that goes out to the restaurants.
Absolutely.
There was quite a few people in the parking lot last night at the hotel, so it's there's a lot of folks up here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the folks, we were in Thursday night, we went to the Paddock Club. Thursday night or Friday night? Thursday night we went to the Paddock Club, and they were going to be closed today for a wedding.
Oh.
Like, they weren't even aware that there was going to be a race like in town this weekend. So I think we kind of sprung it on everybody.
Surprise!
That we're going to be here. So
surprise! We're off our regular Mother's Day.
Exactly. Which
tradition.
I'm more than happy. I'm more than happy for that to be the case. I was also happy that we were off of Easter.
Yes.
But I subsequently had a different series to commentate for on Easter, and I was like, almost.
Yeah.
It's the schedule change is great. The weather is less than ideal, but at least it's not raining today. It was a little bit warm out there this morning when I was wandering about like a couple hours ago.
It was definitely warm. I came out of the car. I spent the first 3 hours in the car through all the yellows and reds.
Oh, okay.
And my cool shirt was not functioning very well, so I was sweating. It was definitely hot. There's a very strong wind that goes diagonal across the track, especially at turn 5. So when we come out of the trees, we get hit by the wind, and it likes to push the cars around. So if you're local at the track and you want to go see some crazy cars doing some crazy things, probably down in 5 is a good place to go watch because it's a little squirrely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, anything else you've got here to plug? Anything you want to say to the people?
No, we're working on some other giveaways and things, so we'll be trying to work that through. So speak with people, and then Reunion Church are both still on board with me.
Good,
so
excellent.
That's good. So still trying to make a community out of WRL and trying to do that. We had some ideas that we couldn't pull together for this event, but maybe next year. We'll see.
Excellent.
But yeah, we've got some ideas, and we'll see what happens.
Excellent. Well, Dennis, thank you for coming up and speaking with us. You
Absolutely.
folks are always welcome. So please come anytime. Dennis Neal with Round 3 Racing. Thank you for the Coke as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys were talking about it, so see, we do listen.
Yeah, absolutely. People do listen. 100%. No, I love it. I'm very pleased. I will definitely start work on one of those immediately.
You're gonna have to get a bottle opener though, because of the real
I've got
thing.
keys. It'll work.
Oh, there you go.
We'll
You're not
figure
gonna
it
do
out.
the edge of the table thing?
No, because the number of times that I've pulled the edge off of these Formica weird deals, it's enough that I don't want to keep damaging them for people.
Yeah.
And I tried one at Coda, and I think I hit it just wrong, and it cracked enough, and then I went to pop it up, and then it shot out of the bottle and made a mess on the table everywhere.
It's always
So,
good when you can also break the glass, and then you're like,
Yeah.
do I drink this now?
Yeah, you gotta be careful on those. Drink it drink your teeth or whatever,
Yeah.
so it's filtering the glass for you.
Yeah, because that's gonna work.
Yeah, only cut your lip as opposed to your throat, I guess.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, it looks like we came in for a pit stop.
Yep, 701 pulling into their pit stall here.
That should be.
You got that 981 to play with too,
Yes.
with another Cayman out there, so it'll
Yeah.
be fun.
So there's a lot, so it's good.
Excellent. Good. Well, Dennis, thanks for coming to see us. I really appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Yeah, no problem.
Dennis Neal joins our Ryan West from the booth just up at the start-finish line on driver's left. If you're interested in coming and saying hello, I think Ryan's going to step out for a couple of minutes here and work on some of our fading cameras, and also go grab lunch for himself. And certainly the rest of the weekend, you are welcome to stop by and come chat with Ryan, chat with us. For doing exactly that. Interesting point he made about the entry to turn 5. I had made a similar point about an hour ago, where you could almost visibly see the cars being pushed to driver's right in the braking zone, and I had kind of noticed the same thing before he said something, but it's exactly the case. You're funneling down in between the trees, and then as soon as you get basically to the braking point around the 3 or 400 marker there to driver's right, it opens up from left to right, driver's left to driver's right, which is the direction you see the leaves blowing. And all of a sudden, the whole side of the car is being hit with 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that's where you see the cars dancing. It's where you see them get up on the curves. And Dennis intimated exactly that, how just as you go to apply the brakes, it'll shove the car one way or the other. Pretty wild stuff. And nice to hear that opinion kind of reflected as to exactly what you and I and dear viewer are seeing from trackside is exactly what's happening in the car. So props to everybody as we go 3 wide down into the braking zone for turn number 5. One of the NPO1s involved in that. Looks like more cars I don't recognize.
Yeah, you were exactly right, though, on the way that the wind is affecting these cars, sending them a little bit unsettled as they work their way, especially through 5 here, where you're getting that crosswind that's really putting a lot of force on them and taking away the contact that they have with the racetrack itself. So really interesting to hear Dennis's point of view there. Looking forward to seeing him back at Charlotte as well. And hopefully they're able to have a nice solid run this weekend. Always cheering for the people that take the time to stop by and have a quick word with Ryan.
Yeah, the round 3 folks have always been a big part of our broadcast here on DriversEye Live at the World Racing League. If it's not Dennis, it's route car off there, headed just up the hill there behind the pylon. Looked like maybe one of the Harrison BMWs down in GP1 or GP2.
No reports of anything yet. The 641 has been reported as taking the exit at turn 5 not too long ago. That's the Auto Prep Club GP1 BMW 325i. So another car taking that option at turn number 5, which is good because it's keeping us under green flag conditions a lot longer, which is fantastic. Of course, folks, we are past the halfway point now, so less than 4 hours to go.
Yeah, it's been an interesting start to this one. We're way past the starting point, but what we thought was, well, it was a red flag filled opening to the race, nothing of real significance, but it really broke the beginning of the race up into, I don't want to say pointless chunks, but we didn't really learn anything for the first 2.5 hours of the race. And just now, finally, the race has, we've got to a point, we've got at least two full green flag runs in since our last full course yellow. Now we have a better idea of what the fuel range of some of these cars is going to be and exactly how the rest of this race is likely to play out. And we've gone to the other end of the spectrum where the race is fully settled in, and we've been clean and green now for, again, the better part of the last 2.5 hours. To the point that the three GTU cars the three leading GTU cars, Stratus 60, 58, and 59, in that order, now lead the race overall with 1 minute and 13 seconds in hand from the overall leader back to the NFC Motorsports number 123. And I'm curious as to whether this is a driver-related change that's allowed the GTU cars to get so far up the overall order, and so decidedly up the overall order, or if maybe it's to do with the wind, a smaller surface area in the car is just affecting it less in the places where it matters. Maybe they're kinder to their tires, and whereas the tires are wearing out on the GTO cars faster, perhaps the cars are more unstable in the gusty winds. I think there's a number of reasons for it, but the reality is that those cars have been so much more consistent with shorter pit stops over the last 2+ hours that this is now where we find ourselves.
I think one thing that's definitely coming into play for the GTU field is the fact that the track is starting to heat up compared to what we have this morning. Because, of course, when we got here for the start just 4 hours ago, the track was really wet because we had some overnight rains. Temperatures were very low, and we've gone up about 20 to 25 degrees just from the start of the day today. And the track, of course, going to heat up quite a bit as well with all the rubber getting laid down and all the cars going around the circuit. So that always helps the GTU field. They're able to stretch their legs quite a bit when those tires do warm up a bit. So I think that's definitely what we're seeing there. It could be also a fact of some driver changes as well, either for them or for the rest of the field. But it's going to be interesting to see how far they can stretch it out. And the 123 NFC Motorsports car has been really, really solid today. That is the GTO leader, of course, the national points champion leader right now in GTO as well. They had a miserable race weekend at Mid-Ohio last week, just weren't able to get up there and really got caught off guard on some pit strategy all weekend long. So to be able to get themselves back up there and hopefully for their sake stretch the lead once again is going to be very important to them. And the second place GTO car, the TLM Mona 888, of course, they weren't with us last week at Mid-Ohio, but at Barber, they were the car to beat all weekend. They crossed the line first both days. Of course, they did have a disqualification on the Saturday due to some issues that they have, but were able to back it up with a win on Sunday. So now coming out here, running second, looking very strong. That's, of course, something that we expected out of them. And as I mentioned earlier, the Moorhead Speedworks 290, so the third place GTO car, had some issues last week as well. Wasn't really able to get out there to start the day on Saturday. But when they did get out there about halfway through the day, they set the fastest lap overall, and that got them to start on the pole for day number 2, and had themselves a pretty solid day going there as well, and looking really good here so far.
Yeah, the 888 entry, I think that team in general, the TLM team in general, kind of took 2023 to get their feet under them as it related to these new Aston Martin GT4s. And now that they have, that 888 car in particular has been so good this season. It was, like you said, so good back at Barber. Crossed the line first both days, had the unfortunate DQ on Saturday, but backed it up on Sunday and kind of put their foot down. Drivers this weekend are Zhang O'Shaughnessy and John Paul Southern on board that number 888, and I think that's the same lineup that was in that car back at Barber as well. Zhang is 18 years old, headed to SMU in the fall. and hasn't been around racing. I mean, he's been around racing for a while, but hasn't really been a driver himself for all that long. JP Southern, looks like 7 years now in pro racing, having run F4s. He's run in Europe, GT3s and GT4s, with a focus on, being kind of the data guy for that car. In as much as we've seen other teams and other lineups gel over the years, it kind of sounds like that's what we're getting with this number 888 TLM Mona entry now. And I think they are better for it. The TLM team as a whole is better for it, and it's allowed them to be competitive with the 123, with the 225, and with the 290. So all good things if you're down in any of the TLM camps, but particularly for the 888.
Absolutely. And like you mentioned, they took 2023 to really develop the program and get it to the stage where they really want to be able to get out there, compete every week, every time that they're out here. And that's what they've done so far. And when a team is willing to take that time to properly develop a program rather than going out there with unrealistic expectations and whatnot, it is definitely a team that I'll always root for, because I like the teams that do it properly. When you take the time, develop your program, develop your lineup, get them to build the chemistry together, get them out there doing events, WRL, other events as well, where they're really able to work well together, understand what each driver needs, because that's one of the things with endurance racing is you can set the car up, but you got to set it up where it's kind of neutral to fit all the drivers behind the wheel, not necessarily just one driver, because one guy could like a very tight setup and the other one likes it where it's a little bit on edge. So you got to be able to find that happy medium, and I think the AAA team has definitely done that.
When you say the word chemistry, right? I think, when you look at round 3 racing, they've been around the WRL since we've been around the WRL. That was 2021. They've been around at least that long. They've run, different cars just about every year. They have run cars on other teams' behalf, and you're charged at that point with getting the car set up, getting it developed, making sure it complies to the rule book, making sure it'll pass tech at the end of the day, and making sure it's comfortable to drive for 8 hours for 3, 4, 5 different drivers sometimes, which is kind of what you talked about with the 888. But I think Brad McCall will probably tell you this himself, and maybe already has at events I've not been involved at this season. But chemistry matters, attitude matters. He made a bunch of very public posts in the WRL Racers group about just wanting to have fun in racing again. And all of a sudden, when he started to relax, good things started to happen. Now, yes, adding a Porsche 991.2 Cup to the stable doesn't hurt. But even when you compare that Porsche Cup car with the 9971 that they have, that is the number 997, all of a sudden, even that car started to find a little bit more success once everybody took a step back and had the opportunity to kind of refocus in on what matters, which is, okay, yep, maybe we don't have big clients the way that we used to, or not running a specific car on somebody's behalf, but the task is still the same. We're going to go out and enjoy ourselves. We're going to put a good team and a good car together, and let's see what happens. And sure enough, double winners at Mid-Ohio. So sometimes it just takes, finding the right platform, finding your footing with that platform, and as soon as you start to relax with it, good things start to happen.
That's a great point as well. When everyone's out there having a good time, the stress levels are low amongst the group. Things seem to flow a lot better and go a lot better for the team from start to finish. Obviously, in a race, especially a long race like this, a lot can go wrong, but it's how you approach those situations that really dictate how your race weekend goes. And for those teams, like you said, with round 3, it just seems like everything's really clicked well for them. They have Cole, they got Josh, they have their handful of other drivers that get behind the wheel of those machines as well. And it just sounds like they all work really well together and are able to lean on each other, which is absolutely paramount when it comes to building a successful program here. But as we ride on board with the Moorhead Speedworks 290, Looks like they had a little bit of a moment on the exit of that corner, but very. I love this racetrack here at Road America. There's a lot of different elements to it. Obviously, you have the wide sweeping carousel. Then you get to the kink where things can get a little bit scary there. Canada corner, where if you mess that corner up, it can really throw your lap away, which is something that I know I've done on the sim side, and a lot of drivers have done in the real world as well. But each corner plays such a massive part into the lap. You mess up one portion of the racetrack, and that could be the difference from being at the top step of the podium and finishing in the 5th position. So you have to make sure every single corner counts and that you nail your marks every single time.
Especially here where you're carrying so much speed. You know, if you've got mostly low speed corners, you can afford to be a foot to 3 feet off the apex. But here, you've got to be there. There's just you're too fast, and the consequences are too significant if you get it wrong. Changing topics a little bit here. Down at GP1, just started a round of pit stops for our class leaders. 26 from Edge Autosports and the 981 from BSR Racing are in from first and third, respectively. We actually went by the number 26 while we were riding on board with the Moorhead Ginetta down there at the carousel. So that car has come and gone already. I haven't seen the 981 just yet, but theoretically should not be too far behind. It's left the Palomar Racing number 38 out in front of the class. So it's at the moment seems likely to be a 3-horse race, more or less, in GP1. Moving forward, round 3 Racing sits there in 4th, 2 laps off of the class lead, but was the first of the GP1 cars to pit, actually, while Dennis Neal was up in the booth with Ryan. So we're going to get a little shuffle here in the GP1 ranks, and once Palomar completes their next pit stop in the next couple of laps here, we'll get a better idea of where the GP1 leaders stand. My guess is that the 38 and the 26 are going to start to separate themselves here, and that these two are going to be the ones to duke it out for the GP1 class win.
Ooh, looks like we had a little bit of smoke there off the back of one of the cars going into turn 5. But
no yellow flag there from the corner station, so whatever happened, you got away with.
Might have just been a little bit of a lockup working through the corner, or a bit of a tire rub or something along those lines anyways. But you mentioned the 38 Palomar and the 26 for Edge Autosports. Once the Palomar 38 does come down pit road, I absolutely agree with you that it's going to be a very tight battle amongst both of those teams. And just an update from that smoke we saw there in turn 5, it was the 50 car that went 4 off on driver's right and was able to continue on. That is the Matt Connolly Motorsports number 50. They've not had a great day here today, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, I always feel for them a little bit. I mean, I am so beyond thrilled that we've got the old Grand Am spec Pontiac GTO-R out there. That car is almost 20 years old. It's not the same engine, obviously. They've got just LS motors in the front of it, but you're asking an old tube-frame chassis to do a lot of work, and that those tube-frame chassis take a power-to-weight modifier as well. So a little bit behind the 8 ball in performance with an old chassis as well, and this never seems like they've been able to put a full day together. Now, when that car is on, it's been quick. The right drivers have had that car, in terms of pace, up in the top 5, but as the races themselves have developed, positions just haven't really been there for a car that's got now 20 years basically on track. Down in GP2, North Loop Motorsport is rapidly pulling away from the 164 of Harrison Motorsports. 243.2 last time around. And he's even starting to pick up time now to the class leader from Open Throttle Racing. North Loop is a pit stop to the good relative to both the to the first and third place cars. So things are in a pretty good position moving forward here for that orange number 21 BMW.
You're absolutely right on that. Some great pace there by those drivers in the GP2 field is something just...
Dust off in the distance there. Yeah, somebody dropped some wheels off in the carousel. Looks like 224 maybe, according to the race control log.
That is the Limpy Screwdriver Racing LLC machine. I love that team name, by the way. With the 1989 Chevy Camaro. That's a classic. Well, classic for the young folk, I guess.
That car does predate me.
Me too.
Yeah. I think it does for all of us. Oh, well. Behind the Ford Mustangs here. I assume that'll be the FPRS entry.
I believe that is the 92 FPRS Motorsports machine.
The inside into Canada corner. Comment in the chat about Road America being a Mickey Mouse track. I wasn't particularly interested in launching into a debate about Road America. I am not a Road America stan. I enjoy going there, but it was never my favorite track in sim racing. It was never my favorite track to watch cars at. It's a lot of long straights, a lot of 90-degree corners. It feels very straightforward, right? It doesn't feel like it moves around the way you would want a racetrack to, right?
It's not necessarily one of the toughest road courses, for sure.
No, but I think it's tough to go quickly, and the further down the racing ladder you go, the harder it is to go quickly. When you've got a ton of downforce and you're in a prototype and all of that, you've got sticky tires, it can be very easy to go quickly, right? Just point it in a straight line, hit the throttle, and hit the brakes at the right time, and you're good. But the less grip you have, the less confidence you have under braking in particular, the harder it is to do. If you've got to manage tires because of the long carousel, the quick corner up at the kink, that can make it very difficult as well. What I would say, if you don't like or you're not a big fan of Road America, go check it out in person. Because I don't think you can really get a sense of the elevation changes or of just how narrow the track is relative to speed, unless you see it there. It is one of the most narrow road courses in North America. It's also obviously one of the fastest road courses in North America. It's smooth now, but it used to be bumpy. You used to have all kinds of surface changes, right? Patches, asphalt patches. In braking zones, there was a big bump on the way into turn 14 in years gone by. You've got very little runoff in some of the quickest corners on the track, up at turn 7 down here at the kink, and then this crazy run in between the trees at something like 145 miles an hour in these cars into the braking zone here at Canada Corner. Feels very isolated back there. You've got trees on the left where you can't put any spectators. You've got trees on the right where there's a golf cart and a walking path. But you're kind of just out on your own, almost in the way of like being at the Nordschleife, where you just feel like you're setting out on a journey into the forest. And that's kind of what that back section there feels like. But it's really hard to appreciate any of that from camera angles, from onboard cameras, or anything like that until you see it in person. And then the place really does start to impress in a way that it doesn't other times. So that would be my sell for Road America. If you've never been, go once and then make up your mind after that. I will accept that it's not the most interesting layout, but man, it plays a lot differently in person than it does on camera.
And that's a lot of racetracks, honestly. It doesn't really grasp the full atmosphere of the track or what the track has to offer just over the video cameras that we have available, or any of the other levels of racing offer here at Road America and basically anywhere else. So definitely get out to as many racetracks as you can. Make yourself make your own opinion of it by being there and really experiencing it, because a lot of racetracks aren't necessarily even about the racetrack surface. or anything like that. It's all about the atmosphere and the experience. So
Vibes.
definitely get out. Exactly. If it's got the vibes, it's going to be one of the greatest experiences of your life.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, my personal favorite racetrack is Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We're headed there at the end of July. It'll be warm. It'll be sunny. Maybe some afternoon thunderstorms. We're gonna have a lot to contend with that weekend, and it's so popular, despite being fairly short. So we're likely to have a full field of cars there as well. 50 plus cars on a 2.5 mile circuit, 2.5 mile circuit. It is a challenging weekend for all, but man, if it's a place you enjoy, nothing beats being there, regardless of what the challenges are. So I agree with you. Check it out. You know, owe it to yourself to go check out some of these racetracks and make up your mind after that. One of your home tracks up north there, Robert, Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, is one that I do get the same vibe from on camera, right? It's fast, requires commitment.
Yeah.
The consequences are significant, but it's super rewarding and always fun, even just to watch cars run around there solo in qualifying, right? There's just something about it that is so satisfying to watch as a racing fan.
To me, it's just such a cool place. I spotted my first ever NASCAR race there a handful of years ago. We absolutely ruined the practice session by blowing our engine, laying oil all over the racetrack, and we basically left the field with no time to practice. So maybe it worked in our favor. I don't know. We finished top 50. Oh, this is a little sketchy.
Yeah.
Wow. But one thing about Canadian Tire Motorsport Park is you walk around, and it's not uncommon to have Ron Fellows walk by and shake your hand as you're just walking through the paddock, and it's such a cool experience. It's a lot of walking around that place, but like you said, there's a lot of reward. There's some very risky areas of the track as well, but sim world, real world, no matter what, definitely a place to check out.
Yeah, they did away with some of the major consequences by paving the runoff down there at turn 2.
Yeah.
And to that point, really, Road Atlanta does not have any of that. There's no paved runoff at Road Atlanta. It's grass and gravel. So that it certainly enhanced safety, but it doesn't make it any less dramatic. You know, watching the cars crest the hill headed down into turn number 2, that big downhill left-hander at Mosport is no less dramatic just because there's pavement on the outside there. It's pretty wild stuff.
Absolutely, it definitely is. And you know, you mentioned Road Atlanta. That is definitely one on my bucket list. I got to get out to that track eventually and just check it out. It's such a cool facility. Anytime you get to see it on television or what have you, it's a cool place, and definitely one I do want to check out myself in the future, and maybe get out there for a track day or something, do a couple laps around there too.
I think Petit Le Mans is one of the, if not the best events in the country. I mean, the vibes there are phenomenal. The track obviously is its own challenge. I mean, it is a part of the race that, you know, say sometimes a place like Watkins Glen isn't, right? A lot of high-speed corners. Yes, it's fast. Yes, it's dramatic and iconic, but it doesn't throw challenges the way a Road Atlanta does. It doesn't create traffic chaos the way Road Atlanta does. So I will always recommend, if somebody is interested in going to an American sports car race, Petit will always be my first pick, and that has as much to do with the track as it does the cars. You saw something, Mr.
There.
Hill? Yeah.
Watching the Stratus go by, I guess the camera. Oh, well, we're gonna go off track here.
Yeah, very odd.
This car's been struggling for the last little while, so I wonder if maybe something's going awry with the mechanical setup of it.
Yeah, also just fresh out of the pit lane, so it could be a new driver getting to grips with the car, obviously getting to grips with the conditions. Yes, it's, you know, bone dry, but the wind plays a role as well. Hopefully holds up the number 50 headed on the front straightaway. This will be the 777. Worth keeping an eye on some of the other battles up and down the field. If you look at the top of GTO, Moorhead Speedworks number 290, 7.5 seconds in arrears of the 888 from TLM Mona. So the pace is there for that Moorhead Ginetta G56. Been steadily closing into the second place car in class. And we'll see if that battle comes together before their next pit stops here in, well, probably 3 or 4 laps time. So race is clicking on by here. 59 is into the pit lane. That is the now the third place car in GTU.
The 60 did pit not too long ago itself. The Stratus 58 still due down in the next handful of laps, so expect to see a pit stop there. I believe we saw a driver change in the 59 just a couple of moments ago on the previous camera shot, so we'll keep an eye on that, see if their pace matches what they were running a little bit earlier on. But that's your GTU top 3. NFC Motorsports currently well ahead of the TLM Mona 888. We'll wait till they go by the line again to get an update on the gap between those cars. GP1, I saw a pit stop was underway not too long ago for one of the front runners, but Edge Autosports leads that one by over a minute ahead of the Palomar 38.
Yeah, that's what we expected. We knew that Palomar car was going to have to be in sooner rather than later. And when it came out, it was likely that it was going to be 26 from 38 and then a bit of a margin further back. And that's exactly what we had. 105.9 FM is your class lead there in GP1. And then about a lap further back to the 701, who is just 5 seconds ahead of the 981 for BSR Racing. Actually, I think that position just changed hands on track within the last couple of laps. So, oh man, that is such a dramatic cut. I thought we had a car flying off the road down there at turn 5. Such was the violence of the leaves blowing around there.
Those leaves are absolutely... I don't even know where these leaves came from, because none of these trees have any leaves on them, so maybe they're all on the racetrack right now, but
well,
very windy.
It's America's national park of speed, right? So maybe they just leave the grounds to be what they are. You're kind of in a wooded area down there on both the left and the right sides.
Well,
I assume that the dead leaves from the winter have just picked up and wound up on track.
You missed some landscaping when you stepped away earlier, so I'm not sure about that. Yeah, they were out weed whacking in turn number 1.
Oh, sure.
Just off the racetrack. Yeah, right here in this shot, actually, on the left side. They were down there weed whacking.
Yeah, so it is the first racing weekend of the season.
Correct.
For Road America. So my guess is that there is still some ongoing work to get it spectator ready before their spectator season kicks off. I don't know what their first big event is. IndyCar is their first weekend in June. Second weekend in June. That'll probably be the first major event. So they've got some time.
Yeah, their first major event, definitely still a little while away. Looks like the SVRA Vintage Festival weekend in mid-May.
Okay.
Is their first big one.
So some work to be done, but they've got time. 290 goes 2 wheels into the grass, headed up the hill. Looks like they were 3 wide there for a moment with the number 701. Pass is done. Remember, this 290 is trying to stay in touch with the 888 from TLM Mona. That car's a little bit further up the road. 4.8 seconds is the margin. There it is. Blue Aston Martin headed down the hill into 3. And then white Ginetta 4.8 seconds further back. Again, these cars likely to be into the pits. Well, TLM Mono was expected a while ago, so this is their longest run of the afternoon. GTR 99 due in shortly. 290 for Moorhead Speedworks will be due in a lap or so, and we'll start the cycle off all over again.
Yeah, we definitely should be coming down to some more pit stops here. One thing of note that I just saw from the National Weather Service, a wind advisory has been
Don't
issued.
say.
Wow, shocker.
Yeah.
Ooh, looks like a little slow there through
Was
turn
that-
6 and
was that
7.
the Janetta?
I believe it was.
Interesting. Let's see if we can pick him up down at speed. No, that car is slow.
Yeah, something's gone real wrong there.
This car
Oh, no.
is. We don't have audio with the feed we're getting from producer Jordan here, but it looks like it's under power. Yeah,
it
Jordan
is
says
definitely
it is
under
running.
power, but not much power.
Sound like there's a vibration? Maybe a tire issue? See
There's
a little
fair
bit of
bouncing on the right
Yeah.
front, is what it looks like to me, but I don't know if that's just where he's at on the track surface.
track surface is pretty smooth here. But anyway, this is your third place car. Again, we were chasing down the AAA
Major.
TLM Mona entry, so changing the podium positions here. And if it's not something like a flat tire, remember this car did just have two wheels in the grass, headed up the front straightaway. If it's not something like a flat tire, this could result in basically taking it out of contention even for a recovery drive. The top 5, 6, 7 spots here in GTO are all pretty tightly bound together. The good news, if there is any, is that the 290 was due to pit here anyway. So it's not like it's taking it out of sequence, but it is losing time, obviously, out on track by going slowly.
Yeah, obviously coming
picking
down
up
pit
speed
road
here.
here. Yeah, it does seem like he got a little bit quicker through the last handful of corners. Maybe he's just anxious to get to pit road and see what they can do to get this car fixed up, see what the issue is. But we'll take a look on the onboard, see if they do give some good attention to the right front. I think they will, because that's just what's really standing out here is the bouncing that I'm seeing here.
Yeah, it does look like there's still some movement in the camera and in the right front corner of the car. This car has had fuel pickup issues in the past. Now, I think when it happened at Eagles Canyon, they put it down to a dirty fuel tank that was left from delivery. There was just crud in the tank itself that they had to clean out. And once they did, the car ran like a champ. It is possible that maybe there is a pickup issue that has reared its ugly head again. And we're going to immediately fuel and driver change, as you point out.
I don't know if we're going to get any waves here this time from Chad, standing there on pit lane.
Oh, a little limp there.
Yeah, he's not looking very comfortable. I don't know
No.
if there's an existing injury or something for that driver. Obviously, we don't have any record of any incidents happening on the racetrack here for the 290.
Maybe some cramping.
Could
Very, very gingerly walking away from the car. Fueling is done. They're going to clean the leaf. Look at the leaves coming out of the
Wow.
grill.
They got a whole tree up there.
Thumbs up all around. I wonder.
If you want to see the wind, look at that canopy right there. That almost
Yeah.
blew away.
Ryan West had mentioned earlier on that there were teams taking their canopies down.
Yeah.
So that they didn't have to worry about it. You bask in the sun a little bit, helps you warm up. But obviously, losing a canopy would be both expensive and a real problem, depending on
Could
which
they
way
have
it
been having
goes.
potential like temperature issues or something due to buildup of debris on the grill? I don't know.
It is possible. So I'm wondering if that car maybe pushed it a little bit too far on fuel, because as soon as it came off the last corner, it accelerated again, headed up the hill much more quickly than it was. And I just wonder if they went a lap too far, got into a fuel alarm that they didn't anticipate, and had to nurse it home. And then as soon as they got to the last corner, they knew, okay, we're good. We're not going to get caught out on track here. We'll punch it up the hill. They went the rest of the way, but they were really slow out on.
They were really
track.
slow, but the bouncing that we saw might have been some burping of the fuel pickup, trying to pick up fuel
Yeah,
as
could
they
be.
go along as well. Yeah, so
I'm
quite
sure
possible.
I'm sure at some
We'll get
point here
something.
we'll get an answer from Chad. Yeah. Back up the pace now for sure.
Yeah, they're definitely looking a lot quicker than they were.
No, we don't talk very often about the physical demands of going motor racing. Very easy to focus on the cars, and obviously, absent driver ID, it's a little more difficult for us to talk about the drivers themselves. Certainly, with any sort of intelligence or relevance. But Road America is you're coming from high speed to low to medium speed. You know, at least let's see, 1, 2, 3. 4 to 5 times a lap, and it does require a lot of brake pressure to brake efficiently. Okay, yes, you've got ABS, so you're not quite as tentative on the brakes as you might otherwise be, but I do wonder if, you know, at the end of a long stint in a car, car off down there at turn number 1.
So we do have a report of the FPRS. There you go. The
Oh, man, that
FPRS
car's
92. He had an impact on driver's left with the wall.
So draw that one backwards, Robert. You can see tire tracks from the middle of the track spear off across the little paved curb there to driver's left, and then go straight for that concrete wall on the outside. And then you see the sand, the marks in the sand, come to rest exactly where that car did. I wonder if they lost it under braking and whacked the wall driver's left, basically at top speed there.
That's kind of what it looks like. You can see some tire tracks there for sure, which did indicate the start of this one. Some safety trucks going to head down there.
That's been a pretty big one. You don't, I mean, there have rarely been small accidents down there at turn number 1, due largely just to the amount of speed that you're carrying. We need to pass the safety truck here, unless we've gone full course yellow.
We are still under green flag conditions.
Yeah,
no full course yellow yet, but I have a feeling we may lead into a full course caution.
I'm not sure why we're not passing the safety vehicle there. White flags are not. There's no instruction. It's purely information.
Correct.
Wow. Very odd.
It's basically just a notice to the driver that there's a slow vehicle up ahead and to be aware of that. So
so you're not allowed to pass a truck and a car at the same time.
Yeah.
Right? Those are the rules. Be single file as you pass the safety vehicles. And that is completely reasonable. I think sometimes it's possible for drivers to get caught up a little bit when you see something you don't expect, and you go into almost a little panic until you realize, hey, it's not a yellow flag. I can and frankly should be passing safely, but you should be. The idea is to keep the flow of the race going, because everybody else around you is expecting the line to, continue moving.
Keep our eyes on this one. See when they get that car picked back up. You can see a bumper or something leaning against the side of the car as well. So definitely lost some body panel components of that machine. Looks like the driver's still in the car, so when we get any sort of update, we'll let you know on that one. But still under green flag conditions here. Looks like a 1-lap penalty was just issued to the 887 for a pit lane infraction.
Yeah, working on the car while fueling. Obviously a no-no. And that's an interesting one, because that's round 3. They've done this a few times.
They have definitely done this a few times, that's for sure. It's just unfortunate. They've had a fair share of warnings and whatnot today on pit road as well.
Hello to Erwin in the chat. Nice to see familiar names.
Always good to see.
Tough boy from New York earlier as well. I don't know if he's still around, but wearing his WRL shirt. Fantastic.
There we go. Repping the merch. Love to see it. Love to see it. This is a big one.
Shirt.
A 1-lap penalty was just issued to the TLM Mona 888 passing under yellow.
So this will certainly be reviewed with video if the AAA can back up that it's that they did not pass under yellow. So put that there with an asterisk.
Correct.
But these are the sorts of things you cannot afford trying to win races. This is this one's brutal. It hasn't taken effect yet in the in Race Hero, so just make a note of that as the Triple Eight comes into the pit lane. 290 has been into the pit lane, obviously. We saw that car slow earlier on. 28 from Random Vandals is into the pit lane as well. Thunder Bunny will be due in here soon. Interesting, the Triple Eight's pass under yellow is reported by 1 and 2. I wonder if that pass under yellow happened after the incident but before the green flag. We had a discussion earlier about the yellow flag rules and whether, you know, not whether the rules are that you take it to the green flag or take it to the incident, but you know, how those rules do vary across North American motorsports sanctioning bodies.
I'm assuming that must be what it is, because the section between turns 1 and 2 would be a neutral zone where everyone kind of has to neutralize their position, not make any passes, and then once you hit turn number 2 is where the green flag should be waving to let the drivers know to continue on. So
yes, but
being indicated as 1 and 2, I think that pass was made in the unfortunate section.
The important thing is you have to wait until you're through to the green flag.
Correct.
Right. You can't say, okay, I'm through turn 1. I passed the yellow flag. Now I passed the incident. Now I can set up my pass and go. You have to wait until you
pass
are
the marshal stand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the next marshal stand is going underneath the. It used to be the Briggs and Stratton banner. I don't know if it still is, but headed down the hill into turn number 3. There is a marshal's post on the way down the hill that will have been the following green flag there. Yeah, sorry, it's the Arians banner there, just up at the crest of the hill. There's a marshal's post to driver's right. So, actually, you can see the waving green. You look to the large Arians banner to the left. Yep,
on top of the symbol on the logo.
Yep, exactly. So that's where it is. I wonder if both 1 and 2 reported it. That's where it occurred. Either way, you know, these penalties are significant, and certainly the Triple Eight has a lot more work to do. Now, it was good enough and consistent enough to get into this position in the first place, so the recovery opportunity is there, but it really hurts. You know, we saw during the course of last year, and I don't think they'll mind me saying this, the 123 NFC Motorsports squad came into WRL, came into top-level GTO competition, and I think we'll admit that they had quite a bit to learn. You know, they had to find ways to minimize mistakes, either on track or off track. And as soon as they did, they started winning races left, right, and center. But the unforced errors, the penalties, and the self-inflicted stuff were absolute killers, even though their pace was good. So, obviously, I think the Triple Eight pace is there, the consistency is there, but you got to avoid stuff like this. As soon as you see a yellow, you've got to be heads up, because this stuff will break a race apart.
100%. You have to control what you can control out there on the racetrack, and waiting to get past the marshal stand, waving the green flag is absolutely within your control. So it's just unfortunate that this will likely take them out of contention here today. Of course, a lot can still happen. Looks like another penalty might be about to be issued, and I believe this one's going to have some implications as well in GP1. Yes, it will. The 26 Edge Auto Sports machine, the leader in GP1, going to get slapped with a 1-lap penalty, and the 172 TLM USA car also going to get a passing under yellow 1-lap penalty. And it looks like the number 50 machine, the Matt Connolly Motorsports number 50, had a light impact on driver's right in turn 5 and has come to a stop.
I think you can actually see it, Robert. There's new black marks on the concrete just before you get to the red fabric banners that are now slightly tattered as well. It looks like that car has been off into the wall on entry, and then either skidded along the wall or bounced back off into the runoff there and has come to rest somewhere off to the right side of our camera shot.
I'm assuming he's probably just to the right of our camera location there. We'll see if they're able to get that car moving. Of course, there is an exit there at turn 5. I just don't know how usable it'll be based off of where he is on the racetrack. So hopefully well within reach, and they're able to pull that car back behind the wall without much issue as they continue to work on getting the FPRS 92 up onto the flatbed. Looks like cleanup about to conclude over here at the entry of turn number 1. It's unfortunate there for the driver. It's like the race leader, the Stratus 58, has come down pit lane. Also showing the TLM Mona 888 still on pit lane. It's been a while for that one, so
yeah.
Not sure if there's some sort of protest or something going on, but I guess we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for that. And another one-lap penalty was just issued to the Random Vandals Racing number 28, passing under yellow in turn number 5. So these drivers doing a lot of passing under yellow over this last handful of laps here, and unfortunately it's going to play a big factor into the running order and really the story of the race so far, with a lot of good contenders now falling to the wayside due to some penalties.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it things go too well for too long, and you can get a little bit complacent. And
Absolutely.
I wonder if it maybe just takes, I don't want to say having an example made of somebody, but stuff like this to say, oh, hey, we got lucky with this one, but we need to be careful when these yellows come out. You know, pay attention, be smart. Heads up.
No. The TLM Mona 888 was just hit with another one-lap penalty, this time passing under yellow in turn 6.
Yeah, that'll be down where that number 50 car came to grief. That 50 has made it all the way to the tire wall. I'm just looking on one of the onboards here. It's all the way at the deep end of the gravel trap of turn 5.
Wow.
Now, it's possible that it went off into the runoff and tried to drive around the backside of the gravel to get itself out. That is possible. Also, you're arriving at that corner with some pace, and there is a chance that, you know, that is just the incident that it had.
Yeah, just unfortunate for that Matt Connolly Motorsports number 50 machine. Obviously had their fair share of troubles here today. Now finds himself off in the gravel. We'll wait and see how quickly they can get that car cleaned up and brought back to the pits, or just pulled out of the gravel if that's what it might need from time to time. It just needs a little bit of a help to get back onto the racing surface, but as of right now, still stopped on the racetrack somewhere.
Yep, definitely down there at the exit of 5. Pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania is having a day.
The FPRS Mustang has been removed from turn number 1. Good work by the safety crew here at Road America, keeping us under green flag conditions while they work their way back to pit lane. Looks like the AOA Racing 85 has stopped at pit in. So we'll see if anything develops out of that, or if they're able to get the car moving once again and back towards the pit. I don't see anybody stop there, so I think they must have been able to continue on. And the race control log has been updated to indicate the number 50 machine has been able to continue on. So
very good.
That's positive.
Yeah,
keep as many cars out as we can.
I wonder if it was able to do that, or if it needed a pull out of the gravel trap. We know that the safety crew was down there. We saw the safety flag, the white flag across. was displayed down there at turn number 5. So either way, it is excellent news for that number 50. It's obviously been in the wall. It does say light impact, so yeah. Hopefully it's now that it's out of the gravel trap, it can continue. Oh, Professor Jordan. Producer Jordan. Oof. Professor Worth over here has pointed out another car stopped to driver's left just past the access road at pit out there. Looks like a gray car with yellow accents. Car stopped at pit in 85 is the report. It'll be the AOA Racing Mazda MX-5 in GP3. That's a second place car. Also says it was fresh out of the pit lane. Very interesting.
Oh, never mind. The 85 didn't do anything. It's been updated to the 701.
Oh, no.
The round 3 racing entry. This could be the 85, though, because it looks like they're adding another entry to the log right now. The safety truck has just arrived, and I believe you're correct. I believe that is the 85 of AOA Racing, because it is indicated as a car stopped at exit of pit lane, which that is the exit of pit lane just across the racetrack.
So not the outlap for that 701. Halfway through a stint here.
We do have a report that Ryan West has obtained the quote-unquote potato thing that he mentioned earlier on. So a happy Ryan is a good Ryan.
It is both of those things. It is definitely a potato and a thing.
That is correct indeed. They're going to work on getting the what we believe is the 85 AOA Racing entry back behind the wall.
701, we think, right? Or are there two cars stopped?
There's two. There was one at pit in and one at exit of pit lane, which this would be exit.
Sorry, yeah, of course, pit in. Duh. Yeah, this is definitely the 85.
If you're pitting in this way, we got other issues.
Yeah, fair. Oh, the Heraflight car's back out there.
Yeah, the Heraflight car has rejoined us.
Yeah, the orange NP01. I just caught it there, headed out of the final corner and up the hill. Great work by that crew after being in the safer barrier in the first hour of the race. No, second hour of the race. Excuse me. Really good job to get that car back out on track.
Yeah, of course, that one did bring out the full course yellow at 10:30 this morning. Actually, no, this was the 10:45 red flag that we had this morning. So a couple hours ago now, as we are rapidly approaching the end of, or the 5-hour mark of the day, about 3 hours to go here in this one. Of course, over the last handful of laps, a couple penalties have been given out, and that has really shaken up the field here. But just quick run through in GTU, the Stratus 60 currently leads by 17 seconds over the 58 Stratus, and the 59 currently resides in third, about 46 seconds behind the leader. GTO field is where things have taken a bit of a shuffle. The NFC Motorsports 123 is listed as leading the GTR 99 and the Moorhead Speedworks 290, which we've had the opportunity to ride on board with quite a bit throughout this event. Down in GP1, Palomar Racing 38 has quite the gap over the Edge Auto Sports number 26. Of course, there is a potential one-lap penalty for that Edge Auto Sports machine, with the BSR Racing 981 scored there in third. GP2, it's the Open Throttle Racing 66 ahead of the North Loop Motorsports number 21. That car is 22 seconds to the rear of the 66 Open Throttle entry, and the Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft 369 is the third place car in GP2, about a minute 45 behind the leader. And of course, down in GP3, this has been the division of adversity here in this one. It's the Open Throttle Racing 65 ahead of the AOA 85 and the 75 AOA entry. But just looking at the current running order, it does look like the AOA Racing 75 should make a pass on the leaderboard to move up to second in GP3 this time by.
I think now would be a fine time as we officially crest into the final 3 hours of the race to step aside from Road America on DriversEye Live. This is the World Racing League. Happy to have you all with us today. We're going to say hello to Continental Tire back on the other side for the conclusion of our first race of the weekend here from Road America.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back here to Road America. 5 hours down, 3 hours to go in the 8-hour portion of the race weekend here today in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. A lot of action out there on the racetrack all day long. And like we mentioned before the ad break, a lot of shakeups over the last handful of laps due to some penalties handed out.
Yeah, we kind of needed a minute here to get our feet back under us. Race Hero, which is what we use for lap time here, had lagged behind a little bit, and we fielded a few text messages and questions about it. Everything's back to where it needs to be now. Everything is where it should be, but we had some questions about how, because we were in the middle of a round of pit stops, frankly, about how things had shaken out. Also, we're waiting for penalties to be applied. What we've ended up with is these 3 GTU cars still at the front of the overall order, 60 from 58 from 59. NFC Motorsports came away from that single yellow period, these local cautions, just multiples of them. That 123 came away from that cycle in the GTO class lead, 4th overall. The car's been into the pits on a fairly short stint, which is, I think, something we'll need to follow up on, or at least keep an eye on. Has not come back through yet, but is still displayed in the lead. GTR 99 sits in 2nd in class. On the lead lap, you'll remember the 888 from TLM Mona was just watching the 290 navigate the Sebaco and PL1 traffic there. That 888 was in 2nd in the GTO class. 2 one-lap penalties have knocked that car back to 15th overall, and it's promoted that GTR 99 up into 2nd. 290 Moorhead Speedworks into 3rd, and then the Porsche Cup from the 70 from round 3 racing in 4th in GTO. Bit of a squeeze on there. Looks like one of the Supras kind of faded to the middle of the track while the 888 from TLM Mona was looking to make it 3 wide headed up the hill.
I don't know if that was a planned pit stop or if he was forced to pit road there. That looked really, really tight, working their way up the hill there towards the start-finish line.
888 around the outside of the 99 GTR Supra, headed into 1. Squeezes the 99 on the way down into turn 3. Not sure why that was necessary, but anyway, gets the move done around the outside. 99, not a change for position, remember, but this is part of this recovery drive that we're seeing out of the 888 as a result of those penalties. Thunder Bunny Racing, those of you who maybe stepped away for a while, they now sit 5th and 6th in GTO, 225 from 766 in that order. The 225 on something of a chargeback as well. Lap times in the 226s at the moment. As the Stratus number 60 resets fast lap of the race, 221.134. Less than a second. I'm sorry, it's just over a second outside of the pole time that was set yesterday morning in very, very different conditions.
And of course, the quick time does matter because this is how we're going to set the field for tomorrow is based off of their quickest times in the races. So even if you're not necessarily the car that's up there battling for the win, if you can set yourself the absolute fastest time for your class, you're going to be starting up at the front tomorrow, which I think track position definitely going to be quite important, especially in the, as it was quoted earlier, monsoon weather that we are expecting on Sunday.
Yeah, we had to put the weather talk to one side for a while, but tomorrow is not expected to be a pleasant day in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Currently 78 degrees, mostly cloudy, with winds 29 miles an hour, gusts to 46, which is frankly outrageous. The forecast for tomorrow has rain starting in the late morning, somewhere between 7 and 10 o'clock, which is about the time we go green.
Of course.
And then an inch of rain to fall through the remainder of the day. And I see notes on the forecast here that say thunder possible. So may add another layer to things that we haven't really had to deal with for a little while.
There's always thunder possible when you get, 60 high-quality cars together like this on a racetrack.
Sure. I mean, you're guaranteed at least 2, right? Thunder Bunny.
That's right.
Wow. Look at that.
Don't have a Thunder Buddy, but you got the Thunder Bunny here with you. I might have just said the same thing twice, but... Ryan, welcome back from lunch, my friend.
Yeah, I'm just trying to decide if I should thread a Jason Marks Australia Thunder joke together, and I think I'm coming up with no.
Yeah, I'm not sure what your pathway is.
There was a good one available. It was borderline enough that I filtered it. All right.
Okay. Yeah, fair. Battle for second in GTO beginning to heat up. Nice job on that 6-7 camera, by the way. It was very stable.
Thank you. I added rocks to it myself.
Oh, wow.
Nice job.
That's the best it's looked so far.
Everything's fixable with a rock. That's all there's to it.
Of course. Yeah, the Rock. The pride of Bethlehem,
The Rock.
Pennsylvania, obviously.
Welcome to
You're
the
going to
Rock.
fire it up the inside of the North Loop car here at the King.
Only borrowing your Humvee. That's Sean Connery in The Rock.
I'm not.
It's about breaking into Alcatraz, actually.
Oh.
You haven't seen that?
No.
Really? One of the finest San Francisco movies ever made. Right up there with The Princess Diaries.
Sure.
It's Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery. How could
versus Anne Hathaway?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. I feel like the two of them
Julie
are
Andrews?
similar. Yeah, that's two heavy hitter ensembles there.
That fair.
You know,
Ryan's been back for 68 seconds and we've gone completely off the rails.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
Discussing Julie Andrews and Anne Hathaway. Nope, up the inside into turn number 1, 290 on 99. The move is done for second in GTO, and now the very rapid Ginetta G56 from Moorhead Speedworks has something like 23 seconds to pick up on the class-leading number 123 Mercedes. And that last time around, something like 2.5 seconds quicker. Lap time kind of went out of most of these cars in the mid portion of the race here. Some of that can be down to driver changes. Some of that could be down to tire wear or weather. All kinds of explanations for it. But where we had been seeing regular laps in the 223s and 24s, we went right out to the 26s, 27s, and 28s. 290 dives up the inside of a pair of open throttle BMWs. Brian's just sending movie plot descriptions in the Discord chat here.
I mean, I had to finish it out. You read that chat while I carry here for a minute and tell me that's not a film you'd want to watch, especially on like a plane where it's low risk for time available. I'm not saying watch this with your wife on date night, but like it is a good movie. Anyway, but just heavy hitter after heavy hitter on there. So Ed Harris. Anyway, 2 hours and 49 minutes remaining here. The clock is ticking down on the gap between the 66 and the number 21, down to 14 seconds. It was over a minute when I left, so they have done the job they needed to do, and then some, to take the lead there in GP2. So I expect that will come in the next 30 to 40 minutes. GTO still
I would watch it. Like you say, on a plane is fine. It's fairly low impact. I don't have anything to do anyway.
Really good. He
like
steals a Humvee and then jumps it like he's Steve McQueen. Like, it's great. Like, and a Ferrari 355.
Oh, sure.
Like,
look at that. We've closed the loop on lunch for Ryan West. This is the Road America food content you came here for.
Absolutely.
You're here. Oh, we're losing a trash can rolling down the hill there. We got
several
problems.
of those.
Yeah.
There's several of those.
I want to answer a question in the chat from Tamara M. What happened in GP1? Did Edge get a penalty? Yes, they did. We had a yellow up here at turn 1, where we had the number 92 Ford Mustang into the wall, and then into the, actually basically where you see that fluid area, right in the paved runoff there. The car was actually it did stop in the gravel. There's a truck parked there. They recovered it, but in doing so, there was an extended yellow flag period from the entry to turn 1 around to the exit of 1, and a number of cars picked up penalties for passing in that zone. We think it was after the incident, but before the following green flag, which is a no-no. So Edge Autosports picked up a lap's worth of penalty. The 888 from TLM Mona picked up 2 one-lap penalties in that same sequence. So it's turned more than a few of these races on their head, and maybe we haven't made a big enough deal out of what happened there in GP1, but at the moment, it's left Edge in an okay position, relatively speaking. They're only 23 seconds off the back of the Palomar Racing BMW and going much more rapidly at the moment.
That was muted. Indeed. I did a personal risk assessment profile and determined that I would not be fixing the turn 14 camera, unfortunately.
A little too breezy down there?
There are leaves pinned against the fence.
Oh, yeah. Car stopped at the bottom of the hill here,
yeah.
right?
Is that the Camaro?
Listen, if you want to take a guess at what car that is, be my guest. But
well, if somebody could fix this camera, then...
189. HC Autosport.
HC Autosport. All right. HC, HQ, HD.
HQ. My bad.
HR.
Yeah, it's HQ. It's the.
It is
the 2003 BMW 330.
Nice.
Yeah. HC is the Z4 that was backwards.
Okay. All right. Copy. Affirm. So we've settled into a little bit of a rhythm here with after our early yellow troubles.
We have for some time.
Nobody knows the yellows I've seen, etc. It seems like indeed half of the GP1 field is currently out. Like literally half of them.
Yeah, to some degree, right? You've got big numbers in a production field, right? And production fields are always more susceptible to attrition than the classes full of purpose-built race cars. So to some degree, it's not surprising, but it seems like it's just happened very slowly and very gradually.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the round 3 car was the most recent casualty of the GP1 class.
The 87's back out. I do believe that the FPRS Motorsports Mustang, it is the current body style Mustang. So I'm pretty sure that is going to be the racing debut of that Mustang Challenge / 10-to-1.
The 92?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well,
I
have some bad news.
Well, no, I know. That's why I'm looking at it. But like, I think
Now
this is.
now they're going to get some experience repairing it.
Yeah, I do believe this is the competition debut for that car.
Interesting.
Because they're not going to do that until Laguna. With the IMSA championship, is my understanding. Or is it even later? Like, they're not going to do the Mustang championship until
Mid-Ohio.
Or is it Mid-Ohio? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's coming up. But,
It's on the same weekend as the
Pilot Challenge.
The Pilot Challenge
presumably.
headline. Yes.
Yeah. That might be an interesting event to go watch.
I have no interest in watching. Well, I was gonna say I have no interest in watching GT4 and TCR cars run around Mid-Ohio on their own for 4 hours, but we just did it for 15.
Yeah.
So
I think that Mustang Challenge race might be good. Like, it has potential to be interesting. Some of the names that were named against the cars are interesting. So, you know.
Oddly, I think some of the questioning and naysaying that has been done over that series has probably brought it more attention than it might otherwise have had.
Who on this broadcast brought the naysaying on that series?
Oh, I did.
Oh, okay. Just
Yeah,
want to be clear.
Yeah.
No,
it was on me. Yeah. No,
I think it was JT as well.
Yeah, we all had some questions. You know, building a. Hey, listen. Now that we've made it to this point, we know there's going to be some decent drivers and a decent car count and all that. Mm-hmm. If these cars can stay together for longer than 15 minutes,
well,
this
they
is
can
the
do
next
4
hurdle
hours.
to clear. Well, we don't know that. Well, that's true. The GT3 has a fascinating. The Mustang don't literally disintegrate during the race challenge.
I think the
level
GT4
impossible
is more similar, and that car has not been plagued by the same issues as the GT3 car. I think that GT3 car is a handful. There's a lot of issues on that GT3 car that I am surprised that Multimatic let that out of the garage with. Like, that is very un-Multimatic. Like, that's some like Mazda level issues from that particular situation.
Just a quick note, a couple penalties have just been given out here for passing under yellow. The 225 Thunder Bunny Racing entry, so one of our front-running GTO's cars, just got a 1-lap penalty. And the number 2 ACP Tangerine and Associates machine also getting hit with a 1-lap penalty for passing in turn number 3 under yellow flag conditions.
Yeah, that yellow is a result of the 221 having come to rest while smoking, actually, down there at the exit of turn number 3. We saw it on driver's left on one of our onboard cameras, and if our Sargento Bridge cam were facing the other way, we'd probably see it there as well, sending another flatbed to recover that car. The 766 penalty, I'm sorry, the 225 penalty there is significant. That car was on the lead lap in GTO and catching the 99 for a class podium.
That seemed like kind of a duplicate shot. That was why I didn't do that, because you can still see the whole...
It is. It's fair.
You know.
It's a better shot, and to me, the away shot feels more, quote, Road America. Yeah, this one.
Sure,
It feels more like Road America. Plus, you get to see cars at top speed. You know, the traffic is fully developed by that point in the straightaway, so we've seen 2 and 3 wide action there, and, you know, 6 gear, which is pretty wild.
Yeah.
As the number 70 ducks into the pit lane. That's around 3 Racing Porsche 991 Cup. We've got a battle on for the GP2 class lead. If we can try and pick up the number 21 from North Loop Motorsport and the 66 open throttle BMW, the margin last time around was 5.4 seconds, and I've been waiting for them to reappear. So they should be down in the turn 13-14 area in the relatively near future.
Sure. There's the open...
there it is.
It's
already happened.
Wow.
I think at 60. Well, we have no way.
No, there it is.
That's 66, right?
Yeah.
With the uprights, but no wing.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's gonna be more than 5 seconds. Maybe not.
Well,
I think it's gonna be about the same. Honestly.
Yeah. I wonder if that open throttle car was just a victim of a slow lap. Oh yeah, it goes from a 249 to a 240. 249 to 242. Where'd the 21 duck into the pits?
Yes, they are preparing to do a pit stop.
Yep, that makes sense. I think it might be time.
Oh, to do the thing, to press the button.
Oh, it's
I
time
just
for the
pressed
button.
it. I just pressed it.
Yes.
I've been
Press
waiting
the
until we got
button.
through a whole cycle without seeing negative pit until numbers. Once we cleared that hurdle, I think we were in the green here. This is the segment we call Irresponsible Math, dear viewer. If you haven't been with us before, this is our custom race projection software that takes all the data that we've compiled for every lap of every car and all of the pit stop strategies and tries to package it into something sensible for who is most likely to win, second, third, etc. It's just basically what we expect out of the end of the race. So,
what a gaggle. Look at that.
GTU is a very similar gaggle to what you just saw on screen. Gives the Stratus 59 a 52.5% chance of a win. Stratus 58, 32.5%. This is all in GTU, obviously, and Stratus 58 is equally likely to finish in all three positions. So,
wow,
that's basically
it's their race to lose.
That's basically you just put the dice in a little Yahtzee thing.
They control their own destiny.
We're going to see what happens. In GTO, who do you think it favors in GTO?
The 123.
No.
Okay,
the
it's been
290.
It's been doing this lately where it gives a weird result.
No, it's the 99.
Interesting. Are they saving enough time in the pits? That's got to be what it is.
I would assume so. I mean, they are.
Wow.
So the penalties have allowed that car to now be reliably in the top three.
Right.
Right. The penalties for the 225, the penalties for the 888. It has. It's put that 99 in a place we might not otherwise have seen it, which leads me to believe that very quietly, after a relatively slow start to the race, it's found some pace and it's saving time in the pit lane, which I think is where you're seeing that. It also likes the 123 to some degree. That's the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, and I think most of that will just be down to that car's consistency inside the top three of the running order. The other thing we know is that the 123 is probably going to be run by Aaron Pogoleto to the checkered flag. That has been the way that car usually finishes these races. So that car will not be lacking for pace when we get around to the final stanza. Yep, Mr. Hill, you have spotted.
This is pretty major right here. The overall race leader, the Stratus 58, just got hit with a 1 lap passing under yellow penalty. That is crucial in the overall race battle.
Up the hill, round the bend.
This is crucial.
This is
that
crucial.
That one does sting a bit. The 60 is just out of the pit lane, and I think that car is going to take a little bit of some time to come up pace. The 59 has been in the 24s, 25s, 27s through most of the last portion of the stint. So that's been giving up time to some degree as well. So this margin that the GTU cars had built up was mostly due to them just all going very quickly at the same time. And I think now that everybody's kind of fallen into the same pace window here, these penalties for the GTU cars in particular are likely to bite. Another penalty now being applied for the 74.
Yeah, another passing under yellow penalty there issued to the 74, like you mentioned. Just unfortunate, all these penalties coming out, but rules are rules. You got to follow them as you work your way, especially by a scene that there's some safety workers doing their thing. So the 74 are going to get a 1 lap penalty as well.
So here's the thing. It's a scene, a cleanup scene that's been underway for the last 5 laps, 6 laps.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing new about it. And even if you're a new driver, it's your first time, behind the wheel, you're getting your bearings, or you've just been reinstalled in the car. You should have your head on a swivel, trying to, pick up things that are out on track that you wouldn't otherwise expect, like yellow flags, or your previous driver or crew chief should have told you. right? We all know that this yellow flag is there. Anybody who's watching the race control log will see pass under yellow, pass under yellow, pass under yellow, all at turn 3. Right? There's really no excuse at this point for not knowing that that's there. Easy for us to say from the armchairs. Like, I appreciate that, but I just can't think of a world where you wouldn't either already know, or somebody wouldn't be in your ear telling you, do not pass from turn 3 until you're well past the Sargento Bridge. You have to watch out for these yellow flags, because it's ruined at least 2 races, right? The Triple Eight's race is shot. The 58 race is likely shot. 225 is taken.
225, yeah. There's been quite a few, and the thing, especially
Edge
with this
Autosports
one,
got taken out of the GP1 class lead as well.
That's right. I forgot about that one, but we've basically been going through this yellow flag period for about 10 minutes now in that section. So you've gone by there 4, maybe even 5 times by now. So you definitely know that there's an incident going on, and you just got to stay single file until the time that you clear it. But hopefully the last of the penalties to be handed out. Hopefully everyone's learned the lesson by now. Coming up on 2.5 hours to go. Should be just a couple laps away from another handful of pit stops, especially in the GTO field. Expecting a couple drivers down within the next 3 or 4 laps or so. Continue that cycle. Maybe see a driver change if they haven't already swapped out to the 3rd driver at this point. Because, of course, there is the 3-hour time limit, and we are quickly approaching just 2 hours to go, meaning 6 hours in. So potential changes on the horizon here. It looks like we're going to get another car down pit road here. Just looking at the gaps list time by at the start finish line, the NFC Motorsports 123 machine leads the GTO field by about 8.5 seconds over the Moorhead Speedworks 290. Lap time wise, they're separated by about 0.7 of a second last time, with the Moorhead Speedworks car being just a handful quicker than the 123. So that gap should continue to come down if pace stays consistent here. GP1 field is separated by just under 5 seconds between the Palomar 38 and the 26 of Edge Autosports. We'll see what kind of times the Edge Autosports machine can do here, because last time by they were about 11 seconds quicker or slower than the Palomar 38. So we'll see how that develops as this one goes on. GP2 open throttle 66 has quite the lead over the Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft team. The 369 was about 1 minute and 12 seconds behind the GP2 leader. And of course, GP3, as we mentioned earlier, open throttle racing 65 is 40 laps ahead of the AOA Racing 75 that had its fair share of troubles earlier on. And of course, GTU has taken a little bit of a shakeup, with the Stratus 59 now leading by about 1.5 minutes over the 60, and the Stratus 58 is about 33 seconds behind the second place 60 machines. So some gaps there coming down and some picking up a little bit here as we are at about 2.5 hours to go, 5.5 hours in to today's 8-hour endurance race here at Road America. Again, just a reminder, tomorrow we're back for another 7 hours beginning at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time.
I think you got every possible permutation of the race time there. I think you nailed it.
Hey,
We're 5.5 hours in, 2.5 hours to go of the 8-hour. We got the 7-hour tomorrow. Like
we got all those numbers, boys.
There was no questioning what the situation
No,
was.
we needed percentages.
That's true.
Currently 68.5% of the way in,
Nice.
etc. Yeah, whatever it is.
We should
Nice.
have. Can we have the NASCAR like completion bar at the top? Where it
Oh,
just
that'd
kinda-
be fun.
That'd be cool.
We'll get the
No,
little
I'm
lines
a
in
big
there for
fan.
the
No, I
yellow
like it.
flags. And
No, I don't need to know anything that happened prior. I just see that bar as like, oh, it's a wreck fest, or oh, this is
Yeah,
boring as heck.
exactly.
Yeah,
It lets you see how much of a show the race was. Like, wow, that's a lot of yellow on there. Gee, it seems like they don't know what they're doing. Or if you turn one on and you know it's like 40 to go and it's been green the whole time, like, oh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, I didn't
Turn
miss
it right
anything.
on.
Yeah,
That's a great system. Great system.
yeah, big fan.
I dare IMSA to try it. I really want to see them try it. or Le Mans, frankly. Either one
Yeah,
where they have the stupid wave around procedure. I
Yep.
want to see them commit to putting that on there. And I know they can. Well, I guess that's
Own-
Fox's
own
graphics,
your
not
bad
NBC's.
decisions, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I did like the Fox's bad discourse and how that's like sweeping the NASCAR nation.
No
when,
kidding.
Like,
Yeah.
When like, if you haven't seen NBC yet, dude, like, what? They're not any good either. You're gonna have your boy calling the races.
Yeah, but it feels like Fox is actively choosing to be bad, whereas NBC, I just don't.
Really?
Yeah.
NBC tries their best.
Desperate.
Yeah. Professor
there we-
Worth is talking about some debris there, just where the 99 is going through.
Dude, I tried so hard with this camera. That's a
Dude,
little
I
disappointing.
can't focus.
That is the
I
windiest
feel like
part
I
of the
need
track.
to blink my eyes really quick watching this camera.
Well, it's also the highest elevation part of the track, right?
Yeah,
When you're up
it's
on
so
top of the
nasty.
hill.
It's so
on top
nasty
of the
up
hill.
It's
Yeah.
awful. Absolutely awful up there.
Would you call it gnarly? Is that the word you would use?
Dude, that wind up there is just shredding.
It's
bro.
gnarly, bro.
It's shredding. I don't have a good Cali surfer impression,
Of course not. You're from
but I
Redmond.
do have a good snowboarder impression, like Cali surfboarder guy or a snowboarder type guy. So I've got that on lockdown, bro. We're gonna head up to
Tilt on
Kirkwood
this
and get
one
some
here.
pow, dog.
I hate that.
Sick. We're gonna
Wow.
après,
I hate that.
have some Aperol spritzes, and then go shred the black diamonds, dog. Bro, it's gonna
Aperol
be-
spritzes.
It's gonna be tight. Hell yeah. Dude, I was up there. I was hella shredding it, dude.
I was in Germany around the Christmas time, and I learned that
Were you
there
shredding
at the Christmas markets they serve hot Aperol spritzes.
Ooh. I can see why that would be a thing, but I'm out.
No, I'm right out. Sounds awful.
I bet it's like decent. How is that materially different from like a spiked hot apple cider?
It's way sweeter than apple cider.
I guess is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that might be all right. That might be worth a swing. But I also went to that place in Austin and got the frozen horchata with vodka or whatever in it. So maybe I'm not the person to ask.
We'll sample all these things at the DriversEye Live Christmas party later this year.
Brendan's actually putting on the Christmas party. It's going to be
Oh, is
exciting.
that right?
Yeah.
Where do we think that's happening?
Probably the geographic center of where we all live.
24 hours Autodromo
The
Hermanos
Swiss
Rodriguez.
Alps.
I'm sure the geographic center is like Nebraska or
We'll go
something
to an
dreadful.
automated racing
If there's
event.
if there's a Nebraska left after this weekend,
Yeah.
I don't know what the.
they're having some severe weather issues in Nebraska and all of that.
Oh, see,
currently.
I'm only aware if there is severe weather on the East Coast. That's the only news that I ever see. It's the only the East Coast matters. Apparently. So
You're not on severe weather YouTube.
I'm not. That's true.
It's true.
Highly
I get
recommend
all
it.
those notices.
Yeah.
I'm not on
Ryan
Steelers.
Hall is live, boys.
Yeah, these guys stream for like 6-7 hours and talk. Wait a minute.
That's great.
No, they. No, they spend all day just talking. But they get like live in cars from. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, they
this
got
is
like
getting
7
worse.
or 8 chasers, man.
The
Live-
chase
oh.
teams. The chase teams send them their onboards. They get some statics from around.
Oh, that was close.
This is
Yeah.
our storm chaser for Moorhead Speedworks.
That was the triple light.
Triple
He's
I.
trying to cut him off.
Yeah.
He's
Tried
chasing
to
down a
I
tornado.
don't think Frosty's going to like
dive on
that.
the inside of an EF3 there at Canada Corner. I think this 290 is quicker here, but there's also not a whole lot of urgency if you're behind the wheel of this Janetta G56. 7 seconds. 7 seconds is the margin up to the
Birdwatch.
NFC Motorsports Mercedes.
Can I just declare that Jordan has now fully embraced the vibe wherein he breaks away from a battle for like
Ooh,
something
bird.
to look at a bird?
We don't need battles, we need
Incredible.
birds.
Incredible.
This is how Brad McCall started winning races again.
We're
I'm
watching
just gonna
birds?
go out there
Having-
and have. I'm gonna
having
go out there
fun.
and have some fun. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's how DEL recaptures the magic. Jordan plus Bird.
Real cheese people.
We love birds around here.
Birds aren't real, in fact.
That's correct. Yeah, and yeah, if you're the 290 here, there's just no reason to force the issue. Your margin is 7 seconds. You're on the lead lap. As long as the overall race leader doesn't get caught between you and the car that you're chasing, you're fine to just cruise here. And then
Yeah.
as we settle into the last 2 hours or so, then you can start to turn the wick up and get after it. Good start from Stratus 59. This is your erstwhile race leader.
Okay. Let me tell you, that move does not work for me on iRacing. I get crowded off the line there every time.
What moves do work for you on iRacing?
Alt F4.
Literally the starts. I make up like 9 positions in the start because nobody in the bottom split knows how to start a race.
And then you give up 10 at turn 1.
No, not even turn 1. It's
Okay.
again, I'll be like firmly into like lap 6, and like okay, I'm still like 8/10 down the leader, like from like 4th or 5th, like positive I-rating situation that I'm in.
We're gonna try this again.
I need to catch. Ooh, that was a little better. Very
Thought about it,
courteous.
Got parked by the 64 there at the apex.
Yeah.
Had a pit stop from this previous leader of GP1, the 26 from Edge Autosports. Hands the lead back to the 38 from Palomar Racing, and the margin is something like 1 minute and 40 seconds. 290 held up by the Heraflight Sebago and P01 there.
How is the... Can you press the button again, Brendan, and tell me how the strategy is going to work out in GP2?
GP2.
Because the 66 has now gone a lot longer than Northloop did, but they're just off cycle. So I want to know what that's going to look like. That's RJ slamming the door. So irritated right now.
So violent.
On the way in or the way out?
On the way out, trying to
okay.
go take the pictures for the Instagram thing, and that door will not shut unless you slam it because of the wind.
Are you in the small room by the flagger door, or are you to
I
the
am.
left? Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we don't get to use the pool room. So
Why?
unclear.
Interesting. I've only ever used... No, that's not true. The first time I was at Road America, I used the small room. You're right.
I think I've only ever used the small room. I'm pretty sure, except for that time that I came with you and Layla.
Oh, yeah, we were in that big room.
Except for that time that I went to the track with you and Layla.
Yeah. All right. So in GP2, what we're seeing... Steer eye. What we're seeing
I'm sorry.
here... No, it's okay. It's still giving the North Loop car like an 84% chance of winning the class.
See, I wouldn't rank it that high because how much longer do we have? 220.
Well,
I think they might get like caught out by the 66.
so
just,
here's
having
part of part of the problem is that it's showing the 66s not having gone very far.
Okay.
Right? It says it's
Got it.
-3 laps. Tornwagen Meisterschaft is -8 laps.
So we still haven't fully locked
They
in
haven't
the GP. Okay.
exactly.
So we really still can't tell. I don't. If they're this far off cycle, and they're doing 75 to 80-minute stints.
Well, it's really going to all depend on when the 66 and the 369 come in, right? If they pit any time within the next,
like 10 minutes or 5 minutes even.
Well, no, actually, pretty much regardless. I can't imagine a world where they don't have to do 2 more stops. North Loop.
Right, but are they going to have a short stop at the end? I think North Loop's going to need 2 real stops. And I think...
Oh, North Loop needs 2. Yeah? You might be right. When were they last in?
They were in not that long ago.
90.
Because they were about to catch the 66 and then pitted.
It's already been 7 laps since they pitted. You might be right. There might not be enough of an offset there to avoid making the last sort of splash.
That's what I'm surprised. Well, if you're saying that it hasn't fully figured out the, stint lengths yet, then that makes sense. But like I think they're going to end up off cycle.
But part of the issue is that the Chattanooga car is lapping very rapidly at the moment relative to the rest of the class.
Right.
241.399. It was in the 240s just a handful of laps ago, and remember that car was in the wall down at the kink.
Yeah.
Inside the first 2 hours of the race. It's been a good recovery for that car, which also doesn't have power steering.
Right.
This weekend. So, if the 21 had a pace advantage, I think it has enough time that it could offset the loss by having to make a second pit stop, but that is definitely not going to be the case if the 369 continues to lap as quickly as it is.
Well, I think we're going to go back to the closing driver with CJ Herrera at the end of the race in the 21. But they're both pretty similar on pace. CJ's a little bit faster, but like not a lot. I really think it's going to come down to who's in the open throttle car. Because, like, Oleg Gorshkov, I'm pretty sure is in the 66 this weekend. So if he's going to finish it, then, like, that's strong pace, and they're going to figure it out. I think they're too...
The 66 is lapping in the 242s at the moment. 369 also in the 242s last time. The North Loop car...
Did a 245.
Their best lap since the stop was a 243.8. So...
Yeah.
Kind of no world there where that car was going as quickly as the lead 2.
Well,
again,
if you look at the
change.
If you look at the ultimate pace too, they're not there. They're, a 240 versus a 238 and a 237. They had caught that 66 in a big way before their last stop.
Yeah.
They had reeled in something like a minute 10 over the course of like an hour, give or take. Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the driver, but like if all things stay even, I don't think they're going to be able to get there just on the strategy cycle.
It certainly doesn't seem like it.
They just did a 244, yeah. They're on the lead lap, which is nice. Like if a yellow comes, I think this gets a lot more interesting. Like, it's interesting now, but, like, if a yellow comes, it's like, okay, now we're, like, locked in.
It gets more interesting if that class doesn't get split. But they're basically 2/3 of a lap apart, 3/4 of a lap apart. So the chances of those cars being split are actually fairly high.
Well, where's the leader?
Well, I don't know, but it's going to change all the time. So there's really no way
true.
to keep track of it in real time.
Oh, you're right. Well, Scott tried at the last race.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Scott kept track of where the leader was. And
two and a quarter mile. Doing that over 2.25 miles is different than doing that over 4.
That's fair. That is fair.
I don't know. I think, to me, the coolest thing about what's going on in GP2 at the moment is that it feels like we are getting kind of the best of what each of those teams has to offer.
Yeah,
like the North Loop car at no point has displayed that it has ultimate pace over the other two.
And they typically don't. That's not how they do it. Like, they
No.
just run the reliable race with decent strategy, typically.
The problem is the 66 and the 369 have also run reasonably straightforward and reliable races.
And are faster.
Well, yes. And that is all compounded by the fact that we haven't had any yellows. So where, there are teams who play the strategy game right and don't trip themselves up and don't make their own, unforced errors in terms of pit strategy, they haven't even had the opportunity to mess it up. Because we just haven't had any yellows. You just run the car as long as you can, pit, you refuel, and you do it again. I honestly don't remember the last time I watched a Road America WRL race that was like this. Especially the Saturday race where the track is at its highest traffic density and everybody's forgotten that it's a 8-hour race and 15 hours of racing action over the weekend.
What a backhanded compliment.
No, it's true. Sure. Tell me it's not true.
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say it out loud. My goodness.
No. He's
going to think it.
No, but I think it is a compliment, and drivers and teams ought to be applauded for being. Oh my, I can't find.
Oh
the pit
no,
stall.
we missed our box.
Well,
Or,
did
no,
we?
No.
I think we were
way
just
too
early.
soon for it.
Yeah.
It's. I'm telling you, the tents being down is tough.
Yep. We had that comment while you were out fixing stuff.
Yeah.
No, I think it's drivers and teams ought to be applauded for going into this race with the right mindset.
Yes.
Everybody's done things exactly right, and
like and share if you agree.
Yes.
Like and share if you don't agree as well.
I already tried to get the commentariat fired up with hot takes, so if that wasn't going to work, then
they were just too hot, Ryan.
I know. Well.
Listen to Ryan actively filter himself live on air.
That was going to be a really good one.
99 is going to jump up into second place in GTO here as a result of the 290's pit stop.
And the 290 will rejoin the field.
Is this a 66 into the pit lane? No, it's not, because it doesn't have the white rear trunk deck lid.
'70 looks really nice and sounds really good as it goes by. That part still works perfectly.
70.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have yet to see that 70 car in person.
It is quite nice. I mean, I haven't seen it in person either, but it's pretty quick.
Indeed. I thought I did a good job with that one. I think the part that's wiggling on all of these is the actual hinge that supports the phone.
It is. It always is.
And there's not really a way to secure that tremendously well.
It just makes the whole apparatus top heavy, and when obviously the phone has the most surface area out of any of the units, so it's naturally going to wobble around there. I got some very well. I think you have a few in the WRL kit. They're the clamp mounts.
So the problem with your clamp mounts, at least the ones that I have here, are that there is one too few hinges on it. So if you want to mount it sideways to anything, you cannot get the phone pointed the right direction.
Right, the phone mount itself won't articulate 90 degrees.
Correct.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
Yep, no, I understand. So I used, I had bought several of them, and half of them went to WRL, the other half are going to go to our other kit.
Yeah.
And I used them last weekend for the first time at Hallett, and they were incredibly stable.
They work really well for like spots where they have the sort of carrier bolt rebar thing that goes through the concrete bits.
Yep.
I cinch them to those a lot, and that works
Eddie,
really well. That
chain
NASCAR
link
4 at Homestead.
Oh yeah.
Right where they would mount the actual like camera.
Yep.
I put one just literally. I just have it grab the threads and post it up right there, and it works really well. Otherwise,
it also works well for like spectator fencing.
so the chain link still moves around more than I would want it to, and I find that none of the posts that I interact with are the right width.
Interesting. Oh, it doesn't have to be the right width. It'll clamp around the top third or whatever.
I guess that's true. All right.
I tested it last week and it worked fine until the wind really picked up, and then you still had the same issue with the phone itself.
Yeah.
Moving on top of the mount.
Does
Right,
the
this
phone
is a
need
matter
like
of surface
streamers, like it's a kite? Would
I
that
think so. I don't
help?
believe that would help. No, I don't believe
okay.
so.
All right. Like a aerofoil shaped Velcro thing on the front. Just
I
kinda,
don't think so.
No. All right.
Well, I think you'd have to divert the air around the largest surface area.
No, that's what I'm talking about. You have like
maybe.
a rounded half circle. And
It'd have to
just
be like a
Velcro that to
cone.
the... Well, all right.
Yeah, I don't think a half circle, but maybe a cone. I don't know. Let's get Scott's students on the case. See if they can come up with a solution.
Let's see how much. Let's see how much more stuff we can cram into these 3 cases, which are very full.
No, I know. You gotta be careful with the weight, my guy. 70 pounds max.
Oh, really? Is it 70 pounds max? Oh,
Yeah.
I'll pay more attention to that. Yeah. All right.
225 has picked up a warning for 6 people over the wall. 38 picked up a warning for working on the car while fueling. So, some relative heavy hitters there. Palomar having led GP1 until the stop. That is now an on-track battle for the GP1 class lead. 2.6 seconds. With Edge Auto Sports leading Palomar.
Oh,
that is a
trouble.
safety vehicle. Where is it headed?
So on the race control log, there is a note about the 21 North Loop car
Yeah.
smoking. Oh, there you
It
go.
Stopped down by
Oh
11.
no. Well, that's answered that.
That's the third place GP2 car.
Yep. Well,
And then there were 2.
I don't know how aware they are down in the pits of that. Most of them are in a huddle. I'm guessing they have somebody on the stand, but I just can't see through this post. They were fighting some oil issues earlier this weekend.
They may have run out.
A solution was thought to have been found, and subsequently engineered on-site solution.
Aha!
Which my report was that it had been better than it was yesterday. So I think they were hoping that everything would be fine, and that's not happened here. This does mean that I'm probably roped into staying up late and helping them switch a motor out. Actually, there's enough of them, I'd probably just get in the way at that point. We feel bad, though. Anyway, yeah, they're going to need an engine, but they have one.
Are these the guys with the fancy Airbnb that you're staying at?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah, you best earn your keep there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I paid for it, like, you know.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know, like, I don't think I paid the valid amount that I probably owed, but, like, I did pay. I was also given free dinner last night, so.
Oh.
Yeah,
Speaking
now
of,
now they are moving parts and such around, so that's going to be that. Too good to be true that you come back from your first race in a year and a bit and run competitively. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, you were mentioning you got a free dinner last night. Why don't you give the folks at home your review of the potato thing that you had for your lunch today?
It was good. I think I reviewed it while you were gone, it must have been. Needed some additional salt on the potato. And a little bit more kick to the mac and cheese. A bottle of hot sauce actually would have solved 90% of the problem. But I just didn't have access to that. But yeah, it was pretty good, and the value for money. Value is like off the charts on that.
Absolutely.
Like obscene. That was $13, and you could have easily charged like $24 for that anywhere else. And I think people still would have bought it. And that was actually made fresh. Everything else was pre-wrapped, but they had to make that for me. So that was, that made me feel better about my decision as well.
It definitely does beat something that's been sitting there for a while, just collecting.
That it does. Looks like Chris Davis is walking around. That's not NATO officer Chris Davis, Jordan. This is a different Chris Davis.
Is that kick 6 returner, Chris Davis?
What was that?
Kick 6 returner,
No, not that one either.
Chris Davis. Oh,
And not disgraced former Baltimore Orioles DH. or even disgraced former Oakland Athletic designated hitter Chris Davis.
is North Loop Chris Davis one of the great Chris Davises of all time?
I think so. I really do. He's a guy. He wears the Turner Motorsports racing image used suit. Like, that's
Is that
incredible.
a plus?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And then CJ wears a KV Racing suit, which is hilarious.
KV?
KV, yeah.
Wow.
I introduced him as EJV, so the one time he was in
Okay.
person.
That's Ernesto to you, sir.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. KV Racing Technology. You don't hear that name anymore.
No, you don't. Like you don't hear Champ Car World Series anymore.
Nope. Or 8-Star Motorsports even.
Oh man, you do hear Peter Barron though.
You do.
On board here as we head into the yellow flag zone. Everybody behaving very nicely.
Except for the Economy Motorsports 17 that picked up a passing under yellow 1-lap penalty.
Yeah, there's one that's outstanding as
It's
well.
pending.
Yeah.
The suspense.
99 picks up a warning. What is going on in the pit lane?
We're just sending everybody over the wall today, it seems. Too many men over the wall penalty, or warnings, at least here, issued so far.
And they're cars that you wouldn't expect. 99,
Very
225?
experienced teams.
Yeah.
And the pending pitting under yellow has been updated to a question mark, and now it is the 38 Palomar Racing entry.
Man.
There we go.
They were gifted this as a result, not the win for sure, but gifted being competitive there by the 26 having picked up a pass under yellow earlier on.
So this now swaps them back, gives the Edge Autosports 26 the lead again, and moves the 38 back to second as we have an earthquake or something in turn 6.
Jordan, you can't use that.
Welcome to our California cam.
Did you forget to turn on image stabilization?
No,
or something?
I did not.
It looks like your Joe
No.
Bradley walks at HSR.
No, it's that bad.
I believe that.
I sat there and watched it. I'm like, I can't do anything about that. That's insane. I tried. There's 2 giant rocks on that tripod, right up against the side.
You know what that means?
What?
You need 4 giant rocks.
There's not room for 4 rocks. There's not enough space.
What if you
Maybe you
put a
just
pebble?
need bigger rocks.
If they were any bigger, you couldn't reliably get the arm underneath the rock because the rocks aren't shale. They're like river rock. They're round, not flat. But with the work. Wrong shape of rock. Brendan, here's the deal. If the boots on the ground tell you something's the way it is, the boots on the ground.
I'm not questioning you.
All right.
I'm not questioning you.
Wow.
A fine shot.
This one's on the tripod. It looks great. I don't...
Producer Jordan makes the point that with no laws in Speedville, there's no laws of physics either, which is fair.
Yeah, that's
That's
valid.
a good point.
Yeah.
I know we don't have room, Brendan, but can we buy 7 more of those tripods?
Of the tall, the tall ones.
Of the real ones, yeah. I would
They gonna
gladly
fit?
I'd probably get 3 more in for sure. and they don't weigh anything.
Just put them in your carry-on.
Yeah, there we go.
What we need are 4 more Jordans to come out and do some rooftop race stuff.
I genuinely think if we're gonna do that again, we just rent stuff from whatever Lens Rentals or whatever.
No, phones.
All right, you've sold me. Let's do it.
It's great. Very convincing.
Oh goodness.
Feels like this race has been a matter of just one by one eliminating, some from contention
What?
by unforced errors.
What series seriously talked about doing a knockout format where they just knock out the last person in line every lap? No, it wasn't Moon Car.
I think it might have been.
I swear there was
I heard Moonhead talking about it.
I swear there was a global rallycross or somebody where they legitimately discussed for the main after lap 3, if you were in last place, they were gonna black flag you and then just do that periodically. Someone talked about that, some real series. I mean, was Global Rallycross a real series?
Sure.
That's Scott Speed slander there, of course. So, it's a good thing Scott Michaels isn't here.
Oh, man. 99 showed the nose at the inside of the 766 there. Very nearly up onto the apex curve.
I will
try it again. That time it was second.
North Loop is ready to receive that car. They are loaded in, ready to pull the motor out of that bad boy.
I mean it's been out there for it's been out there for now 15 minutes or so. The 118 has just been listed for a 4-off at turn 10.
I'm sorry, the 118 was on fire and it had no engine.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't think he went off.
I don't think that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I don't think the 118 is circulating. I'm gonna level with you there. That doesn't sound correct. I think there's
maybe
been
the 119 or the 112. Definitely not the 118. If it is, kudos to them for getting that car fixed up.
112 from TC Klein. Have we discussed that TC Klein car?
Last time out we did, yeah.
Okay, we mentioned it's an M235 IR?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
First of its kind, running in that class.
Exactly why I wanted to bring it up.
Also, that color is painted on. So
I haven't noticed it.
TC Klein has thrown down the gauntlet of, no, I am claiming this color, you can take your wrap off.
What color is it?
It's open throttle green. So, but theirs is painted. All of the open throttle cars are wrapped. So,
that is phenomenal.
Plenty of light green BMWs circulating now. And the Palomar car, if you catch from the right angle, also looks the same.
Yeah, from the right angle. Yeah.
Someone has a pit cart that is perpendicular to the pit wall, and mounted to it is a flat screen TV. And from this angle, because of how the sun is hitting it, I can see the actual screen panel flexing in the wind. It's gonna break the TV.
This is a battle coming through shot here. The 766 is defending from the number 28 of Random Vandals Racing. Random Vandals something like 6 or 7 seconds quicker last time around, and the margin is down to 3.7. So, depending on how this goes, this position could change hands within a lap. They are. Silver Super Elite green BMW. slow lap from GTR 99 last time around as well, 2:31.6. I think that car got balked a couple of times down turns 1 and 3 trying to get past one of the Toyota Supras. So there is the 99. Oh yeah, look at how much the 28 is closed up onto the back of the 766 now.
Definitely some great pace out of that machine. We'll see how quickly can get up there and turn this into a real battle.
Warning handed to the 369 for lane infraction.
The AOA Racing 74 also going to get hit with a pit lane infraction warning. Pit lane's been busy today. The steward's down on pit road, keeping the field honest. And safe, of course.
So, are we aware of, or was clarification handed down in the last 2 events as to what staging means? I don't think this is a comment I've noticed before in the race control log. Mr. West, do you have any thoughts?
I don't.
Interesting.
I believe the rule is they don't want you like waiting for the car to like come up to the wall. Like they don't want stuff on the wall, basically.
Oh, well, right, but that's always been the case. You're not allowed to actually physically put things onto the wall, so that might be it.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have jugs or tools in the hot pit or on the wall, is what the rule book indicates.
Yeah, I wonder if that means they've got stuff on the pit wall. It's just not phraseology I've seen before.
You're not phraseology I've seen before.
Fair. My phraseology days are
Oh,
over.
you got him there. The
Gave up
leaves continue to blow
phraseology.
here.
99 has gone through on the 766. Going up at turn.
It was the 99.
Oh yeah.
He was able to continue on. It's very shaky down there in 6, so maybe he just got a little spooked.
Oh, the earthquake threw the car off.
Yeah,
Obviously.
Ryan, just make sure you don't blow away when you go to gather the cameras up later.
Dude, it just knocked a bunch of stuff over in the pit lane just now. Like, ratchet strap has snapped on like multiple pins. Like that was
Wow.
a huge gust that just ripped through.
Wind gusts in Elkhart Lake are currently showing as 46 miles per hour. And for everyone on the metric system, that's 74 kilometers an hour. So very fast, very hard winds. That is monstrous.
The good news is sometime between now and 7 o'clock p.m. they should start to calm down. Thunderstorms due overnight. And then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock local time, winds out of the complete opposite direction, 15 gusting to 23, and temperature of 44 degrees. So, you know.
Weather.
Tomorrow has the potential to be one of the races of all time.
It does indeed. It's going to be wet out there, or as we heard earlier, monsoon style weather. As the number 50 Matt Connolly Motorsports entry has gone for a spin in 12, was able to continue on. So their day of fighting through adversity does continue.
GTO class leader into and out of the pit lane. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes question is, did the 290 scoot through in the process? No, it did not. There is the 290, and was that the 225 directly behind it, or was that the 888? Another spin from the 50.
So the driver of the 50 is now dizzy.
Hello, town, Pennsylvania, do that to you.
Good old Pennsylvania. The 60 car down pit lane, like you said, the 123 was in and out there rather quickly. Looks like the AOA 74 also on pit lane.
Both of our top class leaders. The GTU leader and the GTO leader.
So we'll see how this one cycles out here momentarily. The carousel getting hit by that wind gust now. So a penalty has just been issued from about 10 minutes ago or so to the 99 car, a one-lap penalty.
Oh my goodness!
Passing under yellow for the GTR 99.
This is wild.
Yeah, that's a lot of penalties issued to some of the top cars here today. Just absolutely throwing curveball after curveball. But tonight after the race, there will be a group reading of the race procedures section of the rulebook, if anyone wants to join. Wow. So the crazy thing that's happening, though, is these teams are receiving the penalties, and then the guys that get ahead of them receive penalties a little bit later on. So it's almost voiding out the penalties. The 225 Thunder Bunny car is now back up to third in class in GTO.
Well, that offsets the pass under yellow penalty that they had.
Correct.
Back at 2:16 local time. So now almost an hour ago. So right back up into contention. Some other tracks we go to, like a Barber or a Mid-Ohio, where your lap times are in the 130s and 140s, you can put your head down and make up a chunk of that. Here, that same one lap penalty is worth 45 seconds more. It's worth, 225, 230 in some cases. So, I mean, not that it makes a huge difference, because in some ways a lap is a lap, but in terms of absolute time and what you have the ability to make up, you're having to do a lot more of it here than you would at some of our other shorter circuits.
And another update, the penalty. Oh, well, we'll look at this one first.
Oh, wow.
That's
the BMW.
It is.
T4.
Yep, the HC.
Come on, keep it rolling, keep it rolling. Oh, come on.
And
I'm gonna go with no. They almost had it.
The wind to pan the camera down to the right. That car had literally just set its fastest lap of the race. Oh, well.
Oh, you can do it.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, leave your bumper behind.
Bumper.
Leave your bumper behind. It's okay.
Try and hook it on something or drop it off in the gravel trap and keep going.
Yeah.
That was lurid, man. And sports Emmy to Jordan for picking that up in real time.
Yeah, great work, Jordan. Great job. Mr. Emmy nominee.
It's a regional sports Emmy.
The professor.
Oh,
there's the bumper.
Yeah, it's gone. That was never going to make it far.
No. So the penalty to the 99 has been overturned.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, that's definitely a positive there. And the TC Klein 112 has been issued a 1 lap penalty for passing under yellow. That, of course, one of the GP1 front runners here today.
Yeah, so I will say this. I think the 123 has been consistent enough throughout the course of the day that they deserve to be in the position that they're in.
For
But
sure.
I think the only penalty that's truly taken a car out of contention, well, as far as we know at this point, out of contention for a win is the 888. I think the 2 1-lap penalties that car picked up while it was running second were damning for that car.
You get a penalty. You get a penalty.
Right. Everything else was kind of the beneficiary. Those cars were the beneficiary of the 888's penalty. Like, this race was almost certainly going to come down to TLM Mona and NFC Motorsports. And as the 888 in particular went by the wayside, it's, next man up is the 225, next man up is the 99, or woman up in that case. And I think at this point, we've just arrived at a point where the 123 is the clear and obvious choice if nothing else goes wrong to take this one home. Because I don't think anybody else really has the base or the consistency anyway.
All right.
Great. Good talk, boys.
I definitely agree with that.
I
think that's
at
a
least
good
want to
point.
say something, but you covered it. It is covered.
Edge and Palomar, you can make the same case there in GP1. Palomar had their pass under yellow penalty. That's another one where they kind of needed the penalty for the 26 to be in contention in the first place, and now that they're back even on penalties,
Yeah.
it's gone the way of the 26. And to everybody's that is the
224.
Camaro. Yeah.
Earthquake
The
cam.
limpy screwdriver machine.
What is a limpy screwdriver exactly?
I don't know, but they're snap-on livery and tint when their tint was up. So, I don't know. Oh. That could be a sun situation over there.
Can you reset the turn 3 camera?
One of them was, it was the one, the carousel camera was also hot when I grabbed it off the ground. Okay. Now it's on the tripod,
Powered by
man.
Bratz here.
Oh, is that the one
under
that's on the
Speedway
tripod?
Tower.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Interesting.
It looks like all of them are really on the struggle bus right now. In a very even way.
It sure looks like the wind is picked up again, doesn't it?
It has.
Absolutely.
Well, and the service is like terrible now. Like it's just happened within the last 5 minutes. It looks like.
Some are better
I
than
don't know if
others.
that's wind related or if that's. I don't think so. I think they're all pretty evenly bad right now.
Another pit road warning was just issued to the 414 racer on rails entry for too many people over the wall.
Yeah.
So we hop back on board with the Moorhead Speedworks number 290.
All right. Oh.
have a question for you.
For who?
Anybody, the crowd, the audience. How do you post a 32-minute highlight video of a free practice session?
A 30-minute highlight video?
32.
You post it by cutting about 30 minutes of that off and reposting it.
Yeah, IndyCar found 32 minutes of footage worth sharing.
That's
from
the entire session.
practice to a barber. Yeah,
I think the internet at the track is going down. Because
interesting.
now you guys are spotty too, to me.
Yeah, well,
Oh no.
wonder if they're dealing with power outages or something.
That was mentioned as a high possibility with the wind advisory earlier today.
Well, this one's not doing great.
Sounds like the big bad wolf is huffing and puffing and blowing our service down over there.
I can see 4 from where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
So, like, it's weird to me that we're having this issue.
Yes, but if for some reason power goes out in, I don't know, Elkhart Lake or whatever.
Are they not
Sheboygan.
Are they not generator backups? Like,
No, they might be, but my point was going to be that if people are losing like home internet service, they'll jump on their phone.
It'll
or
all swap
whatever.
over to
right,
cellular.
right,
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
This one's fine. Speedville.
Oh.
Powered by brats.
A penalty was just issued to the 119 shift up now by a victory team for an unsafe re-entry. It's a 1-lap penalty.
That's re-entry out of the pit lane as well.
Yeah, so
Correct, yes.
that'll be the blend line that was spoken about.
Ah. Yeah, you know, there are some events you go to and the race director in the driver's meeting says, treat it like a concrete wall. You do not pass it from trackside to pit side, and you do not pass it from pit side to trackside. And I think that's the best way to look at it, trying to communicate that message.
I think they should use those like bollards that they use at like toll plazas that are like drilled into the ground.
Yes, at a, well, I was going to say a recent 12 hours of Sebring, but before they extended the pit wall,
Yes.
to make that turn one run straight, they used to refer to them as noodles.
Yes.
Yes,
100%.
noodles.
I remember the year they did that. Johnny O'Connell was trying to show that the pit wall was different using Forza Motorsport 3 on ESPN. And was like, yeah, you come out of the pit lane here. Well, actually, you know, this is different now. There's a wall here. Anyway, and then like crashes the car into the inside of the wall. It's like, you put that on the TV? Okay, all right.
Yes, but he crashed it into the wall a second quicker than anyone else.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And the wall moved further.
Yes, right.
Like a lot further.
This is what we call torque. That pit wall thing, I don't know why iRacing never moved it to its current position. They installed the concrete wall.
Oh, that car's got hazard lights on, the 333.
No. iRacing put the wall in, but it followed the old pit lane line rather than the new wall. So, not really sure what it was meant to accomplish, but
I think we need like 3 or 4 more half-mile asphalt tracks before we can fix that wall.
that's fair.
So, Brendan, I do believe you were pretty spot on with the point about the service there at the racetrack. It does look like a freshly reported power outage just in the nearby town.
Who's
so
a machine? I'm a machine.
Incredible. Well, it's
Well
stabilized
done.
now, so that whatever the backup is has now backup.
Yeah, for sure. Much smoother. Even the image stabilization. Look at this.
Wow. Or the wind just calmed down.
It's not really better. That one's pretty rough.
Yeah, 333 is into the pit lane now.
Taking the hazard pit side.
The 89X is circulating.
Battle to watch here as we head into the, head towards the final round of pit stops. I don't think anybody's touching the 123. I think it holds a pit advantage. Despite only being 16 seconds ahead, it has pitted, so it's one to the good, and it didn't lose the lead. But the number 99 is catching the 225 for third in GTO. Margin's 18.8 seconds, and last lap was 2.3 seconds quicker than the Thunder Bunny Supra.
Got about 94 minutes remaining here.
Correct. Do we want to step aside briefly and take care of our commercial obligations once again?
Excuse me, sir. Stand aside.
Yeah. I think we're set up for that. So Professor Worth is going to take care of that for us. We'll step aside, say hi to Continental Tire, and we'll be back here on DriversEye Live with the exciting, thrilling conclusion from Road America.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And the handle.
Yep, tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Cross Contact LX Sport or 220, whichever one it is.
I'm not hooked up on that.
No.
Sorry.
They even did the thing where I pulled the microphone closer.
No, I know.
Okay.
It's a whole bit. I'm tired of the bit. I get it, but
Well,
Wow.
then. If we're gonna start retiring bits, then like I don't know what I'm doing here. Like what's even the point of sending me to these races? My goodness.
no, we're good
Someone
on
has
this.
lost a roll of paper towels. It's gonna run across the track. Oh my goodness.
The paper towels. To be
Okay,
clear.
it just got caught on the end of the pit wall.
the paper towels, to be clear.
Yes.
Oh my.
Like it got flung into the air, unraveled itself, and then carried across the pit lane. Someone's
Paper
gonna
towel
run it.
debris
Somebody's
everywhere.
running to go grab it right
I
now.
see
You
it.
can
We
see
can
them.
see it. Yeah. Oh my. Like streamers.
It flew into the air probably 15 feet before it like traversed the pit lane. I don't know if that counts as your pit infraction or how that works, but
That's equipment outside the box.
that's true.
A great way to get your competitors a lap penalty. Just a loose roll of paper
It's
towels.
theirs.
Everybody will remember Paper Towel Gate 2024.
I hope
Yeah.
so. I really hope so.
Bounty Gate.
Bounty Gate. I like it.
Other paper towel brands are available, but not really.
No, you get
Scott's.
the Kirkland signature paper
Hey!
towel is the correct paper towel.
Go Costco.
Do you still work for Costco? Did work for Costco?
I do indeed. Yeah, I work
Yeah.
at the Canadian head
Yeah, there we go.
office.
Oh,
Okay,
you're
there you
Costco
go.
corporate.
I am indeed.
Wow.
If you're in Canada, go buy your garden center products right now.
I do not have a Costco membership.
Oh,
My
Dirty.
nearest one's like 45 minutes away.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you're a dirty
Just
East
move.
Coaster. That's why. Do you have a Sam's Club membership?
No, I just go to Wegmans all the time.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, Wegmans is great.
yeah.
If
I
people
have a
tell me
buddy
that
that
they have
works at Wegmans. It's fine.
If people tell me that they have a Sam's Club membership but not a Costco membership, I have like a really hard time with that relationship.
Well, it depends on what you have, you know? Like,
no, it doesn't.
No.
no, it does.
doesn't.
No. If you don't have a
No.
Costco nearby, like,
There's no reason to go to Sam's Club because it's just
Sam's
the
is
same
just warehouse
trash.
Walmart.
It's the same trash that's at Walmart.
oh, car stopped.
Oh.
You're going into 13. That is an open throttle BMW.
I hope
And that's a terrible spot.
Is that the GP2 leader?
We're gonna wait and see.
The 66? I don't think so. I think that's one of the
Doesn't
newer
look like
cars.
it didn't have the white
Bumper.
the white deck lid cover.
Yeah, there you go. Lid.
It is the 142.
It's definitely not.
As per
Oh
this
no,
list.
you're right. It's the TC Klein. It's the 12.
Oh man, you can't
Yeah.
paint that car
No.
that color.
Yeah.
No, I take back what I said. You
I
can't.
was gonna say.
No.
I was
That's
gonna
so
say. Yeah, I think
unfair.
that's not the right. That's not an E46. That's a. Yeah.
That's so unfair.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Brendan didn't believe me.
I believed you. I just didn't think it was like that, Brad. I was sure there was some subtle difference.
Nope.
Well, not to make any less a big deal out of it. That is your. Where is that? No, that's not TC Klein.
It is TC Klein.
They're 112.
That is the TC Klein car.
Okay. Well, it's listed as being the 142, and it's definitely the 112. So.
Yes.
I don't believe the 142 actually exists, so
Yeah, I think you're right.
yeah. So I think we're okay. Well, they're not okay, but
Oh, they look like they're not injured. Car seems all right.
Yeah.
It's together.
they are okay. Their race is not.
There. License
go.
registration, please.
Yeah.
Someone driving my rental car was pulled over by track security last night.
Oh.
So there was that.
As in your rental car equivalent.
No, my rental car, like genuinely. I was waiting for somebody to come unlock a door, and I was like, "Oh, if you have to go back to the trailer, just take my car real quick and whatever." And they got like lit up, pulling back by the security guard, and it
For
was
what? How do you get pulled over inside the track?
allegedly speeding, which I don't think was
At
the
a
case.
racetrack?
And then also going through the tunnel at 8:30 at night.
Can you not do that?
You can't use that tunnel at all because the tunnel
Tunnel closes at 8:29.
tunnel clearly says golf carts only. Which
Oh.
one?
Oh, it's start finish.
Which one? Meaningless on a non-spectator weekend, but fine. Two, I had followed 3 other security vehicles through that tunnel all weekend,
Of course.
and they never said a word about it. But he like did the whole like turn on the red flashers on top
Oh
of
my
the
gosh.
roof of their Highlander, the whole nine. It was hilarious. It was cops, Elkhart Lake.
They weren't actually Elkhart Lake. This is the track security staff, right?
Yeah, you know. Got let off with a warning. You'd have thought he was riding a scooter without a factory seat on it.
Yeah, right.
Also, I noted that the rule for pit vehicles is as long as it is not plated. I don't know what stops somebody from zip tying literally any plate to their quad or golf cart. Especially considering there are many states where you can register those vehicles for the road. But I digress.
Contact under investigation between 2 and 369.
And a penalty
Interesting.
issued to the 67 Open Throttle Racing GP2 car for a pit road infraction, 1 lap penalty, staging issues.
Ooh.
Again, if you've got somebody monitoring this log in the pit lane, you see all these things come up. Like,
I don't think people do.
really?
Really. I don't think people have the manpower for that generally.
Maybe. I just feel like, or if you're hearing
Like-
it over the team frequency, like, hey, 18 teams just got busted for putting equipment on the pit wall. Don't do it.
Yeah.
And like a constant reminder, visor down, nothing on the pit wall. Don't move until the car stops. Every time. 'Cause it
I don't
keeps
disagree.
happening.
I don't disagree. Bridgen, I hear you.
Thank you. I feel heard.
You are indeed heard.
Like a bunch of sheep, I feel heard. Do you get, because like,
We're live here at Road America.
Yes.
Hour and 25 minutes remaining.
well done.
6.5 hours into the event. Of
Yeah,
this 8
there we
of this
go.
8-hour event.
That's the way to do it. Gotta make sure we leave no stones uncovered here. Or unturned, or whatever the heck the saying is. Oh,
Brendan
Brendan's back.
Kazmarek has returned.
I
Yeah,
have returned,
that's-
yes. I was worried that after the joke, it was going to come up not Brendan Kazmarek, and I was going to be kicked off my own live stream.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've been like,
I mean, it's
Yeah.
likely.
Yeah. That's fair.
Can I do this?
the professor said no more.
Oh, sorry, we've just lost Brendan there.
Oh, that's weird.
Sometimes, Brendan.
Oh, that's only a local mute? Dang
Yeah.
it.
You tried to
Ah.
server mute me? I am
thought
the
I had
server. No, not in my house.
I was like, I wonder if I have permissions for that. Apparently
Nope.
not. It doesn't work this way.
He's just trying to find a way to meet Brendan now.
It's fine.
We'll see how that works.
Deserve it.
Ah, all right, didn't work. Insufficient.
Yeah.
Brendan knew this day would come. That's why I didn't give
Exactly.
the admin key.
Yeah.
That's
You and me,
right.
I live here.
Pretty much.
Lap times are beginning to come back down again. NFC Motorsports into the 224s. Thunder Bunny 225 down into the 24s as well.
Or back off the struggle bus as far as cameras are concerned, or so
Yeah.
it would seem. Beautiful. We'll just
Off the struggle bus and on with the 290.
that was all right. What was that? Was that a thing, or I don't know what you were going for there.
The round 3 racing 887 having some issues, came to a stop in the runoff at turn 5.
Any
Off the
onboards
racetrack,
down that
though.
way at the moment? Yeah, I wonder if, I mean, cars stopped in the runoff would suggest that it wound up like down in the paved runoff there at 5. See if we can get it from the onboard of the 59 here. I don't see anything there.
I didn't see anything there either.
Yeah.
Look out the tinted window here. I think they must have gotten that car behind the tire barrier or continued on. Of course, there is that little escape route to the paddock from 5 as well. So potentially just took the exit there and headed back to the pit area. One thing of note is we are getting down to the late stages of this one. Of course, the quick times on the day today will set the starting order for tomorrow. So that would be the leader for GTO alongside the Moorhead Speedworks 290 with a 222.9. In GTU, it would be the Stratus 60 with a quick time of 221.1. So a second quicker than anybody else in the GTU class. GP1 would be the Edge Autosports 26 with a 232.46 ahead of the Palomar 38 with a 233.04. GP2, the Harrison Motorsports 164 with a 237.6 ahead of the Tourenwagen Meisterschaft 369 with a 237.78. And then, of course, in GP3, the smaller field would be the AOA 85 if they're able to continue on tomorrow with a 242.5 and a 243.2 for the open throttle 65.
Can I ask a pedantic question about the Chattanooga car?
You may.
What do you got?
Yeah. Why is it named Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft?
Oh, it should be Chattanooga Tourenwagen Masters. Or,
well, Meisterschaft is championship. But, like, they run some Chattanooga-based touring car championship before they entered the car?
I'm going to let you answer that for yourself. You tell me.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
do you think there was a Chattanooga-based prototype frame with spec engine?
I don't know. No, I'm even thinking, like, was this like a PlayStation thing or something? You know,
no,
like,
I don't think so.
I don't know, man. Like,
I don't.
What? You know, like, are they the Chattanooga touring car champions?
I don't know.
The Meisters. I don't know. I'm troubled. Trouble. Hashtag Scoops text message here anytime now.
Ooh.
Probably add Robert to Scoops, huh?
Sounds like the 52 ACP Tangerine Associates GTO entry went for a spin in 2 and reportedly has a flat tire as they were working their way through turn number 3. So going to be slow working their way back pit side as you see them off the racing line on the right side. They're working their way past the Sargento Bridge.
This is the perfect opportunity to take the escape road down here.
Absolutely.
Especially for how slow that car is going. Yes, the lap is not going to count, but you're going to lose way more time than that going the rest of the 2.5 to 3 miles around.
Well, and you're risking additional damage as well, especially if you have a flat tire. I mean, back in my racing days, I blew every tire, so.
Back in my day.
I'm used to this.
Brendan's used to going through front tires, along with myself.
I absolutely destroy front tires.
Right front tires, every race for me, real world or sim world, you can expect all my right front tires to be gone in a matter of laps.
It was always why I was terrible at oval racing. Just leaning on the right front.
Yep.
Because my NR 1999 keyboard days taught me that one.
You say keyboard?
I did.
Oh, you weren't part. You were never part of the keyboard gang.
No, I raced with a
I
cheap like $20 wheel on NASCAR 2003.
No, you got to go before that. NASCAR 2, NR 1999, and NASCAR 3 were all keyboard games for sure.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think I played 03 on the keyboard even.
Probably. I did for a while.
Yeah, I used like a cheap Thrustmaster wheel that had hardly any rotation, had 2 pedals that if you actually pressed them, they just blew up under your feet. It was a good time.
I had a friend that had a Mad Catz steering wheel for the PlayStation, where the paddles were mapped as the analog sticks.
Yep.
And so you'd pull the right paddle for the gas and the left paddle for the brake.
I had one of those
Oh,
too.
jeez.
Yeah.
Did it have blue grips?
Oh,
on
it was all blue. It was like
Oh.
see-through blue and the
Oh,
blue
I didn't have
grips,
that
and
one.
it was
Sounds
like
amazing.
a Macintosh computer looking thing. It was kind of cool. It broke very quickly.
A Tony Macintosh looking computer.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant.
Yep. I had a Tony Macintosh at home.
Wow. I still have my commemorative Star Wars Episode 3 Darth Vader helmet cookie jar. I found that the other day. I got that for sending in
very
a.
happy for you.
That's the only thing I've
found
ever.
it.
It's the only thing I've ever won because I
Was
sent
there
in.
cookies in it?
No,
Oh.
I did anyway.
Sorry, let's hang on this shot just for a moment.
Hang on.
Do you see
Hang
that? Oh,
on.
Jordan!
Oh, Jordan.
No! Do you see that black car with red trim? Do you see that car come through the shot?
Yeah.
You know who that is?
It's the Aston
Is it
Martin.
Tony McIntosh?
No, it's the 89X.
I called that like 30
Oh yeah,
minutes ago.
Ryan did call that.
Oh, I didn't
What do you
hear it.
mean? Oh my God.
No, I didn't hear it.
He's done 4 laps now.
Man, I thought
Yeah.
Brendan said he was going to be an analyst this weekend. What happened to that?
I'm analyzing everything except the things that you say.
Oh goodness, it's been a great weekend. I've enjoyed it so far, thoroughly. Thoroughly. Henry David thoroughly.
It's pretty good.
Thank you. That was in the moment too. I didn't even workshop that.
We could tell.
I did buy the world's most obnoxious hat at the Road America gift shop.
Oh, what'd you buy?
It's a trucker hat. The mesh is white. The bill is like a light blue, and then the 2 panels, they're actually foam, like one of these hats my grandfather would have worn. But they're like this red and light blue like chevron pattern, and it's just like a very bright hat in red and blue. I was drawn to it immediately, and it was $20. So, really good merch. Brendan, you've been to a selection of tracks that I have not yet been to. Does Road America have the best merch? I'm pretty sure they do.
I can't tell you the last time I bought merch at a racetrack.
I can. It was this, and the last time I bought merch at the racetrack that wasn't a track sticker was also here several years ago. Because I go into all the gift shops, and all they usually have is trash. Whereas the merch here is good. The shirts are like a decent quality, like nice material shirt, and they fit well. And one of my wife's favorite T-shirts is a shirt I bought her here that she wears the most because it fits her the best.
Uh-oh.
Oh my
that's
goodness! Oh,
577.
Okay.
Great work, Professor.
We were going to be down to 9. Anyway, I really thought we were going to be at 9 cameras there, folks.
I thought we were too.
Oh, are they trying to start
You
in
can do it,
second
buddy.
gear? Are they starting in second gear? Is that what this is? Like, my goodness.
Sorry, my annual budget just flashed before my eyes.
I still think we need to figure out what the problem is with the Formula 1000 phones and use those as digger cams.
Oh, until we don't have them anymore?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Put them in like increasingly sketchy locations until we find the limit, and then be like, okay, cool, that's it. It's right there.
The very first time I signed up for cell service when we were going to do this, like, for real, which would have been like 2021, Cricket sent me, every plan had a free phone that was shipped with it. I'm not really sure why. So they sent me the cheapest phones they had. And I've been wondering what to do with them now for 3 years. And I wonder if that's just the answer.
I think it is.
Get out there and dig a little hole behind the backsides of some of the curbs. Leave just enough sticking out where the camera is. I don't know how you're going to power it, but...
Another penalty just issued on the racetrack. The Random Vandals Racing 28 picks up a passing under the yellow 1 lap penalty.
So that car was chasing down the 766 for 6th in GTO. And I thought that was going to be one of the battles that could have carried us through here to the end.
Would have
been exciting enough to follow, and then that.
It absolutely would have been a battle to follow along, but unfortunately, it all just got thrown away there in turn number 6.
Yeah, that was... So that was another one where I wonder if they passed the flag, they saw the car off, and as soon as they got off the exit of 5, they're like, well, I'm past the incident. I'm just going to go. And got caught out because they didn't wait until the green flag.
You're probably right on that one. And just taking a look, by the way, the TLM Mona 888 just came down pit road not too long ago. Last time by was their exit lap. The Tangerine Associates 52 also currently on pit lane. So a couple of pit stops underway here as we're quickly approaching the final hour of the day.
Yeah, it's going to go a little bit deeper than that, this fuel analysis here, Robert. The Moorhead Speedworks car is due in this lap, Thunder Bunny is due in next lap, and GTR is due in 3. Now, in terms of time, that's going to take us down to about an hour, basically right on an hour to go, hour 1 maybe, for those 3 cars in particular to stretch it. 290 is in as we speak. 225 ought to be in next lap. The NFC car can go another 9 laps, so that car should be well in the range, or is well in the range, to make it through on one more stop. Whereas everybody else behind that car is going to owe this one and probably one more. Do a quick little napkin math.
As you do that math, another penalty was just issued to the Hera Flight 247, a pit lane infraction. Visor up, that's going to be a 1-lap penalty. Of course, they've already had their issues today, so that won't really impact them too much. And a warning was issued to the 26 car. That's the Edge Autosports leader of GP1 for a improper fire gear on pit road. That is just a warning at this point. As the Thunder Bunny 225 is down pit lane as well. So the cycle continues.
I think everybody in the top... I don't know here. Everybody back to the number 70 is going to owe us at least 2 stops. Well, is going to owe us 2 stops.
Most definitely.
I think everybody else up in the top 6, 7 spots is, other than NFC. Wow, put it a different way. NFC is the only one who I think can do it on one more.
Brendan, I have another guest.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
yeah.
yeah, I know.
Ooh.
Oh, I've now, I've touched something and now I can hear myself in the headphones again.
Okay.
So now, it's the cable for sure. But
Okay.
That was very disconcerting to turn that back on. Anyway, it's Sarah Montgomery
What's
here
up?
with us. She's made the trip down the 4 stairs. Hopefully you used the ramp.
I did.
Okay, good to get up to the building at least. That's
Yep,
good.
I did know there was a ramp, but I'm here now. I
Okay.
almost died on that last step I just took to get in here, but I'm not dead, so it's
I'm
okay.
so glad. I'm so
That's a
glad.
good thing.
Did you walk?
No, I have a knee scooter.
I'm wondering about that. Is a knee scooter, does that have a factory seat?
It does. So in
Okay.
the drivers meeting last night, they were talking about you can't have a scooter without a factory seat. And I kid you not, all heads turned and look at me, and I'm like, factory seat, factory seat.
That is outstanding.
Yeah, so they can come, and I have pictures of so I broke my foot for those of new people who are listening, but it's a really dumb story, to be honest. And then at the hospital, I have pictures from the x-rays, so if they really need to pull me over, I can show it to them. And the bruising on my foot's pretty gnarly too. So
Okay, that's fun.
Mhm.
I think they would pass on that. So.
they'd see the red hair and be like, nope, she's fine. Everything's fine.
I think if you're committed to the bit enough that you're wearing a boot around,
Yeah,
I think
and
as
a knee
security
scooter.
guard and a knee scooter, I'm just gonna let that slide.
It has been such a pain with that knee scooter. I'll tell you what, everything's inconvenient. You can't go to the fridge and get a bottle of water out because you have both hands on the knee scooter. And so then I had to make like a little basket, but then you can't just put a dozen eggs in your basket. And it's a real pain.
You need like a bandolier, and you can slot stuff into like things.
Yeah,
across,
exactly.
On top, that'd be great.
Exactly. So driver changes were interesting earlier, which I
Yeah.
think it sounds like a friend of mine told me that you guys were using our camera to watch that driver change.
So it wasn't that we were using that to watch it. It was we were on the onboard. Oh, they're going to pit, and we usually like to watch the pit stops. And then it occurred to me as the door opened, like, oh, that's going to be Sarah getting out of the car right now because she said she was going to start. So it was like inadvertent. It wasn't like let's party and watch Sarah struggle.
I'm not sure I believe you, but I'll go with it.
That's fine. Yeah, you can listen back to it if you would like. I was pretty impressed with it. Like at least it's your left leg, so you can swing that one out. But how did you put weight on it to like get out of the car? Like,
So if I maneuver my foot in the right way, I can put a little pressure on it. But it was a lot of upper body strength.
Right.
It was a whole thing. But I definitely got out and I was like, oh, I feel that kind of tingles. But you know what? Adrenaline's still going as soon as I was getting out of the car, so it was fine. Everything's fine. That's what I keep telling myself. And also bargained with the ER doctor to let me race this weekend. So I only told her, hopefully she's not listening, but she didn't seem like a car type, so that's okay.
I have to drive this weekend. Oh, you're probably fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was like, I usually brake with my left foot, and she's just looking at me like nodding her head, super confused. And I was like, yeah, honestly, it's not even a heavy brake pedal. It's only like 100, maybe 200 pounds of, pressure that we're using for that brake pedal. And in my head, I'm like, that is such a lie, such a lie, but I'll brake with my right foot. Everything's going to be fine. Yep. And that's what I've been doing. Everything's worked out nicely.
So I did ask that question earlier. You are typically a left foot braker?
Yes, I am a left foot braker. So it's been interesting. I was like this, when I swapped over to my right foot yesterday, I was like, this pedal goes really far, way farther than I thought it normally does. And then my teammate gets in. She's like, something's wrong. We need new brake pads. It's just they're worn down. I was like, oh, okay. So it actually was. I just wasn't sure.
Did you have a foundation of knowledge from, like having to drive a heel toe car, like a traditional transmission, where you could revert to the right foot braking, or were you starting from scratch as a skill set?
Well, it works out because there is no clutch pedal in this Audi R8 GT4, so I just use my right foot to push on the brake pedal super hard to get it started and put it in first gear with a flappy paddle, and that's it.
Perfect.
So, I mean, it was truly best case scenario. If I had to break any foot, bone, whatever, it's the best possible one. Because I'm able to, my doctor would still be so proud. The pedal box, the way it is, I can actually prop my left foot up, which is the one that's broken, on the top of it. So it's basically like extending my leg straight, if you can picture that. So I'm propping my foot up in the race car. Perfect. Who'd have thunk it?
There you go.
And then I just use that left foot, the heel of it, to kind of tap that brake pedal whenever I'm going into a heavy braking corner. So it all works out. I mean, she can't be mad. She should be proud more than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're able to do it. You're able to keep doing your thing. It's all about not having your life interrupted, right?
Yeah.
And if you're receiving truly great care, they can figure that out for you.
Yeah.
I feel like to some extent anyway.
Yeah, they were like, oh, we need to put a cast on her. And I was like, no, you don't. Not today.
You would have had the Ricky Bobby with the saw.
Yeah, oh,
like
1,000%.
Trying to
1,000%. My crew guys would have for sure helped me with that. No, but it just, life happens sometimes. And the thing that I was most upset about after I broke it, like the pain, it hurt, but I'm strong enough to not be upset. And then about 15 minutes later, it hit me. I was like, oh gosh, I've got a race this weekend.
Right.
And crutches are going to be the most inconvenient thing. And then I was like, okay, a knee scooter. And I was like, but still. And then everything just started like, snowballing into this horrible thing of this is going to be really inconvenient. But
like, there's no way that you're going to walk all the, because
this
is
is
like
I'm gonna
the
come
worst.
visit you.
I appreciate it, but you had prepared me yesterday for that not happening, and
Yeah.
I was content.
I
with
didn't
it.
know there was a ramp.
Right.
That would have made a difference.
Okay, I gotcha. I mean, I always feel bad when we're on the opposite side of the track anyway, that it's like, no, come burn 5 minutes and come over here and do that. I feel a little bit mad about it, but you're always such a great guest. You're always available to us, so like, thank you for that.
love talking, so
That's
it's
great.
okay.
I wish I was less broke. I saw those gloves. I want them badly.
Yeah.
The colorway on that is like perfect. Like I love that with the Shift Up Now logo, and it's got like the light blue on it. I'm like,
Yep.
that is cool.
Yeah, and I didn't know that it was happening, and they just showed up at my doorstep, and they're like, "You're wearing this year," and I was like, "Oh wow, that's definitely nothing I'm mad about." I was
Right.
like, "These are fantastic." So, the team I'm with, AE Victory Racing, is partnered with Shift Up Now, and we just announced these super cool new gloves online for sale for the general public. They're racing gloves, not warm. Not warm winter gloves like we could use probably tomorrow.
Right.
But no, that's kind of what he's talking about. It's super fun and they look super good.
They do. They look super awesome. And like again, like they're light blue, but like this is the hat I just bought.
Oh,
Like I'm in.
Fun.
I'm in on the light blue. I'm totally all in.
So, side note about buying swag at a racetrack. My dad's favorite thing to do is walk into every one of those stores and say, "Hey, where's the Sarah Montgomery swag?" And they always are like, "What? Who?" And my dad's like, like Sarah Montgomery wears her stuff, and they're always like, "Oh, I guess we don't have any." He's like, "Well then," and then just turns around and walks out.
I feel like if one was going to have Sarah Montgomery or even Shift Up Now swag, it would be here.
Yeah.
Because we were just talking about this, a few minutes ago. Like, this is probably the nicest swag store that we go to generally.
I know. Someone was saying they have a full Road America recliner in there.
They do.
That is wild.
They do. There's recliners. There's, like, really nice wall art. There's like racing stuff in there too, but there's like
Sarah
a whole,
Montgomery stuff.
There should be. There absolutely should. But they have a whole women's section.
Yeah.
Like it's huge in there.
I know.
It's like genuinely 50-50
and no other
size.
racetrack has any. Honestly, any other sporting event
Venue.
has
Exactly.
anything like that.
Oh, but you can get that Oakley jacket in pink though. It's like that's the women's one.
I know, and they have little girl stuff.
They do.
Which is like heck yeah.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
My daughter rocks I got her an extra small, and it was just like the IndyCar shirt because it was like on clearance for like $5. Like that's what she wears, and she wears it a lot. And my wife wears her Road America shirt constantly because they're like nice stuff in there.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
No,
happy
it's
with
fantastic. How can you not? But you guys look for the Sarah Montgomery Racing swag in any racetrack you go to, or at least ask about it. How about that?
Well, if I ask, they're going to have to start ordering it,
Yeah.
right? At some
Two
point.
people asked about Sarah Montgomery swag? Come on.
You got to stock something at that point, or at least have it available for order. If they would hit him with like, no, but we can order that for you. Then, like, that would be the move right there.
Exactly.
I mean, you got to get some like a sales class going in here. Like, there's always yes. Yes is always available.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So how is the wind? You guys have the mid-engine car and such, but it's like a lower profile car, I think, than these BMWs. I went to fix some of the cameras and was appalled at how windy it was.
It's horrible.
Today.
So I was in the first 3 hours, but so I was also in the car for that red flag, and when I was just sitting there, like it was slapping me in the face.
Ugh.
And we're not even going. I was dead stop, but it is so weird. I called on the radio and I was like, I know this is a really dumb question, but is it possible that the wind is like making my car handle totally different? Because it's like heavy winds. And the weirdest thing is on the straightaways, you can actually, it feels like a rotor or a pads are sticking to a rotor. Like it feels like you're being pulled back.
Interesting.
That's how heavy the winds are. And like my crew chief at the end of the front straightaway, when we're going like 150 miles per hour, hopefully my mom's not listening, that the wind was so bad when my crew chief was trying to talk to me, I couldn't hear him because it was coming through the side window, all while getting the wind from the front end, going so fast. And I was like, I need you to talk louder because I can't hear you. And you can feel the car picking the nose up, the wind picking the nose up in some places. It is weird. I have never really experienced that. So it's like a side wind. And then my teammate Erin Vogel was talking about when she goes into turn one, like that. If you turn in a little bit later, you kind of miss the wind breeze, like the wind line, and it's very interesting. It's more wind than I've ever experienced at any racetrack for sure.
That is a very pro driver thing to say because nobody else that I've spoken to today has talked about the wind line.
Well,
like,
I think that might
like
be a
incredible.
little dramatic.
No, but like I still like the idea that
still.
like, hey, if you move the apex a little bit, you're not going to get blasted by the wind as much.
Yeah.
With the attitude
and
of the
you
car,
can turn in. I mean,
That's
also
a good
our car,
idea. Like,
you know, you never know. I mean, we might just be completely full of you know what, but I mean, it seems like it's making a little difference. So
until someone tells me otherwise, I'm going to go with that. Like that's my job. I'm not a professional race car
Yeah,
driver.
exactly.
Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, sure, yeah, it was the wind.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
100%.
That's what I was blaming everything on earlier. It's the wind.
Yep.
It's the wind. It's never me. It's the wind.
So I know there's a penalty for, maybe this is better her question, but like there's a penalty for running the full windows.
Yeah.
Do you decide, you know what, it's going to rain tomorrow, I don't want to get electronics wet, can we just run the windows anyway and like put the weight back in it?
Interesting. I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like we probably will just run with no windows, but have you said you have or haven't talked to Aaron about that?
I haven't.
You
no.
have not? No. I would think we probably won't because we don't want to get a penalty either.
Right.
So.
Okay. I got you.
We're
That's fair
trying to
enough.
finish in the top 10 one of these days. So
You're close. You're getting
we
there.
are close. Pippa Man is in the car right now for us, and she just climbed up to 12th, which was good because we were in 13th a few minutes ago. So slowly but surely, I was talking to Justin Hunt next door, who helps run timing and scoring and setting penalties.
Yeah.
And I was like, here, if I slide you a little bit, can you help me give a penalty to those 11 cars in front of us?
I mean, to be fair, they were trying their best. What was it, like an hour and a half ago, give or take, Brendan? Brendan's departed. They were giving. Oh, okay. When was it that they were giving out pit lane penalties left and right to like everybody in the field
All day.
Like it was. Oh yeah,
it's been all day.
Like,
The
it seemed like
staging.
there was just it's the staging penalty. It's the
passing
like,
under
all
yellows
kinds of-
too.
Yeah. Oh, there's a bunch of those. Too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those people in pit lane are watching like hawks. You can't do anything, and you're like, oh, we're in the clear, hurry up, and then they're just all of a sudden right there, and you're like, oh, get it together. They're
right.
looking, they're watching. You know, they got their hand on their radio button, like
Yeah.
ready to call something. I'm like, we're doing everything right, I promise. But
It's like you owe them HOA fees or something.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh man.
Oh gosh, but yeah, that's exactly it.
Sweet. Well, Sarah, thank you for making the arduous journey to come up here.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
No problem.
How long are you with the are you gonna be ready to go for Charlotte?
Yeah, so I broke my foot Sunday night. It was like the perfect time to break it, right?
Nice.
Right before race week.
Right.
And it should be a month. So my birthday is May 18th, which technically I should be clear on the 21st, but I'm gonna go full no brace, nothing on the 18th. That's my plan.
Nice.
Whether I'm approved or not, again, I hope my mom's not listening.
Right. Of course. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But
Sarah, thank you for coming up.
yep, thank
You're
you.
always welcome. You always know that. So
Yep.
thank you very much. Thanks for sharing the sport around and being a part of it. I really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
thanks for having me.
Yeah, no worries.
That is Sarah Montgomery, one of our favorite guests here on DriversEye Live up in the World Racing League booth with our Ryan West inside of the final hour of racing from Road America. Time continues to tick away, and we've got a little bit more clarity on where we think the end of this race is likely headed. The 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4 likely good on just one more stop to the end. 2 laps until that car is expected into the pit lane, and plenty of range to get that car home. The Moorhead Speedworks car and the Thunder Bunny Racing car are both right on the edge of being able to make it to the end without needing an extra stop. Now, 1 to 2 laps are probably doable, I would say, on just being conservative, trying to save a little bit of fuel. You can do that, and especially with the long pit lane here, long slow pit lane, it makes a lot of sense to really endeavor to save that fuel out on track if you can. GTR may not even need to save. They may be in a situation where they're just on the good side of having the fuel range to make it home. They pitted 3 laps later than Moorhead Speedworks. So really interesting across the cars 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in GTO as to whether or not they're going to be able to make it home without either having to aggressively save fuel to the tune of 8 to 10 miles worth of fuel, or whether they can go hard to the end. Now, the lap times at the moment aren't representative of cars that are saving fuel. The 290 and the 225, 290 in particular, 223.6 now and 224.5. That is not hanging around. The It's very much getting down to business for that car.
You're absolutely right. Nobody's really saving too much right now. At least it's not apparent to us that they are doing so. But it's going to be very interesting to see who can make it to the end, who needs to come down for a bit of a splash and go here in the closing 50 or so minutes left here in day number 1 of Road America weekend. Again, tomorrow we're going to kick off at about 9:30 Eastern time, as Ryan's going to join us back once again.
Yeah, no, it's worth mentioning. Sarah Montgomery's dad mentioned that he was the one that fixed the camera for us. So, props to
very
him
nice
for taking care of that.
Hey, definitely thankful for that.
Much appreciated. Always nice hearing from Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah, one of racing's good people, as it were. There's lots of them in racing, but you know,
She just seems like a very happy person.
she's doing it the way every race car driver should genuinely do it, which is just yeah, I'm happy to be here. Why would I not be? I'm driving a race car. It's fun. I think there's a lot of people that take it seriously. Not oh, they take it serious, but too far as you're still doing this for fun. It's a hobby. You're not too important here, man. Come on. So.
Yeah.
You're 100% right on that. And, it's apparent to me, obviously, I've been part of a couple WRL race weekends now, and we seem to hear from Sarah Montgomery just about every week. And she always seems to have a positive spin no matter how things are going. Obviously, they've had their fair share of issues, but they've also had some really positive gains so far in this season. And obviously, their goal is a top 10, which I think is a really realistic goal. They're not too far off of it on the charts right now. So maybe they'll gain a couple spots here towards the end and be able to grab that top 10. If not, tomorrow's another day. It's going to be an interesting day, but another day indeed at the racetrack and another shot at the top 10.
Absolutely. And I think that's a car that's getting better each and every day.
Absolutely.
One that, I think the percentage of off the pace they are goes down every time the car comes out. So I think things to be pleased with for sure.
Yeah, they're doing that alone too. It's not got a fleet of Audi R8 LMS GT4s out there that can collect data and they can find a way to get it inside the setup window for DOT tires. As far as I know, that's the only car in that spec running on those tires. So it's definitely an uphill battle.
I was given reliable information that a regular entrant to WRL has 5 of their current GT4 car in the stable.
In that stable?
Yeah, they don't bring 5, but they own 5 cars. 5 of the same one for WRL, in WRL spec.
Oh, now I'm intrigued. Oh, I think I know what it is. I'm going to guess. I'm not out loud, but
yeah.
I have my guesses.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So, the polar opposite of that insofar as, it's the one car with good provenance as far as an endurance car is concerned.
NFC is in. I was going to say we're side by side across the line for 3rd overall, GTO leader and 3rd in GTU, but that is because the number 123 has ducked to the driver's right and headed into the pit lane for the final time, 47 minutes remaining. Through comes the 225, which means the 290 will be roughly halfway around. Again, we're going to anticipate this 290 needing one more stop between now and the end. There it is, headed down into the King. Oh, balked by the 577. Back out of the throttle. And the 123 was already well underway, headed out of the pit lane. So this is still going to be something like, I don't know, probably let's say a minute lead, give or take, when things cycle back around. There's 225.
Keep our eyes peeled on how the pit strategy plays out here.
It's really all we've got left at this point in
honestly
in GTO.
I mean, you're not wrong. You are not wrong.
Look, that sounds backhanded, but the top of GTO has been so consistent and so evenly matched at all points today. There was no point where anybody really kind of put their foot down and stamped their authority on the race. in terms of lap time. I mean, everybody was always in the 24s and 25s together, or in the 26s and 27s together. And really, the only reason the 123 is so far out ahead of everybody, and to some degree the 290, is everybody else picked up penalties. You know, the 225 picked up a lap, Triple 8 picked up 2 laps.
I'm sorry, the what?
Triple 8.
Thank you.
There we go.
And we only ended up in this place really because the 123 was both the most consistent and kept itself out of the penalty box, so to speak.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. Keeping themselves clean, keeping themselves out of the penalty box, as you mentioned, has definitely been paramount for them here today. We'll see, obviously, how it goes in the last 45 minutes or so. Still a lot of opportunity for some shakeups out there on the racetrack, but it looks like the NFC 123 and the Moorhead Speedworks 290 both well on their way to podium finishes. Ooh, that was a little bit of a skatiness under the Speedville Bridge.
Speedville.
No loss.
Slipping in the brat juice.
This is the worst album title I've ever heard. Just a quick point about the power to weight formula that we use here in the World Racing League and how we balance not just different makes and models of cars, but different concepts of cars. Yes, we have a lot of GT4 cars at the front of GTO, but it hasn't always been that way. And everybody was subject to the same power to weight formula with the same basic modifiers to, get them to be competitive against each other. And I think it would be easy when you come to a place like Road America that has long straights, long pulls uphill, and is typically seen as more a power track than anything, that all of these different cars, different types of cars that we've got in the front of GTO at the moment are as evenly matched as they are, I think is a huge win for the power to weight and performance formula that we use here in this series.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Now, I mean, arguably, the 888, the TLM Motocar, has the slowest, fastest lap out of the top 10, 225.447, and it was the most in contention for a win outside of the 123 until it had its errors.
Hey, it's been a while since we had one of these, probably about 10-15 minutes or so, but the Racer on Rails 414 GTO car has picked up a 1-lap penalty for a pit infraction.
So I can see this team from my vantage point rather nicely. They haven't been out so much today, and I think they're very much just trying to get their heads around the car and not particularly interested in doing it correctly situation. Everybody involved has a fire suit on, so I think that was more a case of the maximum number of personnel.
It was a visor up penalty.
Oh, it was a visor up. Okay. All right. Well. Oh, indeed. I just now saw the driver shut the visor in the car. So that's all right.
We also are seeing the 225 Thunder Buddy racing car had a 4-off in continuation moment in turn 11, and then it's listed as nose-to-nose contact with the 224.
That is baffling.
That is the Limpy Screwdriver Racing entry. So nose-to-nose with the screwdriver.
Look at that! Look at that camera.
Solid now.
That's amazing.
Look at those rocks, just doing their job, just doing the thing, man. They're rocking out. Oh, that was good. That felt
wow.
Good. That felt good.
Oh, I see a little bit of wiggling again.
Yeah, I talked about it. That's
yep.
What that is. That's all right. We'll take it.
It's doing its best. This one's been solid all day long, though.
That's why we need more tripods. It gives me the freedom.
Absolutely. Man, those brats must be done. They got to take those off the grill here shortly.
Yes. I also wanted to put a tripod here. Oh, well.
Back there.
Back there, yep. Yep, I thought a tripod here would look good, but I liked it for the Speedville shot better. I also would like to put 2 cameras there, but alas. I think, Brendan, I found that I would quite like to have 13 cameras.
Oh, okay.
For this particular track.
Is that the number?
I think that's the number. I think if I had 3 more, I'd feel really good about the coverage.
Okay.
He's
I'm
going to
telling you.
overnight you 3 more.
He just needs to send me the sham phones, and we're fine.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I was slightly distracted as we were having that discussion, trying to figure out what exactly happened to the 225 and how you could possibly have nose-to-nose contact.
Nose-to-nose, yeah.
Yeah, so I found the 225s on board in the
Oh.
replay.
Oh, no!
Nope.
The 577!
Oh, no.
Really lacking that rear downforce means, you got to be careful on the entry of these turns here.
It's the HC Autosport 577 GP2 entry. Gone around again here in turn 1 and 2.
So the 225 incident here, just to provide a little bit of a description here, it was around the outside of the 224 going through the carousel.
I'm sorry, as you said that, I watched the Camaro go by finally at full chat. It was really fast. Anyway, I'm sorry.
They made contact. The 224 washed off the last apex of the carousel just a little bit, and then they kind of got hooked on each other's noses and just pushed each other sideways through the exit of the corner. So it was left front of the Camaro to right front of the
So
right
the
front of the
noses did
Supra.
touch.
They did, but it was nose corners, not direct.
In the
Got it.
NFC versus NASCAR style noses hooked together,
A little bit,
or
yeah.
like actually hooked
Yes,
together.
no, much like that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I did see a take from somebody on Reddit talking about like, oh yeah, no, they just got hooked up, and those fenders line up and they just lock together. I'm like, okay, all right.
Because that's how that works.
Yeah. Quite sunny in here. I'm gonna just pull down my sunshade. Oh, it's way up there. Ooh, I don't know.
It's all.
Even for me, man, this is pretty high.
GP2
Just
race
stand on the
leader.
desk.
GP2 race leader is due into the pits within the next couple of laps. It'll be a short fill. Right? Something like 35 minutes worth of fuel is going to need to go on board the 369 Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft vehicle. But the 66 has already come and gone for its last stop. That's the open throttle car that had led the class. The margin is 1:01. And at least it seems at this moment like the 66 has a pace advantage as well. So let's keep an eye on that. My guess is that the 369 is going to lose that regardless of in the pits, just as a matter of how long it's going to take to traverse the pit lane and put half a tank of fuel in the car. But if it does manage to come back out in front of the 66, we could have a race on our hands here. Again, this is the battle for the GP2 class lead.
Just an update from the race control log. The passing under yellow penalty issued to the Thunder Bunny 225 has also been overturned from earlier on, so they currently reside third in class in GTO.
Yeah, that car had another slow lap last time around, 231 flat.
Yeah, that's even 4 seconds slower than their lap before, so maybe some potential residual issues from the contact that they had not too long ago coming into play here, or just traffic.
Yeah, could just be traffic. We did have a yellow flag up there at turn 1 briefly while the D4 was recovering as well, so that could have been a part of it. And looking back through the onboard, that's actually exactly what it was. A car was slow up the front straightaway, and whoever was behind the wheel of the Thunder Bunny car came up behind it doing something like 100 miles an hour into the yellow flag zone and just had no way to get around him.
Oh, definitely unfortunate there then getting caught behind some of the slower traffic, but it's part of the game.
But you'd rather give up 4 seconds than take a 1-lap penalty.
100%.
Why do you keep giggling, Ryan?
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
You want some penalties?
No, I finally saw the replay of the AI.
Yes. So apparently the cars that refused to pass the spun car on the back straight, they weren't commanded to stop there like a red flag. They just came to a stop because they didn't know how to get around the car that was spun.
So, are these just Super Formula cars? Or?
They look like it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just a mess. That's what it is.
That's a mess. Yeah. I also then saw a message about the Mets debuting their City Connect uniform today, which is gray, which for baseball knowers would know that the away uniform is gray, and the Mets are at home, so it's going to be gray versus gray jerseys, which is dumb. So anyway, those are the two things I was chuckling at.
Is every team being required to do a City Connect thing?
I'll tell you what team doesn't have a City Connect jersey, Brendan.
The Oakland A's.
Yeah. That's okay. They still have the tightest uniforms in baseball as far as color scheme, so I'm all right with it.
So,
not everybody has one. Like the Yankees don't have one. There's like a handful. I want to say there's probably like 5 or 6 that don't.
Right. So I didn't realize that this was a thing. It was just a big deal here when the Phillies unveiled theirs.
Yeah.
And it looks awful, and I'm not a fan. But I didn't realize that not everybody, but most, also had to do them.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of who's had more. Like at one point, like teams have had 5 or 6 jerseys before, so I think now this is just an opportunity to like brand it.
Sure.
Like the A's had 5 for a while, and then the Diamondbacks for a couple of years had like 4 different permutations of the same jersey. It felt like with like like piping would change and the color was like subtly different. I think it's just wanting to really publicize the alternate jersey.
Yeah, sure.
Versus what they used to do. So, for whatever that's worth. Some of them are cool. The Wrigleyville Cubs jersey looks kind of nice. I like that one. Jordan Worth, of course, a big jersey connoisseur. Go ahead with the race.
No, I was just going to make the point that 59 is in from Stratus Racing, 3rd in GTU, and I think that is the first of the GTU cars to make their last stop. The 58 will be next, and then the 60 will follow a few laps after that.
Looks like Random Vandals also came down pit road in their number 28 machine, 11th in GTO.
Yeah, so this GTO grouping here of cars that are right on the border of being able to make it to the end without a stop. Moorhead Speedworks, Thunder Bunny Racing, 225, and then the 99 Toyota Supra. These cars kind of exist in their own little bubble.
Yeah.
The round 3 car, the number 70, has already made its final stop. Will be good to go to the end, but is 2.5 minutes behind the 99. So no real threat of a position change there. And obviously the Moorhead car is at a fuel deficit to the 123, so not likely to close up the 45 seconds that separate those 2 cars at the moment. So these 3 are just going to kind of fight it out for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in GTO. And not to say it takes the wind out of the sails of the fight, but it exists fully within itself. It's a very kind of odd thing to follow. Because even the pit stops themselves, I don't think are going to have an impact on how everything shakes out. So it's just Yes, there is a little bit of drama there because we don't know if they're going to be able to make it through to the end without a stop or not. On the other hand, there's no drama because, well, it doesn't really change anything other than those 3 specific spots. Oh, 119 out wide over the exit curve at Speedville.
Brendan's favorite part of the racetrack, of course, here in Speedville.
Are you just saying that because I like rots? Or?
Sure.
I could take or leave rods. They're fine. I like them, but, you know, I'm not a big rod guy.
It's not really a big thing here in Canada, so I don't really have to worry about them. I mean, we have them, but it's...
Get Johnsonville brats?
We do have Johnsonville.
Okay, yeah.
We do indeed. They also have good breakfast sausages. Those are pretty solid.
They have maple breakfast sausages, I think, too, don't they?
They do. They got maple everything.
Sure.
Of course, it's a superior flavor.
It is. Big fan of Vermont maple syrup. I think really the premier maple syrup location of North
This
America.
this race brought to you by the Vermont Visitors Bureau.
That's right.
Brendan,
Other
big-
visitors bureaus are available.
49 of them, in fact.
You're right.
Um,
Some are more recommended than others.
Brendan, you've said more positive things about Vermont than you have Pennsylvania this race.
That just
and
hasn't come up.
I just really think that maybe you should be making a change here.
Listen, I've got family ties to Vermont.
Wow.
Shout out to the Willie's store.
Have you been to the Jerry's Graveyard,
Of course.
where they cancel all of the bad flavors?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's every time we go up to Vermont, it's a mandatory
Wow.
stop. Yeah.
Wow.
The Cabin
Man-
Creamery.
A mandatory 6-minute stop?
Roughly.
Nice. For safety, obviously. You gotta make sure you put your belts back on before you get back out
Reach
on
up
the highway.
there, reach up there, pull those belts tight one more time.
Yep.
Make sure they're snug.
No more. We're not doing any more NASCAR catchphrase references here on DEL. We did that enough last weekend.
No, I'm tempted to keep going, man. A lot of them are pretty good.
Welcome to Speedville.
They're more in the zeitgeist than the jokes that we usually do. So
That may or may not be true. Last week we briefly discussed old Barry Dodson in Truck Series commentary, the buckle up Buttercup, we're going racing. I'm not sure that had any more relevance than any of our bits.
that's fair enough.
Literally anything Phil Parsons says might also be in that category.
I mean, that's most of the truck booth.
Yeah, I watched one truck race this year, and let me tell you, the truck booth is hurting.
Yeah. That's why you try to sync up your television with the radio feed.
I don't
You're
know
good
if
to
in
go.
Coda that would have been any better. I'm going to guess it would have been worse. Yeah.
The MRN team does a pretty good job.
MRN featuring Ryan Eversley.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Oh.
That was like 10 years ago or whatever. During the
Oh.
merger. We've talked about this.
Do you guys remember when Ryan Eversley was popular?
Now he drives a Supra.
Yeah.
And Continental Tire here. Dude, like, why are...
True. Listen, we're inside a half hour. We should take our last commercial break and wrap it up and
remember, when
get
it's time
ourselves
for
ready
change,
to go home.
think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to WRL. Out of the bullpen now, we have the number 290, the righty. It's got a high three-quarter release, fastball changeup. Does mix in the slider a little bit here. 2.89 ERA. Usually comes in these low leverage situations to give us, a couple innings typically, but I think just getting in some work here, the 290 Moorhead Speedworks car. So we'll wait for that to continue.
That is the worst thing I've ever heard.
If I knew who was in the car, I could have made it better.
Is it right-hand drive?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, then the righty reference is allowed.
Thank you.
If not, got to be lefty.
The thing is, you're either an underhand pitcher or you have a high three-quarter release, like every single one of them ever. High three-quarter release, fastball changeup guy. Got a little bit of run to it.
This car stopped down at turn 5.
In 5, yeah.
No notes on the number. Waving yellow. Can we pick that up with an onboard? Oh, it
the
says
Matt
it's a 50
Connolly
again.
Motorsports
Yeah.
50.
The spirit of TRG lives on.
Brats
Yeah,
Connolly.
they also spun exactly 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, let's
So
see if we
they're,
can pick it up with the questionable bitrate on board here.
That's a good band name.
The
Questionable
fastest
bit
cars. Oh, there you go. It's on
Just
the right.
beached. Just beached.
Just trying to beach.
Nope.
Brendan, did you spend time at the cabana on the backside of the track by the kink?
Where?
There's like a beach. There's
Oh
like a
no,
total...
I saw it, but I also haven't been there since July.
Right. I went over there, hung out.
Did you?
Yep. Did a quick turnaround because I
Did you
realized.
see the new spectator?
ended.
The new spectator pavilion thing they put up?
I
Or
did. and
spectator landing on the inside of the King.
we discussed this while you were away. That used to be full of debris.
Yeah, yeah.
And now it's
It
like
was
an
literally like the dumping ground.
actual presentable part of the track.
Yeah. No, I saw a
Oh.
picture of it like 3 weeks ago on Twitter, and I was like, wait a minute, it was not only not accessible, it was literally a dump.
Yeah. No, you can see they've moved the dump. Like,
Oh, okay.
it's still the same trash is in that dump pile. You've just moved the dump pile elsewhere. So,
Great.
just can't get a dumpster back there to clear it. I don't know. Like, the amount of trash they had to move, like, it took them some time.
I'm sure, yeah.
Why would you not use that labor opportunity just to put it in a truck and send it away?
I mean,
But alas,
it's a great, I'm sure, a great viewing spot there. You're kind of high up above the exit of the carousel, the run down the little short chute into, the kink, and then you can obviously see cars park their way into the kink before they disappear into the forest.
No, it's great.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Versus the first time I've been here, this whole back half of the track is much better.
Yeah.
They've also replaced, that access road you use to get from that 4-5 down to the bridge, where it's got that decomposed granite, not really path down the hill. You know what I'm talking about?
4-5 next to the bridge.
Well, to go from I guess that's probably 6-7. To go from 6-7 down to the bridge.
Behind the little snack stand there up on
Yeah.
top of the hill? Yeah.
The really sketchy dirt road?
Yeah.
They've put road fill on half of it. And so
is it passable in a road car now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's nice. Look forward to that.
Just a quick update. The 8th place GTO car, the number 17 of Economy Motorsport, was just hit with a 1-lap pit road penalty. No update on the reasoning behind that one, but that is unfortunately another penalty for one of the top 10 cars.
I don't know what to say, man. You should have got the waiver. That's the only joke I got for that. Thank you.
This 123 NFC car is hanging on to 3rd overall. But of the number 59 from Stratus. It obviously doesn't impact points paying positions or anything like that. It is literally just a matter of overall position, but
Some
it
pride.
would, and it would, release the GTU stranglehold that they've had on the top half, or the top steps of the podium here for most of the second half of the race.
I thought you were going to say release the GTU Kraken, which would have been a much better line.
Is that because they're from Seattle?
Yes.
Yeah, that would have been good. That would have been good. No, I'm with you there. That would have been good.
They did not manage to get into the playoffs in their first season, like the Golden Knights did.
No, I know.
Shows that the draft procedure was broken.
Just a little bit.
Oh my God!
Did they tweak it afterwards?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The Kraken did not get the same Gucci setup that Golden Knights did. Think they could protect one more player? Is that what that was?
Oh, the existing teams.
Do you know? Does anybody? Do either of you know? No. I don't know. All right. Anyway. Okay. I thought that's what it was, but maybe not.
Ooh.
Oh, that's the Janetta.
Yeah.
That is indeed.
And the 70 is closed right up on. I don't think that's for position. 70's right there.
No. At least a lap behind, if not two. I think two.
So can somebody remind the viewers, and definitely not me, of what time we're going to go red for the quiet time tomorrow?
What?
Do we not have a quiet time
No.
tomorrow? Oh, I thought we did.
No.
Oh, sweet.
It's
All right.
just 7 hours.
All right. I definitely thought we had a quiet thing.
And coverage begins at 9:30 Eastern Time.
Sorry.
8:30 a.m.
Begins at 6:30.
8:30 Central, which is the one that's relevant
Sure.
to the track.
Yeah, that's fine. 8:30 Central.
Yeah.
6:30 for your West Coast folk.
Exactly. Yep.
No, you don't humor
8:30
him.
8:30 Central. 6:30.
Don't
Pacific.
humor him.
We'll interrupt your morning high-speed chase so you can watch
Yeah.
some Road America action.
Yep.
Stick it to him.
That's fine. Those are entertaining. I don't know what you're
We
talking
all
about.
tune into those too. Don't worry.
It's great.
You should, dear viewer, if you're contemplating tuning in tomorrow. If you find yourself with nothing to do, particularly early in the morning, hop into the World Racing League YouTube channel and or Facebook and check out what we have on offer beginning at 8:30 Central Time. I think we're in for kind of a doozy tomorrow.
Yeah.
The weather is...
I think that's an understatement.
Yeah.
We should be putting this out there like on Reddit and such.
Yeah.
Like this is going to be an event of all time.
I said that earlier in exactly those words. It has the
Yeah.
potential to be one of the races of all time.
It's essentially going to be a slip and slide out there in some of these corners.
I think so. We're expecting something like an inch of rain. Now, it's a relatively new surface, so I think we might be better than we otherwise might, at least in terms of the on-track conditions, but it's going to be cold, it's going to be windy, tire temperature is going to be an absolute premium. And this track was uncomfortable offline in the dry last year, never mind in the wet where it just became a skating rink. So I think we're going to have a fascinating day on tap tomorrow, and myself, Ryan West, and Robert Hill will all be back.
That's
with
good.
you.
Yep.
I wanted to say Robert's name first.
Brendan was buffering there.
Brendan had a power outage.
I will be here
Yes,
tomorrow.
indeed. Thank you, Jordan.
I'll be here.
Brendan still hasn't looked.
I'm looking.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll be here.
Fantastic work all day by the professor, Jordan Worth.
How long do we have to call him the professor before he starts putting that on his iRacing cars?
Oh,
Above-
it's already on there.
Above the door.
Way
Above
too
the door.
late.
Right above the window, the professor. That's true. That is true.
Does Jordan have a signature for his cars that he puts above the door? Okay, great. We are approaching the fuel window here for
Fuel.
the Moorhead Speedworks car, the Thunder Bunny car, and the GTR number 99. Everybody else ought to be good to go, except the Triple Eight, actually.
Triple I.
Triple I.
Triple I.
And even that car should be in relatively good shape compared to the 766 behind it. So I don't expect any changes there either. And then I think we're just out a pit stop from the Stratus number 60, and that should bring us home. And there it is. Look at that.
There you go. Look at that. You're like a magic 8-ball.
Brendan, can I pitch you some homework for tonight?
Possibly.
Could we maybe come up with some timestamps for highlights that we might want to show under the impending red flag stoppage time for tomorrow?
Oh, I don't have that kind of time.
No, I mean, just like if you think of like, hey, there was that day, you know, it was like halfway through the Sunday.
Of every race we've ever live streamed?
You surely have some that stand out in your head of like,
I mean,
oh,
I
that was
could
cool.
play like a half-hour chunk of racing that I thought was great.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Just do the day, and then we can live scroll through it together. What would be really funny as a bit, I think, would be during the red flag delay, showing the red flag delay from Daytona. Last year.
Yeah. That was listen. As far as like content goes, the red flag delay at the end of Daytona last year was some dang old content.
Dude, Zach was money picking up the lightning shots. That was
slow-mo lightning strikes.
That was great.
Yeah, we had a good time. That race was bonkers in and of itself because we had the lead change with 1 lap to go, like on the last green flag lap.
Yeah.
Before the lightning delay came, or the lightning red flag came out.
Lightning. This is the Breitling red flag stoppage.
Listen.
Oh, see that there's a sponsorship angle. IMSA obviously can't do it because
Breitling,
Rolex. Yeah, but somebody.
You think we can?
I think we could
roll
probably
over
get
that
in touch.
Breitling sponsorship.
Yeah. How would RJ feel about that? RJ, good news, we found a sponsor.
How many watches does Breitling have to sell?
See, the thing is, and I heard about this because they were talking about Rebellion. Rebellion only has to sell like 2 extra watches a year to have made their sponsorship stuff worth it.
Yep.
Like, because the margin on it is ridiculous, like, you don't have to sell that many more to make it worth it. Now, Breitling's probably a little bit different, but for those, like, or the Chopard, when they have that on the Porsches, like, that's nothing to that. That's, if they sell 1 watch, it's paid for. Like,
sure. Yep. That's who we need. We need one of those.
The Chopard watches, World Racing League, powered by
Ford.
Yeah, there you
go. So leader has been in and out. We're just waiting for that number 60 to cycle back around and give us an updated gap at the front. Otherwise, it's I think we're all just going to hold station here basically until the end. GTR 99 is catching the 225, and that 225 space has dropped off a fair bit. I do wonder here if that car has gone into either full fuel save mode or it's carrying some damage from the contact up at turn. Ooh, green flag waving here.
Yeah, unfortunately,
what do we have down at Canada Corner?
Matt Connolly Motorsports 50 just spun for the 4th time in the last 20 minutes now.
Yep, and that car is going to be black flagged, actually.
Was under watch for some erratic driving as well.
So, fairly swift and decisive decision-making there. That's an education thing for a driver.
Absolutely.
Anything. It's not meant to be punitive, but you want your drivers to recognize that, hey, this is a racetrack. People are coming at you at speed, and things can happen very quickly. So, driver will be, I'm sure, counseled to some degree, and the opportunity is there to learn, and that's the most important thing here.
And to have fun. We're all here for fun.
For sure. Oh, way off
someone's
there.
way wide.
That's the 50.
50.
Yeah.
Well, not heeding the black flag there.
Well, they haven't received it yet.
Oh, okay. Well,
because they're recovering from the off for the spin down at turn 12.
Yeah. There we go.
.60 comes back through. Your lead margin is 38.4 seconds, and barring some kind of act of God at the front of the field, seems to be the way things are going to finish. 60 from 58 to 123, splitting the Stratus cars.
Oh, no.
They're in 3rd overall, and then the number 59 from Stratus rounding things out in on the GTU podium.
So there is some red bits on the radar approaching.
Ooh.
Oh man, you're gonna have to leave and get right out there.
I'm gonna invoke
Guys.
the Brendan Kazmir.
Yeah, see?
Guys.
Not so funny when it happens to you.
The difference is I'm wearing shorts. They'll dry off instantly.
How shorts work?
Yeah. It's less material to dry out, so when you're inside, they dry off quicker.
Oh.
Oh, yep. See, there it is.
You're
It's
in the
coming.
clear.
Oh,
You're
is
in the
is
clear.
that a thunder warning right there on the bottom
Yeah.
left?
Yeah.
Oh,
you're in
no.
trouble. You're in trouble now.
Oh.
You're in trouble now.
Also, speaking of Ono, the Triple Light went for a spin
Oh yeah, triple
in
I.
turn 5. Was able to
Triple
continue
I.
on.
And straight into the pits, actually.
Cam Woldus.
Yeah.
That car due in? I guess it was.
Alex Prema. It just sounds like you're saying Alex Prema. It's the same.
May.
Simona Di Silvestro.
Now.
She was in. She was in there.
No, I'm aware.
There is a distinct lack of Nissan, Volvo, and Mercedes paints available for the V8 supercars on iRacing, and I'm
That
disappointed.
makes sense because nobody runs the V8 supercars on iRacing.
They used to. They used to. I mean, that's, that's
That was the V8 supercar?
Yeah.
supercar.
Yeah, there used to be some big following for like 10 minutes and then it all went away.
I drove it at La Sarthe a few weeks ago. It
That
was great.
sounds awful.
Nah, you're changing the bar when you get to the back end of the track. Like, you change the rear bar a little bit so you can get the chicanes made correctly, and then when you come back to Indianapolis and such, you switch it back. It was great. Oh, that was a good time. That was a great time.
Moorhead is in. 290 Ginetta has not been able to stretch the fuel, and we kind of knew that was coming just based on how quickly they were going after their last stop. That'll be a quick splash and go. The 225 almost certainly is going to come through and take that position. I would guess already has. The TR99 is going to be close. 15 seconds behind Thunder Bunny, and actually, depending on how much fuel that Thunder Bunny car has to save, GTR was 2.5 seconds quicker last time around. 15 seconds is the margin. If that 225 really has to start pedaling it to try and stretch it, that 99 might be in for a run onto the GTO podium. Or for that matter, if the 225 has to pit, can't stretch it out. I think the 99 is probably safe at this stage. Two more laps for Thunder Bunny, 4 more laps for GTR. So GTR certainly safe, I would think. And yeah, that 225 car really right on the edge, but the slower pace would suggest that they're going to try and stretch this rather than go the Moorhead route of just run it as quick as you can. And
Of course, only about 3 laps remaining for these drivers now,
Yeah.
so see if you can get that extra lap out of it. Probably going to be tight, but if they played their cards right, they should be okay. Someone else coming down pit road.
44 has ground to a halt, drivers right up at turn 3. Assume that anything that's out there now is just going to be left till the end.
Yeah, that's the PC Racing entry, just out there turning some laps at this point. Actually, as per scoring, this would be their second lap of the day in that PC Racing 44, so whatever the issue they had earlier might not be resolved as of yet.
Doesn't seem like it.
But good thing is they have all night to get it fixed up and get back out here tomorrow. Hopefully
Well,
have a better day.
Everybody has taken their tents down, and it's about to start raining. So if you have any work to do, there's like an extra step involved right now.
Let's work on it in the trailer.
I guess so.
Chance of
Yeah,
rain for
everyone
tomorrow. Down
prepping
to
for the rain.
Yeah, chance of rain's down to 90% now. So you know.
Oh well.
Oh, hey, 10% chance it won't.
It's all going to come overnight, and then we'll
Yep.
be saved for tomorrow.
So, how has the Moorhead car come out ahead of the 225?
Is the 225 in a heavy save mode?
Um,
Potentially?
no, it says it's a lap down to
So
the
I'm not
290
really
now,
seeing many anomalies except for being
Yeah.
the lap down. Yeah,
which is an anomaly.
true. Did their overturn penalty get overturned again?
No. No, it's very odd. The 225 didn't hit, right?
It's not showing that they have for quite some time.
Huh. That is very odd.
Gap between the two of them is
Well,
almost a lap.
Did the 290 have a penalty that got overturned?
I don't believe so. I don't remember seeing them on the penalty report whatsoever.
Am I
see.
insane? Like, am I missing something here?
No, the 290 is listed on the race control log once today, and they were slow about 5 hours ago. So no, everything is a-okay there.
Yeah, I am confused. Maybe this is correct, and I'm actually not. You know. Yeah, I don't know. The lap margin seems like much too big for 290 to 225. Anyway, the GTR 99 continues to close the margin down. It's 12.9 seconds, but I would guess that if the 225 from Thunder Bunny hasn't pitted now, it's probably not going to.
Yep. The random vandals strategy.
Yep. Run it till it sputters. We've got a fair bit of that going on up and down the field. It was a long lap from the 766 of Thunder Bunny as well, 234.1, but that car was neither chasing nor being chased, so very much in just bring it home mode, save all the fuel you can, and get to the checkered flag. Just nobody really under threat at the moment. At some point here, we'll need to pick up your race leader, the number 60 from Gratis Racing.
The Soissons.
I think next time we see it, it will take the white flag. There it is. Back of the shot. Perfect timing, Professor Director. It is the green Stratus Racing NP01. What?
That's the meme now. When somebody asks Jordan, "Oh man, you should do commentating for a living. Oh, that's dang good. I can get you on." His answer should be, "Oh no, I used to do that, but I'm a professor now."
I'm a professor now. Yeah. Dr. Worth in the house.
UW Oshkosh honorary doctorate, Professor Jordan Worth. Well, we've had some fun today, boys.
We have.
Absolutely.
And we're going to do it all again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure are.
We'll just be a little bit more wet tomorrow. On the racetrack.
But I'll have that was a Ryan level joke.
Okay.
So that's,
all right.
Apparently, I've opened the door on that. To be fair, mine was worse. So we'll be here. We're ready for it.
Yeah.
We're excited.
I think it's going to be pretty extraordinary vision as long as the cameras stay up. May not be a slip and slide. We may have a little bit more grip than that, but passing traffic is going to be an adventure, I think. seeing these cars crest the hill for the first time down into turn number 1 in some rain showers and the wind and the relative cold, I think is going to set us up for
Bess?
all kinds of stuff tomorrow.
What? Where is there potential that this turns into a radio show tomorrow?
Listen, we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to call home the race, expected race winner, the number 60.
Pending any litigation on the pit lane.
Mr. Hill, if you'd like, you can take it away.
As we work our way towards the final set of corners here. There you see him, the Stratus number 60. Going to work his way up the final straightaway, headed for the checkered flag here today. Winner of the Saturday portion at Road America is the Stratus number 60. Going to wrap us up here for day number 1 at Road America. Of course, still expecting the 123 to work its way on by the start-finish line here very shortly as well to take that GTO win after what was a very roller coaster-like day in the GTO field. Lots of penalties, lots of changes of position, and lots of opportunity here today. Is the field going to work their way on by to wrap us up?
Yeah, actually just caught it there right at the right as we were coming to the checkered flag. The 66 from Open Throttle Racing ducked into the pit lane, headed up the hill, and is going to take the checkered flag in the pits. Now, it was a long stint from the number 369 to avoid pitting on the final run to the checkered flag. And the margin was only going to be 23 or 24 seconds, but the 60 came through and passed the number 66 off of the final corner. And now, whatever chance the 66 would have had to catch it past the Chattanooga Tornwagen car was essentially undone by being lapped by the overall race leader. So in some ways, it's kind of, I don't want to say bailed out the Chattanooga car, but it erased any possibility of that car being caught on the final lap. And for a car that was in the wall at the kink in the first 2 hours of this race to come home and take the GP2 class victory, kind of steal one from that number 66 Open Throttle car is pretty darn impressive.
Absolutely, I think.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic way to fight through adversity there to take that GP2 victory, and a great way to start the weekend as well. Set up a bit of momentum heading into tomorrow, and see if they can back it up with another victory on Sunday.
Edge Autosports with the GP1 class went ahead of Palomar Racing, the number 38. So Edge finally able to, I want to say finally, but kind of feels like we've been waiting for them to string 8 hours together and take advantage of all the pace that we know that they have, and not end up with a mechanical issue or shoot themselves in the foot some other way. And they've done it today. 47.5 seconds in hand over the 38 from Palomar. GP3 was not much of a contest. Open Throttle 65 wins from the 75 of AOA Racing by 39 laps. And then your GTO winner, of course, the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4 with nearly 2 minutes in hand over the 290, in turn nearly 2 minutes in hand over the 225, and then that battle for third, the final step of the podium in GTO, coming not quite down to the wire. The 225, I think, was just cruising in fuel mileage mode to get home, but 3 seconds ended up being the margin between Thunder Bunny and GTR.
Wow. A lot tighter than we anticipated there at the end, for sure, for that third place position in GTO, but solid run for Thunder Bunny.
A solid run for everybody, I think.
Absolutely.
When I turn back the clocks to 9 o'clock this morning, 9:30 this morning, we were under red flag after the first half hour for. Okay, it was a mechanical issue, but this is, as we said at the time, a track with consequences. Things can happen quickly, and when they do, sometimes they are big. And it certainly seemed like with 2 red flags early on, that with nearly 60 cars on track, that could be where we were headed. And that second red flag, which really only existed because we had to block the track with a tilt bed in order to facilitate recovery of a car. Once that happened, we didn't go yellow again. We have been green flag for the last 6 hours. I think it's just a testament to everybody having their head screwed on the right direction. And once we got things rolling, we cruised home. And I think everybody deserves a tremendous amount of credit for that being the case today.
Tremendous.
Ryan, you seem like a man who needs to go pick up cameras.
I mean, I'm indifferent about it.
Okay.
Again, I'm not going to leave the track tonight until probably 8 or 9, so,
Oh, well, that's a decision.
Yeah. I'm going to go plug stuff in first and then come back and probably help.
Sure.
So.
Yeah.
We're excited. We're happy to
out.
be here for tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
I think so. Again, coverage begins at 8:30 a.m. Central Time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So just a half an hour early. We're going to shave an hour off the end. It'll be a 7-hour enduro. A little bit different strategy comes into play in those slightly shorter races. Also provides an opportunity for the folks who need to get on the road and get home on Sunday night, the opportunity to do so. And checkered flag to fall at 3:30 p.m. Central Time, so y'all can enjoy your Sunday evenings as well. I think we're going to wrap it up here, gentlemen, unless you have any closing thoughts.
No, I think it was a great day here today. Looking forward to seeing what we have in store for tomorrow. And if that rain comes into play, it could make an interesting day for us all.
I am tremendously looking forward to tomorrow and whatever it happens to bring. Appreciate Ryan West being on site for us this weekend up at Road America. Plenty of work to do this evening. And of course, again, tomorrow morning, the cameras held up well in the wind. And of course, our producer, Jordan Worth, on the ones and the twos. The professor, hard at work today. He'll be back with us again tomorrow. Congratulations to you all for breaking the 10,000 views barrier on YouTube.
Ooh.
It's not one we clear often, but it's been a good day for us here at DriversEye Live. Hope you all have enjoyed your day with us as well. Thanks for being a part of Race 1 from Road America for the World Racing League. See you all again tomorrow, 8:30 Central Time. To join myself, Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, Robert Hill Jr., and Jordan Worth for the final 7 hours of racing from America's National Park of Speed. Until then, take care.